but we weren't exactly sure of the potential to grow as it did, but we knew it was there specifically because of the conditions that made it so.
Right.
The low temperatures, the low humidity, and of course the high winds. At this point, we would like to invite our viewers on CBS. We are now on CBS as well as KCAL as we've been watching this fire burning in the Malibu Canyon area. We have at least 300 acres that have burned so far. Evacuations are in place, mandatory evacuations. The good news so far, I'm with Mike Rogers at the desk and Evelyn Taft in the weather department, of course, our meteorologist, our chief meteorologist, who's going to bring us up to date on the conditions. But the good news to report so far, Mike, is we haven't had any reports of any damages to structures. We do know there was a trailer.
Yeah,
maybe a couple of trailers that have burned.
Right, and it was really, it was difficult because of the thick smoke that we were seeing through there. But yeah, I mean, for what is around here, I mean, the firefighters are doing a great job with structure protection at the moment. And I hear them aggressively trying to defend the structures that are in that area. And we haven't, as you mentioned, seen any, big homes that have gone up or anything like that. Maybe an outbuilding or two, but hopefully that's all we'll see.
Yeah, and that's what we know so far
Right.
For our viewers out there, because as you know, this is a live breaking situation.
Yep.
It's very hard to update information because all the firefighters are out there doing their jobs
Middle of the night
to try to prevent even structures from burning. They're doing property protection. They're having people evacuate the area. So, of course, lives are safe. We've seen livestock being evacuated as well, people with animals, a goat farm, at least one we know of in the area.
Right.
And we actually have our reporter on the ground, our senior reporter, Tom Waite, is going to join us now and give us his location and tell us what's happening where he is. Good morning, good evening, Tom.
Good morning to you, Pat, and good morning to you, Mike. Guys, it's just awful out here. The air quality is horrible. There's so much smoke. Take a live look. We're on PCH and Webb Way, and you can just see that wall of fire up there. What's really fascinating about what we're feeling out here is that from one moment to the next, the air quality changes. The winds are whipping around and changing directions. There are moments where the air is clear, and then a second later, it's hard to breathe. Also, it's very there is just a very unsettling calm out here on the road. It's very hazy. It's very there's a lot of smoke, obviously. There are people trying to drive around and navigate this area. There's checkpoints now set up, people trying to figure out, where they can get to. It's just a very scary situation out here. It has that feel of danger. I mean, it's obviously a very volatile situation, and there's just a lot of fire that we can see from both directions, north and south, from where I'm standing right now. And with the conditions the way they are, the dry brush up there, as you've all been reporting on this extensively, that makes all of this so much more difficult. The terrain so challenging, and as has been reporting, these areas create their own weather systems when you have all this fire burning. And so I think right now it's just because it's pitch black. Power is out everywhere. We're at a Chevron station right off of PCH, and when I got here, the power was on. It has now been shut off. There is no electricity. At least there could be generators on, so on and so forth. But it's very dark. There's not a lot of street light. PCH, it was not easy to navigate getting to this location. I was just, as I was waiting here for my photographer to meet up with me, I spoke with a Pepperdine student who says they just got the evacuation order a few minutes ago. I think we have that interview. Let's go ahead and play it.
We just got the evacuation order like a couple minutes ago.
What's going on? What's the conditions like?
The fire's like starting to go on top of the mountain, and it's like heading down and stuff.
Yeah, and are people being orderly, or how's that?
We're supposed to go to like the cafeteria, but we just decided to get like off campus because we didn't want to like risk anything.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you make of all this?
It's wild. I heard it started from like a car or something.
Yeah, I mean, is it? I mean, obviously, I'm pretty unnerving. I mean, the wind and flames. I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's like 60-mile-per-hour winds and like stuff like that. But
yeah, there's definitely that sort of like people are not frantic. That's not the word, but you can tell. Obviously, people are just. This is very scary. It's happening moment by moment, and the conditions are changing so quickly. So you have sort of everyone kind of trying to figure out what to do. Where do they go? It's late. It's early, and I think people may have been asleep when this started. People may have been in bed. It was I think around 11 or so, and so you just have a sense that people are just trying to kind of figure out what to do and where to go. And as I said too, just that sort of eeriness as we drove in, just this you see ash and embers blowing. It's very hazy, like smoky, and it's a very unsettling feeling as you get closer and closer. I could see like a glowing red, sort of ball, like a glowing ball of fire as I was coming closer. And the closer you get, it just becomes more and more apparent of what challenges these firefighters are up against in trying to get a handle on this. Obviously, there's a lot of people that have been evacuated. I do see some lights on the hillside, so I wonder too if people have generators that are on up there. But there's the terrain and the road very narrow in those areas. So Pat, it's one of those situations where firefighters are giving their absolute all. They are out here in full force, but gosh, it is just challenging. And the winds come and go. Right now it's a little bit calm, but at times it's not.
That Tom, looking at that picture right now, I'm just going to say, it looks, you said eerie, it looks hellish, really. Excuse my language, but it really does. And looking at the flames behind you, and just because we talk about the wildlands in the Malibu area, but you've also got that city feel, where you are in particular on PCH and where that Chevron gas station is located. I'm wondering, when you say people are trying to figure out where to go, how they can go, because I'm just wondering if they try to go up, let's say Malibu Canyon Road, as it turns into Las Virgenes, there's got to be just really dark. Not only it is anyway because it's nighttime, but if you've got power out in some of those hillside areas and you've got that heavy, thick smoke, that's got to be difficult too. I'd be really afraid to try to travel one of those roads just to get out of the area. We might have lost Tom's remote right now. So, okay, Mike, you understand what I'm saying, though. That's difficult terrain anyway, but even trying to get out of the area, let's say if you wanted to get closer, even if you wanted to go toward the 101, I don't really know how you do that from one of those canyon roads.
What's so treacherous as well, and we saw some of this from Desmond's live video earlier. This is taped, but from earlier, or recorded, but from earlier, is you don't know what has fallen across the road. Right, I saw trees on fire, power poles on fire. You don't know what has come down across those roads. And I'm actually looking because there is there is a lot of road closures in the area too. I mean, we've got the major ones. I mean, obviously Malibu Canyon is closed, Las Virgenes is closed, but there are other smaller closures in that area as well that people are trying to deal with and trying to get out. That's why it's never, they call them mandatory evacuations. Nobody can, legally they can't actually make you go. Oh no, Pat. Sorry, I just am getting word there's a new brush fire that the LA City Fire Department is working on in the Bel Air area, north of the Bel Air, south of Mulholland, and east of the 405. So I'm just looking at LA City Fire is dispatching 4 helicopters to that. So I'll keep an ear on that. I just wanted to point that out while we were here and talking. But yeah, as far as Malibu goes, those canyon roads are dangerous, they're treacherous, and trying to get out of there is so sketchy. That's why it's so important that when they issue those evacuations, it's just go. Just go before it gets too late.
Yeah, that's important when they say that. We're going to go back to Tom in a moment, but you know what, Mike? When you talked about Bel Air and that area off the 405.
Skirball.
Now, remember that, but there was something in particular with that area? Did it start in an encampment of some sort? You remember that a couple
I
of years
do,
ago?
yeah, and I think it did, and really bizarre timing because it was at the same time as the Woolsey fire.
Absolutely,
remember?
yes.
Very ironic that these are both now happening at the same time. But I believe you're right. It wasn't an encampment or something like that, and then it burned up through the can into the 405.
Which and you had all the conditions ripe for that because of the high winds at that time.
Right.
The Santa Anas were blowing.
Yep.
So that just exacerbated the situation.
Yeah.
You know, I think we have Tom Wade back. Tom, can you hear us? We lost you for a moment.
Pat, are you coming to me? Pat? Okay, hi Pat. Sorry, I couldn't. You skipped out for a second there. Yeah, so we are in place right now, and ma'am, I'm Tom with KCAL. Do you live here in the area? Okay. Obviously, there's a lot of people out here kind of trying to figure out what's going on. I just kind of going up to people and speaking with them and trying to get a sense if they've been, near the fire line and what they've seen. I did speak with a woman who lives, I believe she said she lives near Point Doom. I spoke with her just a few minutes ago, and I think we have that interview. Let's go ahead and play that.
Well, basically, I was coming on my way home to Point Doom from Santa Monica, and the fire just grew so big, and the whole ridge line up there by Hughes is blown up. They're evacuating Sarah Retreat. A lot of friends in there. Air quality is terrible. Hopefully the wind gets under control, but it's they evacuated the Sarah Retreat Center.
Yeah, so you just get a sense of kind of the chaotic nature of the situation. People are very worried, understandably. I mean, anyone who lives in Southern California, my family's been evacuated before from our home. They live near a hillside, and these are really scary situations that when you go through them, and so many of us have, when you live in Southern California, depending on where you live, many of us can relate to this, right? You see the fear and panic on people's faces, and you understand what they're going through, and people are worried about their loved ones, their heirlooms, and all kinds of other things, their homes, wherever you live, right? It's your house, and so people are just on edge, and they're trying to figure out where the fire's burning, where it's happening, and the more the weather changes and the more volatility we have here, the scarier it gets. And so that's just the sense I get when I've talked to a few people just kind of coming to this gas station. It was interesting though, just that there was electricity at this spot, and then boom, it was just gone, and then and that just makes it even more it's just sort of eerier and just kind of dystopian almost, because it's just it feels like your basic services are being shut off in this kind of very apocalyptic situation. The hillsides burning, people being evacuated. You heard from that student from Pepperdine, and they were being evacuated. We understand they're using some of the water sources at Pepperdine to fight this fire. I think Pat and Mike, you guys are both talking about that, and that's the sense we're getting here too. I just did actually. There's firefighters staging here, and I was just trying to talk to one of them a second ago to see if he could give me any updates about what's going on. He just told me he wasn't sure. So. It's one of those situations where we've covered these so many times, but every time is so different in a way because it affects different people, and you just feel the emotion from people, the concern, and we of course want everyone to be okay. We hope that everyone abides by the evacuation orders and is able to come through. It is interesting. There's still traffic flowing in this area of PCH. So I'm wondering if these are people who are evacuating. It's not much, but there are cars still flowing through this intersection. Again, we're at Webb Way and Pacific Coast Highway. And what's right now the winds have shifted, so we're getting hit by the smoke right now. And so you can't see the fire anymore. That's how quickly the conditions are changing. So in just a few seconds, we could see a wall of flame on the hillside there, and now nothing. So that's what firefighters are up against. Imagine being on the fire line, or even trying to fight this from the air. Mike would know this, or Pat, maybe you would too. If there are still helicopters up, if there's still the Chinooks and other firefighting helicopters up there, I can't see them from where I am. I can't hear them either, so I don't know if they're gone or if they had to, if because of the volatile wind conditions, if they had to send them back. So I don't see any from my vantage point here. That doesn't mean they aren't up, but yeah, it's a sense of uncertainty, worry, and you just standing here and looking into Malibu and seeing pitch black smoke and no power. It really is worrisome and unsettling, Pat.
It certainly is, and in fact, we're hearing even from friends of ours, friends of the station, who are very concerned, who live in the area. And Mike, we're going to help them out. This certainly has not. We don't want to see this jump Canaan Road,
right?
But we know that it is. How close is it?
So, well, that's actually Pat. That's what I wanted to show you. So, first of all, acreage update: 858 acres now,
Right,
which
lot
is
more
huge.
than 300.
I want to ask the control room if we can pull my computer really quick. Perfect. There we go. Thank you, Justin. And I want to show you the evacuation zone has expanded significantly. So everything in red, that's the mandatory. Now that now includes, even though Pepperdine says shelter in place, that includes that area to the north and even over here to the east as well, Tuna Canyon Park. Now the mandatory evacuation zone almost reaching Topanga Canyon. Topanga Canyon is here. Pat, to your question, Canaan Doom. Canaan Doom is here, which is now portions of it are in the voluntary evacuation zones. All of Point Doom is under a voluntary evacuation. That's this area right here. So all of Point Doom, which by the way has not had power since about 9 o'clock tonight. They've been without power because of the concerns since about 9 o'clock. All of Point Doom now under a voluntary evacuation. And then all of the things you see here in red, which is obviously Las Virgenes, and then you're into Malibu Canyon. This is where the fire is burning. This highlighted area here, that's the 853 acres rather, that are burning. But all of PCH here, this is the pier is right in this area, if you're familiar with that. Nobu is right down here. There's that well-known McDonald's in that area, all the way to Topanga Canyon. I mean, you're almost, anything past here, you're starting to get into the city of Los Angeles. So
right,
we're significantly expanding the evacuation area on this fire. Voluntary for now, but the fact that they have now issued a voluntary evacuation order for all of Point Doom, really there's not much of the city of Malibu left that is not under some sort of evacuation order at this point.
Whether it's mandatory or voluntary, but we do know all of Point Doom is under voluntary.
Yeah.
Voluntary evacuation
for
orders
all of Point Doom.
For all of Point Doom.
Yeah.
And as you talked about Pepperdine University, you could take it for what they say, you could shelter in place, but as we predicted, most people were going to leave anyway, just because they wanted to.
You could imagine the conflicting messaging, right? I mean, between the way that the people get emergency alerts is on our cell phones, and that is not your cell phone provider, and the government is not going to say, oh, you're a Pepperdine student, I'm not sending it to you. You're still going to get those alerts, right? You're still going to get those alerts from the emergency alert system to tell you to evacuate. And you're a Pepperdine student, you have your phone telling you to evacuate, but Pepperdine's telling you to stay put. You can understand there is some confusion. You can understand some people will just feel more comfortable getting out of there.
Absolutely. We're going to get some official information, Mike.
Yeah.
We've got LA County PO Jonathan Torres on the line with us now. Jonathan, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. And thank you so much for calling in. So what can you tell us so far? We know the acreage is up to at least 800 acres now, Jonathan.
That's affirmative, ma'am. From the last number we had at 275, we're well over 850 acres at this point.
Wow. And how are you doing in terms of firefighting efforts out there? We know that you had to let some of the choppers go because you didn't want so many flying in the area. So can you tell us, give us an update on that, on the firepower that you have?
Correct, ma'am. At this moment, we have an active, aggressive firefight, including aerial and ground forces. We do have helicopters in the sky, as you mentioned earlier. In addition to that, we have our normal fleet as well as our QRF, which is our quick reaction force, consisting of Chinook helicopters out of Ventura, our LA County, as well as Orange County. And they're bringing the fight.
All right, so are they making, I don't want to ask you about containment, obviously, but what kind of Would you say that they are making tremendous efforts like they always do, but any kind of headway, any kind of an area where they are actually holding this fire?
You know, ma'am, I can't give you specifics as far as the containment. What I can say is we do have zones that are currently under evacuation orders as well as warnings. Mainly that Pepperdine University area, they are under a order at this time, as well as the well-known Sarah Retreat home, I believe, is also under the zone of order for evacuation.
We watched this fire, especially around the Sarah Retreat area, Jonathan, and we were very concerned about homes possibly burning in that area. Do you have any information of any homes or structures that have burned?
As far as burn, ma'am, no. Obviously, there are structures threatened at this time. We're doing our very best to try to mitigate that. We have what are called structure defense units. Entire strike teams have been dedicated to that. Again, we want to reiterate our priorities are life, property, and the environment in this case. And obviously, we're always going to favor life over property. We want to stress the importance. That's why we stress year-round of the brush clearance, as well as being prepared with your Ready, Set, Go plans that you can find on our website. But again, those homes that are threatened, you can rest assured that if units are not there, we're sending them currently. We have units currently from LA City, LA County ourselves, Ventura County, and Orange County. We also have assisting us the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, as well as CHP and the Pepperdine University Public Safety as well.
No, we're so glad to hear that you have a number of firefighters assisting you in this effort, or I should say a number of different agencies. We always, we like to see that. We know that's the way we do it here in Southern California. I want to ask you another question, Jonathan. Do you have any information on that Hughes Research Facility that we watched? We thought it was under fire, but we know that they did have firefighters there. So hopefully they were able to protect that so far. Do you have any updated information?
Ma'am, I don't have anything specifically related to that. Unfortunately, I was driving, kind of making my way back to the command post from the fire.
I understand.
And you've probably seen better footage than I have. But as far as driving, I couldn't give you any specifics on that vicinity.
Okay, what are you most concerned about tonight, Jonathan?
Obviously, always the life safety, ma'am, for sure. That's number one priority on our list, especially with the residents being so close to these fire-prone areas, as well as the university being in such close range as well. It's always going to be life for us. I mean, the properties can be replaced, but lives is our number one priority for sure.
What do you want to tell the viewers out there? I know you talk about how important it is to protect property and life. So what can you tell people that are listening that could help in your efforts to keep them safe?
If you're in the immediate area, we want to make sure you're monitoring your cell phones. I know alerts are going out that way. I know we've put out several alerts since the start of this. I think we're going on 3 hours now into the incident. For those not in the surrounding areas, if you do not need to be in this area, we're going to advise you to not work your way this way. We do have road closures, I believe, on PCH from Corral Canyon to Topanga Canyon. That's on PCH. As well, I want to notify the public that on Las Virgenes, coming over from the 101 towards PCH, from about Mulholland on, Las Virgenes, which becomes Malibu Canyon Road, has been closed off, so do not try to attempt to get into that area. Again, we want to urge residents to stay safe. If they see something, say something. Do not hesitate to call us at 911. We're doing our very best to get units and strike teams in all areas possible, especially if they're with houses. And we want to continue to have people monitor, especially if they're in the immediate area.
Okay, Jonathan, you say, people being out on the roads, we talked about where they can't go. And you just mentioned an area that Mike Rogers and I were talking about earlier this evening, and that's Las Virgenes Road being closed off. Where can people go then? When they have to evacuate, where can they go?
This is part of our Ready, Set, Go program. If you can visit our website, this is kind of the stuff that gets predetermined, especially for the residents living in these fire-prone areas. That can be local family, just not in the immediate area, friends' homes, just somewhere not in the immediate fire.
Okay, before I let you go, Jonathan, I want to thank you so much, and I'm wondering if Mike Rogers wants to ask you some questions.
Yeah, Jonathan, I just want to see if you can talk about, I mean, LA County Fire is very strategically placed in the Malibu area. You've got a helicopter base there, you've got camp crew bases there, and just talk about, you guys do everything you can to be completely prepared, especially in this area, and this fire still is doing what it's doing. Just talk about the magnitude of the Santa Ana wind events, the magnitude of the fire, even when you've got all the resources right there to jump on top of it as quickly as you can.
Just as you said it, sir, it's that wild card of the Santa Ana winds, that red flag warning. I mean, with these gusts of 50 to 80 miles an hour, it's really unpredictable. As many as of the strike teams and the pre-deployed assets that we had throughout the county, including the Santa Clarita Valley as well as here is Malibu and along the 101 corridor, we prepped for this, but Mother Nature has a mind of its own, obviously. We do our very best, and we pre-deploy units in the most strategic places that we know of, and we just try to hold on and do our best here. We're doing what we can with what we have, and making a great effort.
Well, we appreciate everything that you're doing, Jonathan, and we certainly wish you all the best for tonight and in the coming days. And thank you so much for taking the time to speaking with us tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have a good night.
All right. You too, sir. And okay, Evelyn Taft, talked about, you know, they could do so much, but Mother Nature seems to have a mind of her own. And it's not very much, you know, you try to plan as much as possible, but as we have seen since this fire broke out and since we've been on it a little past 11, it's just, it's shifting, and we think it's going where it doesn't, where we think it's not going to go, and it does the exact opposite.
Right, that's exactly right. And there's one more sort of a monkey wrench here, because I was just speaking to the National Weather Service in Oxnard, and I was looking at some of the weather stations wondering what feels a little windier out there. It feels like it's coming from a different direction. And they actually confirmed that some of the weather stations that we're looking at in our network, the fire's actually messing with the stations as a result of the heat. Yeah, the thermodynamics there. So some reporting stations on the fire lines really just off because of the thermodynamics. So it's just something to keep in mind, but I am getting a look at current conditions. This is a little sort of ways off, but a little lower in altitude, but it's pretty accurate. We are looking at northeasterly winds, sustained at 18 miles per hour, gusts at 31 miles per hour in the higher elevations, of course, and on the ridge tops there, we are looking at a completely different story. And we were just talking about how fire creates its own forecast sometimes, and certainly that could happen. Just the clouds of smoke can produce and really even cool the environment in some cases. Not the case right now, but it could create its own weather. I mean, in some instances, even thunderstorms and tornado-like whirls. We call that, you know, a fire-nado. You may have heard that term before. But in this case, I mean, we really are looking at just gusty conditions, of course, really impressive conditions on the fire lines there. I will tell you the satellite is really impressive as well, and it's giving back data, basically giving us a very high fire temperature because there's just fuels that haven't burned in so long. So really it is the perfect storm for this fire, as far as the dry brush, the fuel that hasn't burned in such a long time. And then on top of that, you know, we've got single-digit relative humidity and really gusty conditions. So here's another thing that I was discussing with the Weather Service. I mean, we were talking about this sort of a tick down in winds and this onshore flow that could be coming in the morning. That's what the forecast is giving us. It's not quite making sense climatologically speaking, but it at this point does look like we could get some of that onshore flow in the morning. We're just sort of waiting to get that confirmation. But at this point, forecast models are trending onshore a bit. But it does seem climatologically off because we're sort of in the middle of this intense Santa Ana event that's going to last at least through Wednesday, and for some even Thursday as far as critical fire conditions go. So we'll see if this forecast maintains through the mornings. We sure hope it does, because it'll bring relative humidity up, especially in the afternoon hours. It'll push the offshore flow away for us. And we've been talking about the direction of the fire, where it's moving, of course, where the fire is moving, where the smoke is moving. And generally speaking, we are getting confirmation it is moving to the southwest. So not just the south, but the southwest, because it is a northeasterly wind. So it is moving to the southwest. And at this point, it really is a wind-driven fire, and our satellite is confirming that, and National Weather Service also confirming that this is certainly a wind-driven fire right now. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we are looking at calmer winds later in the day and even by tomorrow night, so that's good news. But we're expecting much drier air by tomorrow evening. Doesn't feel like it could get much drier, but it is. I mean, we are talking bone dry, could get down to the single digits as low as numbers like 2%, I mean, which is just non-existent at this point. So it's going to be a long haul here. I do want to show you a couple more graphics while I have you, and I do want to show you those wind gusts right now. So Malibu coming in at 23 miles per hour, but you know, as we were just looking at the other observation point with 31 miles per hour, and some observations showing us 40 to 50 miles per hour. And remember, we're sort of getting skewed data if we are closer to the fire. That's where the thermodynamics are just full blast, just messing with the fire stations there. But you will see as we move into Simi Valley, Camarillo, 52 mile per hour winds, Camarillo 44. I'm pointing this out because these are all areas that are under that PDS, that particularly dangerous situation that was issued by the National Weather Service. The last time we saw something like this, you know, that was the mountain fire, and it was quite a significant fire. So National Weather Service did issue this PDS, and the areas that you're seeing these wind gusts really coming through, those are the areas that are under that particularly dangerous situation, that PDS. It's the Santa Clarita Valley to Malibu at this point, to the coast. So let's take a closer look right here at our fire weather outlook. You will see the pink area on your screen, extreme. So we are in extreme territory, Malibu into Ventura County, into the I-5 corridor, the 14 right there as well. So we're really keeping a close eye on all of Southern California, but that pink area, that is extreme as far as your fire weather outlook goes and extreme fire danger goes through tomorrow, really. And I do want to take a look at your wind futurecast. Really, this is sort of mapping it out for us first thing in the morning when we're hoping to get that onshore push. At this point, this particular forecast model is still showing us very much offshore winds taking place. At 6 tomorrow morning, we could see 50+ mile per hour wind gusts indicated by the purple on your screen. That's right. So purple is indicative of 50+ mile per hour wind gusts. Could even see some isolated gusts upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour. That's certainly not out of the question. The red on your screen, well, 40 mile per hour wind gusts, the orange 20, but really you'll see everybody through Ventura County and really at county line into Malibu affected by extreme wind and extreme fire danger. 9:30 tomorrow morning, again, we're really not letting up much. The San Gabriel's affected now at this point as well, so really anything could just, any little fire really could just blow up, and that's essentially what we've been looking at tonight. I do want to focus your attention to Orange County and also the IE, because it really all 5 counties are affected here. It's really not just LA and Ventura County. That's where it's more extreme, but we are looking at, you know, really red flag conditions across most of Southern California, through Orange County as well, through the IE as well. Everybody experiencing wind and just extremely low relative humidity. The fact that it's getting down to 2%, I mean, in isolated spots, that is just such a rarity. I mean, it's very low. And finally, I'm going to stop the clock tomorrow night. So this is, I would say, this time tomorrow night, but we're way past the 11:15 mark. It is now 2 a.m. But 11:15 tomorrow night, we are expecting to see some severe wind continue. I mean, it's not letting up, really, through Ventura County, through the Santa Clarita Valley, through parts of Malibu. So this will be a long stretch. We are under red flag conditions. Really, we should be using extreme caution with anything that can spark wildfire, of course. We're already now hours into the Franklin fire, and we will continue to monitor conditions on the fire lines for you. But for now, Pat, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Ev. And as you say, this is going to be around. This will be with us for a while, and we're certainly looking forward to those morning hours as soon as we can see some daylight and we can get some of those larger fixed-wing aircraft on top of this fire. Right now, though, we're going to go back out to our Tom Waite. Tom, I'm looking at a picture now. Well, now we see this, the mountainside with the fire, but before we were, it looked like that Chevron gas station, right? That's your location. So this is right above there.
That's right. Yep. We have a huge fleet of fire trucks, of engines heading north right now to an area where the conditions, first of all, are just awful right now. The winds have really picked up. I mean, it is brutal, and you can see flames are absolutely raging right now from our vantage point. I mean, getting far worse than they were just a few minutes ago. I mean, I see flames getting much closer to where we are. It's horrific, Pat. I mean, it's awful. And I can see the hillside from where I'm standing just going up. I mean, so we're at Webb Way and PCH. There's a water dropping helicopter up, but I don't see how it could drop anything that would hit the ground. It's just going to blow the water. I mean, it's maybe, who knows what they're able to do, but it is the gusts of wind right now. I don't know if you can hear them, but they are so powerful and relentless at this point. It was calm a few minutes ago, and then just out of nowhere, it's going strong, and I mean it's knocking me over a little bit. That's how bad it is. So we are seeing, a squadron really of fire trucks headed toward the north right now on PCH. I see that fire, the chopper up too, the water dropping chopper. It looks to me like it's just shining a spotlight on different areas. I don't know if it's providing some sort of air support for firefighters. I can't see that it's dropping any water, and if it is, it must just be sort of dissipating or being diffused in the air. But it's circling right now an area around just to the north and to the west of us. Oh. Okay, sorry. We got people trying to get in and out here.
Okay, can you describe when you say people are trying to get in where, Tom?
Yeah, so there's just people trying to get in and out of the. Oh, you can back up. You can back up. It's fine. Sorry, we had a little bit of a tiny chaotic situation. I actually just spoke with a resident here right before we came on, Pat. He was showing me his Ring doorbell camera video. His home is not far from where we are. On as I said, Webb Way and PCH, and the Ring doorbell video, the cameras, the security cameras, were showing what looked like flames getting very close to his home. Obviously very unnerving for this man. Anyone, as we've discussed, who's been through these fires before, we know how scary they can be. And he was showing me that video, and obviously feeling very helpless. He wants to protect his home, but that's the thing. When it's like this, when the conditions are like this, you can't do anything. You have to let firefighters do their job, because it's not just a bit of flame and smoke. It is a wall of fire and smoke when the conditions are like this.
Okay, I believe we lost Tom's audio again. Mike, are you back, Tom?
Are we back?
Yeah,
we back?
We lost you for a minute.
Yeah. What keeps happening is our transmitter keeps blowing over, and I'm trying to hold it in place. So, yeah, I don't know if it's probably hard to tell from the camera vantage point. Oh my! Whoa!
Tom, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm trying to stay vertical here. But yeah, the flames are getting closer. They're blowing south, it looks like, at this point. They're coming closer to us. The view you're looking at is to the north, and so that's what you're seeing on your screen right now. And those flames were not as widespread just a few minutes ago as they are right now. That is a big change from just a few minutes. And I do see, once again, there's a fire. There's a chopper up, but I just can't make out that it's dropping anything. I don't know if it's just doing surveillance, sort of reconnaissance. It's hard to tell from where we are. Oh my gosh! Wow. And yeah, I mean, I can only imagine what the firefighters are up against if they are on a fire line right now, because I'm having a hard time standing up, and I'm a fairly stocky guy.
Well, Tom, we want you to be.
You can only imagine what firefighters are doing.
We want you to be.
We're good. I'm good. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's kind of difficult to hear you too, and of course that's because of the wind blowing as hard as it is. And that's what we were talking about earlier in the evening, Tom, with Mike. when you say it's getting closer, that's probably embers that are being blown around there, that's getting closer or coming down the hillside, because we didn't see this earlier.
No, and that's right too, Pat. I mean, you bring up a good point. When all those embers start blowing around, I mean, it's just more fuel. It's more trigger for this dry brush, this terrain that we talked about that has not burned in a long time in these particular spots. So you have the double sort of factors here. You have the incredibly difficult challenge of fighting a fire with gusting winds the way they are, and then you have, as you said, those embers just being whipped around and jumping from one spot to another in what feels like light speed and setting another fire. And so it's like this situation of fire whack-a-mole, and we do see that chopper is still up. It must be very challenging conditions for the pilots of these choppers right now, because it is incredibly windy right now. I'm trying to turn my back to the wind so that I can speak to you so you don't hear the full force of it. But I'm going to turn into it just so you can hear a little bit.
Wow. Well, we hear it. We hear it, Tom.
Yeah. So I'm turning my back a bit right now, so that I can sort of shield the mic from the wind, because obviously you won't be able to hear me if I put the mic into the wind. But yeah, you get a sense just from probably hearing the wind hitting the microphone, just what we're up against.
Well, I'm looking at your camera. You're the photographer who's shooting with you right now, and
Yeah.
Oh, Lori. Okay. Well, hey, Lori.
Yeah.
But we didn't notice this before. This just, we see it on the hillside behind you, but this is a separate area. Exactly. This is what I guess you would call a spot fire. But at the same time, it looks pretty big.
Yeah, it is. And it keeps moving, and I'm sure what obviously the wind fueling it with the dry brush, but also the erratic nature of these winds. We'll be standing here for a few minutes, and we won't see anything. Like from the smoke will shift, so it covers the flames, and all of a sudden you just see darkness, and it's just black. And then a couple minutes later, you have a situation where the wind shifts and it blows. Like right now, it's not hard for me to breathe. Like right now, where I'm standing, I can smell the smoke still, but the smoke is not blowing into our faces, into our eyes right now. It's hard to describe. It's so manic, and so. And if I turned right now, you would not. The intense wind right now is so powerful. If I turned right now into the wind, it would be impossible to hear me. That's how strong the winds are right now.
Tom, we could see.
So, yeah.
No, I was just saying we saw that firefighter there, right? But in your shot, are there other people? I noticed that last time we talked with you, you had people that were showing up that were trying to leave or trying to figure out where to go. In fact, some seem to be kind of stuck in a situation where they were behind you. Do you see more people that are trying to navigate where to go, or are they clustered? Are they in a crowd, or what's going on around you?
They were stopping here, I think, at first because the gas station had generator power for a few minutes, and now that there's no power, and I think because the situation has become so much more dire, there are fewer people stopping in this area than there were before. But yeah, this was kind of a place. People just look shell-shocked when they show up here. They look like frantic, and of course, how would they not be? It's 2 a.m, and there's a raging inferno burning here in Malibu, and it's so, and you see the terror on their faces, quite frankly. I tried to speak with another woman a few minutes ago, and understandably, I think we were live, and I walked up to her, and she just, understandably said, I can't do that right now. And who could blame her, right? We always, unfortunately, have to, on these situations, have to approach people in very unfortunate situations, but sometimes it's the best way for us to get people's stories out to be able to say, okay, tell me what you saw, what you heard, where you were. But we also, of course, completely understand when it's just not, a situation where they feel that they're in a spot where they want to do that. But you can still see it in their faces. That tells a story right there to me. And just that gentleman I was talking about earlier showing me his Ring doorbell camera video of the fire appearing to get very close to his home. What looked, we couldn't see flames on the video, but you could see, sort of that glow that could have been the fire. And certainly we could see that, as you talked about, Pat, those embers blowing around all that. I mean, like almost like snow is what it kind of looked like on his camera. And so I think everyone right now who has evacuated, thank goodness they have, obviously they're just thinking about, what is happening up in the hills near my home. And, from this vantage point, obviously, nothing good is the short answer, because there's no way with these conditions that there's only so much firefighters can do. I mean, if you pointed a fire hose into the wind right now, I wonder where the water would go. It's that powerful, even with the pressure they have in the hoses and their equipment. Their Mother Nature is just unleashing her full wrath right now, and it is making it just a horrible challenge for firefighters, Pat.
Yeah, well, we're looking at that shot behind you as that fire is burning that hillside there. At first, I thought it was almost pinpointed to be a tree, and Mike said, "Nah, no, Pat, that's a hillside."
Yeah.
So the whole, incredible.
I'm looking now. I had my head turned for a second, Pat, because I'm trying to avoid the wind. But yeah, I just see what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Another scene setter, if you will, for us, Tom. You said that the gas station, I guess they lost power, but are there still people there? I have a picture in my mind of, wow, I wonder if they're just handing out maybe some, little snacks or water to people who may need it. Or is that not the case?
Yeah, that was the case a short time ago, but I think once the generator gave out, that was sort of the moment where the gentleman who was running the shop kind of he decided to go. And obviously, I don't want to worry anybody, but a gas station probably isn't the safest place to be in a big fire. So maybe that's why he left. But firefighters are actually here staging as well. Not as many now because they all just went. I think we were live when they all went flying toward that big inferno that we saw. It does look like, at least from that first shot, not the one you're looking at right now is getting worse. The other shot, it looks like the flames are laying down a little bit. They're still burning quite brightly, but it looks like, at least from that north shot that we're looking at, you're looking more east right now, east, north, and east. But the one we were looking at before, which was north, that looks like a little bit, because from one spot to the next, yeah, that's good, Lori, let's show that. You can see that's a little bit better. I mean, it's still horrible, but it's not as raging as it was just a few moments ago. So possibly in that spot, maybe the winds aren't as bad as they are where I'm standing, because where I'm standing, if I turn my head right now, you wouldn't be able to hear me. It's just, the wind from what I can tell right now is blasting to the west based on the direction of the trees I see blowing right now. Mm-hmm. The palm trees are horizontal, the leaves, the branches. I mean, that's how hard the wind is blowing. It looks like it's going west from what I can tell right now, which, I don't know for firefighters what would be more advantageous for them. I mean, I'm sure obviously less wind is better, but I don't know if it helps or hurts them depending on the direction that it's blowing. But from what I can tell, at least in this particular spot, the wind is blasting very much in a westerly direction.
Well, you know what, Tom? Tell Lori thank you for showing us the movement that she provided. That gives us a big perspective as to how much this fire is burning and how intense this fire is burning. And you know what? We're going to go to Mike Longers now.
It's going far south, too. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Mike has an update for us, I'm sure, on acreage. And, of course, we've been talking to Evelyn about the direction of this fire, which is the thing that's making it so difficult, Mike. It's just going in different directions.
Well, and we're getting to a point here where it's really all over the place. I want to ask Justin real quick. I want to give some reference to where Tom is and where kind of the edge of this fire is. So the pier is here. Tom's truck is parked essentially right here, right where that X is. And I want to show you that because I want you to note that Tom is there, and look where the contingency of fire helicopters kind of is. They're even all up in here. So as much as flame as we're seeing from where Tom is, the fire helicopters rather, are focusing in some of the other areas. So it's not even the worst of where Tom is. And I'll click on one of them here because I want to show you kind of their flight paths here. They've been kind of all over the place, but primarily, look, this area up here is where the helicopters have really been hitting. And that's not even really that close to where Tom is. Tom's back down here on PCH near, I'm trying to fix that one more time, but Tom's back down here on PCH near Pepperdine. So while we're seeing crazy flame activity where Tom is, a big chunk of the fire that the aerial assets are focusing on are up in this area, which is much further from where Tom is. So we're getting to a situation where the fire is just kind of all over the place at this point.
Now, are you not showing us Sarah Retreat?
So, okay, so Sarah Retreat is going to be down here. Let me get in there a little bit closer. Okay. Sarah Retreat, and I have an update. I'm glad you asked about that, Pat. Sarah Retreat is going to be down in here in the Palm Canyon area, Sarah Road. That's this area right here. Now, we reached out to Sarah Retreat. We did hear back from them, and I can tell you that they all evacuated safely. So Sarah Retreat got back to us. Tom from Sarah Retreat told us that they all evacuated safely, but there is fire on their property. They say there are fire engines there. They don't know the status of their building, of their property, but they did all get out safely. Pat, really quickly, because Tom's on PCH, I want to show you some video, and Justin, if we can pull that up. Really harrowing video. This is from an independent photographer that is driving up in the canyons, and I just want you to kind of watch and even listen to this as he drives through here. It is terrifying. This is why there are evacuation orders.
It's hellish.
It's hellish.
That's
this is not something that anybody should be driving through at all. It's a very dangerous situation. The photographer said that they shot this as they were trying to find their escape route. But look, I mean, it's even difficult to see where the road is.
And you know, obviously, yeah, they were trying to escape because I can imagine firefighters letting them get through if they were, you know, to see them. I'm sure they would have turned them back around.
Right. But look at that. Look at the embers that are just...
Well, not necessarily turn them back around, but just like get the heck out of here.
Get out of here, yeah. And the embers are just, it's really wild how much it overtakes it. The smoke, the embers, you know, it's like driving in fog with your headlights on. The light just reflects back off of the smoke there. It makes it really difficult to see. You can see they ended up getting through it here and they are safe. But really kind of harrowing video here.
Absolutely.
And that's even further up in the canyons. And here's some more video that they shot. But I just wanted to give you that perspective because you've got Tom there from PCH where he's seeing what he's seeing. And then you've got this whole other intense, crazy firefight going on in the canyons.
That's just incredible. You know, when you see something like that and you think, well, the tires could catch on fire, anything, right?
I mean, cars could melt over with that intense heat.
Yes.
It's just, your access could get blocked. All it takes, Pat, and you even saw it, all it takes is one power line or one power pole, one small tree to lay across the road, and that's your only escape.
And you talk about ignition.
Right.
Right? With the dry temperatures there, forget about it.
Yep.
Well, we're glad that they got out safely, and we're certainly, you know, we're very thankful to getting those pictures to give us another perspective as to what's going on out there. But but the most important part, we want people to be safe. Whether you're working this fire or, you know, you live in the area, we want people to be safe and to be very mindful of what's happening around them. So we're looking at pictures again. That must be from Tom's camera. However, we do have another of our co-workers on the ground. Tina Patel is in Malibu Canyon. And Tina, if you can give us your exact location.
Hey guys, we are on PCH and Civic Center Way. This is just a little bit farther up PCH from where Tom Waite was, and we just moved a little bit closer to kind of see this hillside that is on fire. What Tom was telling you is really what we're seeing. The winds are just really gusting, and just in the few minutes that we've been here, we've actually watched these flames actually jump PCH, and they look like they're now on both sides of the freeway. So when we were driving up PCH, they're going to have the road closed off right at Topanga, so they're not letting anybody in there. What we will say is that you can see the fire from miles away, even like the Santa Monica area. You can see that the fire is on that hillside, and as you get closer, it's just the smoke takes over. When we were probably, I think, in the area around the Malibu Pier is where it was just really thick. You couldn't see anything. Now, the good news is, I guess, because of the time of day, there's not a lot of people on the road. So that's the good news. We don't want people coming into this area. Firefighters are trying to get people out, if anything. I think the thing is it's hard to tell exactly where the fire is burning, where it's safe for people to try to evacuate, because it is so dark. There's not a lot of power here. And then in those areas where it's really smoky, it's kind of hard to tell, like, am I safer trying to go north, trying to go east or south? The canyon roads, I believe, are all closed, so I don't think you want to use any of those. But it really is kind of just this happening so late at night, so many people asleep, I'm sure. Then the power going out. There was periods where and I'm sorry, it's just the wind is making it a little hard to talk, but we were having trouble with our cell signal for some of the time when we were driving. And Tony, that's a concern, is people might be getting up knowing that this is here, but then not being able to turn on the news or get a clear service. But where we are thinking we're probably going to have to move pretty close, pretty soon, because the wind is really moving this fire along. We are a little bit of a distance from where this hillside is on fire, but it looks like it's kind of moving towards us. So we're probably going to pack up here and try to get a little bit of a distance away from here. But again, the wind is really a concern this morning, and that's what firefighters are going to be dealing with. I heard one helicopter in the air a little bit earlier, but it didn't look like that they were able to do drops just with this kind of wind. So we'll keep an eye on this situation. We're going to try to get to a safer spot, and then we'll check back in with you.
All right, Tina, that's the first at mine, of course, is for you and your crew to be safe. And from what you've described, when you said it's jumped the freeway, that's a big concern, because that means it would be burning down to the ocean, the natural extinguisher. But at the same time, that also makes this fire even more dangerous. So, Tina, thank you for that report. And Mike, you heard what Tina just said. And in looking at her pictures, that's just terrific. And the fact that it has jumped Malibu Canyon, I mean, PCH.
That's worst case scenario, to be honest. I mean, that's where we get, it's out of room, but we all know PCH, and we know that if it jumped PCH, that strip right there is all occupied. That's all homes. That's not just empty land that's right there. There's obviously things that are there to burn, which is a huge concern, and it jumping PCH is obviously really, really not good.
No, and we want to make sure, I know you're working the phones.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to confirm, get as much information as we can when it comes to that, because that's even cutting off a lot of even getting in or out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if PCH is already closed, which is a concern, and I'm just listening to some of the radio traffic about the other evacuation areas that they're starting to want to work on. And let me see if they've updated any of those really quickly here, Pat, while we're talking. Let's see. So no, all of the evacuations for now have stayed the same. And Justin, if you can inset my computer here, just really quickly, I just want to show everybody how far north some of the voluntary evacuations have gotten now. We're all the way up into Malibu Creek State Park, is where some of the northern edge of the evacuation warning is. Malibu Creek State Park is here. So look, I mean, we're not far now at all from the 101. That's where we're headed with this thing. And again, the red is the mandatory. The red is the mandatory evacuation zone. The yellow is the voluntary. You've got these three zones that are in the mandatory, and that's Pepperdine. Tom and Tina are both where that mandatory evacuation area is. And I think, there we go. Where Tom and Tina are both where that mandatory evacuation area is. This is Point Doom, which we talked about, is under the voluntary evacuation order.
All of Point Doom.
All of Point Doom. But now look how far north we're getting with the voluntary evacuation zone as well. So it's obviously very concerning. They're talking about bringing dozers in. I mean, there's nothing that they're not throwing at this thing to try to get it under control.
But we know how earlier we were talking about how difficult it would be, well, at least where the Sarah retreat area was in terms of the bulldozers. But now, when we're looking at that picture, Mike, and to keep this, possibly contain it from spreading further and reaching the 101 more, they can certainly use them in those areas. Would you say?
Yeah, certainly. And there are some more flat areas, right, that they can even get into some of the neighborhoods or things like that. But to the north, yeah, I mean, Malibu is such a tricky area because it's so canyony, right? But to the north, they can use some of those things. Even in certain areas on the south where it just gets a little bit more flat, where you can bring in some of those dozers. Those dozers can really do some incredible work to build fire breaks. It's just so difficult when everything is so all over the place right now. And I'll show you real quick again here too. Sorry, Justin, to make you bounce back and forth, but I'll show you here real quick too, just the aircraft map here where we've got all these, here, look, here's the two Chinooks. They're over this neighborhood up here, the Saddle Peak Road. This is all homes. This is all communities here. You've got Copter 15 here that's been doing these drops back and forth. Copter 14's been going back and forth. This is Copter 22. That's the helicopter that Tom was seeing that was super low to him. And you can see this is when it was in that area. It was dipping in to Pepperdine here. This is the lake at Pepperdine where they've been grabbing water out of and kind of moving around. So, I mean, look, just the sheer size of land that these helicopters are trying to cover really just shows you how intense things are.
No question. Can't wait to get those DC tankers in there.
As soon as daylight happens. Super scoopers, yeah.
Everything. Well, you know what? You mentioned Tom's cameras, so we're going to go back to Tom on the ground. I'm just wondering, Tom, have you moved your position? And we know Tina Patel, we spoke to her just a moment ago, and they had to move. They had to leave. She said the fire had actually jumped PCH.
And that does not surprise me because remember we were talking about how the fire was moving west. Well, you're looking at the fire right across the street from us now. That huge glow, that was nothing before. But I also want to tell you one other detail, and this is very unfortunate, is that I just spoke with the high-ranking fire official here that's on the scene. And he wouldn't go into detail, but he just told me that homes are burning. He wouldn't tell me where or how many, but that's all he told me. And he looked like there was a look on his face of exasperation. And quite frankly, I rarely see that look on people's faces on the scene when you talk to fire officials. He looked extremely concerned, and he just said they're burning right now. And I wish I could be more specific, but he could not provide me with anything else besides that. But I'm relaying that because it was from a high-ranking fire official here on the scene. But yes, I'm not surprised to hear that Tina had to move because actually, look, we can show you some of the flames from kind of in that area where she was, and the fire is moving. It looks like it's moving west. The like I said, those palm fronds are basically horizontal. The leaves are just blowing so hard to the west. That it does not surprise me at all. And you can see right now there's a number of fire and police personnel changing positions right now. They're moving up Webb Way right now. You can see that's what you're looking at right now. And as the wind does blow more west, it does become more and more challenging to breathe. But these conditions just are so volatile. Like I said, just manic. It feels like from one moment to the next. But what's really fascinating and terrifying is just that what you're looking at right now. Those flames were not there a few moments ago. Those are moving fast, and they are moving west. And that's why Tina was in a different spot, but she was facing the same sort of challenge that we are obviously facing, but we're a little bit more protected where we are compared to where she was, as Mike was kind of laying out the maps, the map of where the fire is burning. So, it looks, there's so much fire, there's so much flame. If I look south, if I look north, I see fire, I see glowing red, or even scarier, you see pitch black. And it's not the normal sort of night black, it's like smoke black. So yeah, exactly. But right now, for just this moment, the wind has completely settled down. I mean, this is the first time in about, 20 minutes, half hour, where we've had, in our particular spot, very little wind right now.
Well, can you tell if helicopters are dropping more water? Are they taking advantage of that or able to, Tom?
You know what, Pat? That's a great question. I don't think so. I don't, from my perspective, from this point, I do not see any. I don't see any fire personnel in the air. I don't see any choppers. From this particular perspective, but with as much smoke and ash that's out here, it could be obscuring maybe some of those firefighters, some of the choppers that could be up. But I don't hear any either. It's eerily silent where I'm standing right now, because the wind died down a little bit. It's still blowing, but it's died down a little bit, and it is that sort of eerie is the only way to describe it. It's just kind of this eerie silence. Firefighters just sort of flew up the hill, Webb Way, and then you see a lot of movements. I don't want to call it scrambling, but probably to some extent it is, because they've got to move from one place to another as these conditions shift. So. And again, it's just speaking about how rapidly the conditions change. Though that big sort of glowing ball of fire right across the street seems to be sort of laying down a little bit. Maybe that's because we're not seeing the same windy conditions. But it's not like there isn't any wind. It's there. It's just not as powerful as it was, just a few minutes ago, which of course we're very grateful for. But also I think, it just depends on where you're standing. From one area to the next along PCH and up into the canyons, it can change, right? I mean, the conditions just seem so rapidly volatile in the way that they shift from one moment to the next. But man, yeah, it looks like that fire. It looks like it's. Lori, does that look like it's crossing PCH right there? It's hard to tell. It looks very near it looks like it's on the side of the road.
Wow.
And then you see some firefighters are going that way now.
Well, Tom, the information that we got from you in particular about that homes have burned, then that's, we were hoping we didn't hear that information, but we know how difficult it is out there for firefighters, even, to do their structure protection. And you know what? If that's what it is, then we're grateful that you didn't tell us anything about loss of life, and we certainly hope that we don't hear anything like that. I'm going to let you hold on for a second, and we're going to talk over your shot or over Lori's picture, Tom, because we want to bring back in Mike. Mike has some updated information for us.
Yeah, and actually, Pat, Tom's video is incredible here, but if we can, I want to show you, I got video, this is from a student inside Pepperdine's library. This is where they were supposed to evacuate to, right? This is the shelter in place. Now,
the picture on the right.
The picture on the right is from Pepperdine. This is inside of a building. Look at that. They can see the wall of flames from outside of the window at Pepperdine. Watch, you'll see this camera, the clip, it'll zoom in one more time here, and look at that. That is flames that those students are staring down while sitting inside of Pepperdine. I asked the person, it's his sister who I'm communicating with, Anthony Lima is inside there. She tells me he's an RA. I said, does he have a second to talk to us on the phone? And she said, no, he's dealing with the chaos. It's crazy in there. They're trying to coordinate all of this. So, but I wanted to show you, because we've been talking so much about Pepperdine, I just wanted to show you, these are what the students are seeing from inside of Pepperdine, inside of that library now early this morning, as they try to shelter in place and hunker down there and deal with what's going on around them.
And hopefully, obviously it's very frightening for them, but sheltering in place, we hope that's the best place that they can be, because quite frankly, the people that we've talked to on the roads or on the street, they don't know exactly where to go themselves. Right. Where can they go? We know Las Virgenes, Malibu Canyon, that's closed, so you certainly can't.
PCH is now closed.
Absolutely.
Our Tom Wade and Tina Patel both telling us that the fire has jumped PCH, and that's cutting off that evacuation route. I mean, look, Malibu Canyon's closed up to Las Virgenes. PCH is closed. I mean, if you haven't gotten out already.
They should be in the best area right now.
Right, certainly. If any of these kids or staff or whoever wanted to get out and wanted to evacuate Pepperdine, that time has passed, because now their routes out of Pepperdine are all kind of blocked at this point. So the best thing they can do is sit tight in that community and trust Pepperdine's plan, trust LA County Fire's plan as we look at the scorched earth there that is happening in Malibu.
I'm hoping that we are able to confirm quickly about that fire jumping PCH. We've heard from a couple of our reporters, Tina and of course Tom, and Tom said it looked like right in front of him that it had jumped at the point where he was. So just wondering if we can get some confirmation on if it has or not.
Yeah, and I'm listening to some of the radio traffic here, and that's certainly a concern. Their concern also is all the real estate the fire has to the north, where it's starting to burn as well. So, you know, if it did jump PCH, it's probably in that area of Malibu Lagoon, near the pier. You know, some of those homes, and again, that's all homes right there, Pat. I mean, anything south of PCH, it's populated by homes. And if Tom's telling us, you know, that a high-ranking fire official is telling him homes are burning, that's probably where that was happening.
Yeah, that's a lot of real estate over there. Okay, well, Mike, we're going to toss to Evelyn, who's going to give us an update on weather conditions with Ev. You know, we've been listening to Tom talking about the winds kicking up and then laying down just in like the 5 minutes that he was on the air. So
I was so relieved to hear that.
Yes, indeed.
I know it's brief. I know it's just a respite. I know that it's not going to really be sustained as far as the calmer conditions go. But just hearing Tom saying, oh, wow, it finally got calm, you know, we'll hold on to sort of anything we can get from Mother Nature tonight. I will tell you there's still a chance that we could get that onshore wind first thing in the morning. We're still really sussing that out because climatologically speaking, it doesn't really look like that's really part of our weather pattern here because we're in such a strong offshore pattern currently. But of course, if that happens, we will take it because that'll just help relative humidity come up for us as we head into tomorrow afternoon. And that's what we need because we are talking bone dry conditions. As we look at the conditions right now, you'll see humidity's at 19% in Malibu, but we could see relative humidity drop as low as 2%. We've got drier air actually filtering in, coming in tomorrow night. So even though the winds will get calmer by tomorrow night, the air will only get drier. The good news tonight is temperatures really aren't that warm. We're at 63 degrees, or the feel like temperature is 63. It's really 65 degrees. And by tomorrow, we'll see 60s. Across the rest of Southern California, we could start to see 70s. So it's not a particularly hot or warm day. And really, by the time we get any daytime heating in the afternoon hours, we're going to start to see the winds get a little calmer. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here wind gust-wise. We're looking at 36-mile-per-hour winds as we head to the Ojai Valley. Camarillo, 44. Simi Valley, 52. Malibu, 23 miles per hour. Fullerton, yes, I'm taking you to Orange County because we are looking at high wind warnings and red flag warnings as well. So really, we're watching all of Southern California tonight. But the bullseye where that statement was issued, that particularly dangerous situation, that PDS from the National Weather Service. This is particularly for Ventura County. It's particularly for parts of LA County as well. And really what you're looking at, this entire area from Simi to Camarillo, Malibu, Santa Clarita. So it's the Santa Clarita Valley, it's Ventura County, it's the Santa Monica Mountain Range into Malibu. So those are the areas of high concern as we move through tomorrow, as we move through Wednesday. Because remember, those red flag warnings will remain in effect at least through Wednesday evening. And even after they expire, we still could see offshore conditions and some form of fire danger through our Thursday. The weather outlook today, there's that bullseye we were just talking about. That's where we're really looking at the most critical conditions fire-wise. That's indicated by the pink on your screen, but pretty much everybody under either critical or extreme fire danger, just a sliver under elevated, and really just at the immediate coastline along the PV Peninsula is where we're actually not looking at any critical conditions. But of course, everybody in the high desert as well, anybody really looking at wind, dry conditions, a fire could really break out anywhere, but the pink highlighting is really the bullseye, and that's what we're looking out for. So as we get a look at your wind futurecast, you will see your hour-by-hour forecast showing you, yes, that wind continuing to come in through parts of the Santa Clarita Valley, Ventura County, Malibu, the immediate coastline county line. This is where it's going to be the worst. Along the 118 corridor into Simi Valley as well. Also along the 210 corridor, that could certainly be a concern. The San Gabriels tomorrow become a concern for us as well. And we're also concerned about the 14 as you make your way out of the Santa Clarita Valley. It's going to be particularly windy by late morning, by late afternoon. Take a look. We're still looking at windy conditions through Ventura and LA counties once we take it to Orange County and the IE. And this is really affecting 5 counties. It is a pretty significant event for us. I'm going to finally stop the clock Wednesday at midnight. Remember, we're going to be done with the red flag warnings by Wednesday at midnight, but by Thursday, we're still expecting to see some of that wind. It's really not quitting along the Ventura County coastal plain into the interior portions of Ventura County and the Santa Clarita Valley. So we're really going to continue to see these winds persist as we move through your Wednesday and possibly even into your Thursday. So wind will continue to be an issue. Relative humidity will continue to be an issue as well. We're expecting single-digit relative humidity. It's going to really be that way at least through tomorrow. In fact, we've got drier air that's going to continue to come in as we move into tomorrow, tomorrow evening and tomorrow again, really Wednesday. So it's drier tomorrow night than it is tonight, but the winds, they're peaking tonight. They're peaking through tonight and they're peaking through tomorrow morning. So really this is the worst of it. I know Tom Waite mentioned earlier we kind of got a little bit of a respite in the wind. We will take every little break we can get, but for the most part, this is really the peak of the event. We are in it right now wind-wise, and of course relative humidity-wise, it's only going to get drier as we move into tomorrow. We can just keep our fingers crossed that the forecast really is accurate when it comes to that onshore flow, but that's something that we're going to keep an eye on. And meteorologist Marina Jurica is here as well, and she's going to be keeping an eye on it for us as well shortly. For now, though, Amanda, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Evelyn, thank you so much. Obviously, the weather playing a major role in this fire burning in Malibu right now.
That was your one.
I'm Amanda Starantino, taking place, who's been covering the fire all night. So here's the latest on what's being called the Franklin Fire that is burning in Malibu, 3 miles north of PCH. So far, it has burned at least 853 acres with evacuations in place for Sarah Retreat, east of Malibu Canyon Road, south of Piuma Road and Tuna Canyon to Puerco Canyon. Pepperdine University has activated its shelter-in-place protocol, with students and staff being told to head to the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. There are some road closures on PCH at Las Flores to Corral Canyon, Las Virgenes from Mulholland to PCH, and Malibu Canyon Road from Piuma Road to PCH. There's a large animal evacuation site at Palisades Recreation Center on 851 Alma Real Drive. A large animal shelter is also available at Pierce College and Woodland Hills on 6201 Winnetka Avenue at Victory Boulevard. All right, let's bring in Tina Patel, who is live on the scene right now. Tina, what are you seeing? What can you tell us over there?
Yeah, we are on PCH and Civic Center Way, and behind me we've been watching this hillside just kind of burn through. There is one structure that's over here. It does not look like it has been affected yet, and we're trying to identify exactly what kind of structure it is. But that's what we're keeping our eyes on. But Linda is with me. Unfortunately, Linda just evacuated her home, which is in Sarah Retreat. Tell me, I guess, what you've been going through the last few hours. You were kind of saying it's still all happening so quickly. It's hard to process.
It is. It's happening so quickly. You know, I'm worried about 2 horses that I left in there. I know the house is gone. I went back in there and to try to find the horses, but it was too dangerous. We had to just get out of there as quickly as we could and follow the sheriffs out. And I was able to save 1 horse. I got the family out of the house, and this is where I'm at. I was trying to get to Point Dume right now, and the road is closed because the fire from Pepperdine crossed over to the beach. And right now, I just heard that the pier over here got fired too. So we're kind of sitting in the middle.
And Linda, it wasn't your house, but you said your boss's house.
My boss, correct.
And I'm guessing, I can't imagine what it was like to see that and to really not be able to do anything.
Well, at that point, you know, the family was out. I tried to go back in there to get the other 2 horses that spooked and ran back towards the property. And I did see the barn. The barn's gone, and I could see the structures on the hill of the home that they're gone.
And talk to me about the alerts, because I think we knew that it was going to be windy, but when you went to bed, was everything okay? Did you know this was going to spark up in the middle of the night?
Everything was okay. I thought everything was fine. You know, I just came back with the Christmas tree at 10 o'clock from Agora. I took Canaan over, all of Canaan and Point Dume over there. All the power is out. None of the signals worked or anything, but then once you got closer this way, you know, past Paradise Cove, everything's normal and lit up, and I got back to the house and went to bed fine. And then midnight, I hear all these helicopters, and I thought it was from the Navy base or something, and it come out, and the whole mountain all around us, everything was engulfed. And I got everybody up and out of the house and tried to stay back and save the horses.
And even where we are, we can see this. It's a water plant that we're watching, and then you see when the power poles go up. Yeah. And that's the thing, is it's just happening so quickly, right?
Yes, it's happening so quickly. Right here, this is Pepperdine. The fire just jumped over to the park. That's where we thought we were supposed to go, but everybody said no. They're saying to go to Santa Monica. Right here, we have 2 schools. We have Our Lady of Malibu. And we have a public school. I think the private school is gone for sure. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I'm guessing you've lived here a while. Have you ever seen like these kinds of conditions?
You know, when Wolseley hit, I was kind of here, but I was leaving, and I just remember the sand hills were so bad, but I didn't really get to be here for the fire because I got, you know, everything was closed. You couldn't get through here. But this is like pretty much my first one.
Linda, I'm so glad that you're safe. I'm so sorry about the damage that you've already seen, and I know you're so worried about animals. I know there's a lot of people. We're going to try to get as much information about where it's safe for you, where it's safe for animals, but please take care of yourself.
Thank you.
And again, the situation is changing. You can kind of feel the wind or see the wind in our shot. And this is the concern. Where we are, this is the north part of PCH, but just in the time that we've been talking to Linda, the time we've been here, we have seen at least a few embers cross PCH. We believe it's the area where the park is there near Pepperdine, that's where we're seeing the flames, but there are also some homes there. And again, because it's changing so rapidly, we don't really know the latest information about what has burned or what has been damaged. But we're hearing from people that have been in different areas that there is really fire over so many different canyons, so many different roads here in Malibu. And unfortunately, firefighters, it kind of seems like they have their work cut out for them. At one point, I saw a whole bunch of fire crews moving south on PCH, like they were almost worried about things down this way. And then a few minutes later, a whole bunch of trucks were going up that way. And I think that's the problem. There's fire in so many different areas. It's kind of hard for crews to know exactly where to put their resources. And when we have these winds, we've seen it so many times, the embers start to fly. So what was an area of concern 1 minute, then all of a sudden another area catches fire. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation, give you the latest updates that we can. Right now, we'll send it back to you in the station.
All right, Tina, thank you so much. I just feel for that woman out there who's seen so much of this going on, and obviously you can hear her concerns. Tom Waite has been on scene all night for us. He is on PCH. And Tom, I know a little bit earlier you were saying you can really just see the flames right across the road from you.
Yeah, absolutely, Amanda. It was pretty scary for a few moments, especially when the winds were just blasting through the area where we are right now. They've really calmed down, but it's been very manic all throughout the night. But look at that huge wall of fire burning. We're at Webb Way and Pacific Coast Highway, and it's just been a raging inferno along that hillside. But like I said, I mean, at times it was hard to stand up here because the winds were blowing so strong. It was so intense. So I also want to share this with viewers. I just spoke with another firefighter here on scene. They're not, the official public information people, so they can't give me a lot of information. But I asked him, have any structures burned? He said yes. I said, can you tell me how many? Are they homes? He could not give me that information. Another high-ranking fire official here on the scene who also didn't want to go on the record, but he told me that homes have burned. I don't know where and I don't know how many, but these are two separate accounts from officials with the LA County Fire and LAFD who have told me that structures have burned, but we don't know how many. Maybe it's one or two, or maybe more than that. We just don't know at this point. But it's very frightening, obviously, a very volatile situation. And it's right now kind of this eerie calm because where we are, we've seen a lot of movement. We see, this is where we've seen a number of times firefighters scrambling to get from one area to another. I think Tina, she was talking about she's north of where I am, and at times it looked like the fire was just raging out of control in that area. And here we have once again police moving back to the south. And then you have firefighters moving to the north. It really is a sort of whack-a-mole situation. We did talk with a Pepperdine student a few hours, probably maybe an hour and a half ago, who came to this gas station where we're standing right now, who just left because he had gotten an evacuation order. Take a listen.
We just got the evacuation order like a couple minutes ago.
What happened? Like, what's going on? What's the conditions like?
The fire's like starting to go on top of the mountain and it's like heading down and stuff.
Yeah. And are people being orderly, or how's that?
We're supposed to go to like the cafeteria, but we just decided to get like off campus because we didn't want to like risk anything.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you make of all this?
It's wild. I heard it started from like a car or something.
Yeah. I mean, is it? I mean, obviously, I'm pretty unnerving. I mean, the wind and flames. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty rough. It's like 60-mile-per-hour winds and like stuff like that. But
I'm gonna send it back to you in the studio because we've lost our audio.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. Tom, at PCH and at Webb Way, Mark Liu is at the desk for us with more on what you're following. What are you tracking, Mark?
Yeah, so Amanda, this fire, has been burning since about 11 o'clock last night. Multiple fire agencies are now working together to fight this fire. I was looking at the radar. I see LA County fire helicopters, Ventura County fire helicopters. LA City has sent 15 fire engines, 3 battalion chiefs to provide assistance. We're even hearing, my colleague Mike Rogers said he was hearing that Orange County is sending some resources up to this fire. But the mandatory and voluntary evacuations continue to grow as this fire burns out of control. Now it's more than 853 acres. CAL FIRE, which is the state firefighting agency, has been maintaining a really good website that's publicly available. You can go to it if you wanted to find it. This is what we're looking at right here. Now, they're not the agency fighting this fire, but as a state fire agency, they work together with all of the local fire agencies to keep stuff like this information in one place, tracking it. And what you're looking at here, these yellow and red areas, these are essentially the mandatory and voluntary evacuations that we've been talking about this morning. The red areas, of course, are the ones that are under mandatory evacuation. These are the areas immediately surrounding the fire. And then these yellow areas here, it's been growing, including now the entire Horn of Malibu, Point Dume, now under a voluntary evacuation. We also know that this fire is basically burning in multiple directions. We've seen it coming down both to the southeast and to the north. And I want to zoom in a little bit more here, and show you the fire footprint as it has grown for about the last 4 hours. This bright orange area is where the fire actually is, these fire lines here. And what I want to help you interpret what we're looking at when we see this essentially is the lighter orange areas. This is the newer areas here of where it is burned. This center area here, this was the original footprint of the fire. You can see LA County Fire estimates that it started somewhere here on Malibu Canyon Road and has just continued to spread. Of course, they're very concerned about this area right here, Pepperdine University. Students there sheltering in place. But I'll tell you, one of the interesting things that's going on, I'm going to bring you out to another map. This is the fire helicopter map. It's called ABDS Exchange. We can see all of the fire resources that are here. All of these little orange icons that you see, these are all active fire helicopters that are working to fight this fire up here, all along here, including these areas. Now, one of the interesting things is there is a water source. Obviously, the Pacific Ocean is here, but there's also a source of fresh water right here in Pepperdine, right here. These two little reservoirs here is where we have seen a couple of those water dropping helicopters fill up there. There's a great source of water, but there's multiple helicopters here, including 2 Coulson Aviation Chinook C-47s. These are the twin engine ones. They're real big. You can see this is the flight path that this Chinook has taken over about the last 2 hours. 3,000 gallons per water drop that they can put on this fire, and they're doing a really great job of that. Another thing that I want to show you here is there's a system of cameras called Alert California. Now, what we're looking at here is 2 mountaintop cameras. These blue areas, these are areas that the camera is currently looking at. I want to look first at Saddle Peak. This is a time lapse of the last 3 hours from Saddle Peak. This is from a camera system all across California that's used to monitor wildfires like this. And you can see with the night vision how bright these flames are as it's cresting over the hill in Malibu. There's also another camera that I want to show you. This one here, this is called Topanga Peak, a very similar situation. This is a time lapse of the last 3 hours. And again, this fire really, you can see it above these mountaintops here, burning up and over. And that's what has really got firefighters concerned, because when fires creep uphill, it burns very fast. And this is what they're dealing with here, these high winds fanning these flames. And you can see right now the fire, it's 0% containment, Amanda.
Not good news for right now, but those firefighters, definitely a lot of resources out on this one. We're going to check out this video from that we got in overnight or actually, that might be live. There's the video that we're looking at. You can see just the massive flames and obviously the smoke making it very difficult to fight that fire, also get out of the area. But those mandatory evacuations in place, it's definitely so important for people to take those orders and leave as quickly as possible. Obviously, tough decisions of what you're going to take with you at that time. But if you are under evacuation orders, evacuation warnings even, it's a good time to start packing up your car, because these are the conditions you could be driving out in, which makes it very difficult and dangerous, especially when those roads start closing down. Tina Patel is live out there for us in Malibu this morning. And Tina, we were just talking to that woman who said she believes maybe a barn went down. What are you seeing?
Well, I want to tell you where we are. We are along PCH and Civic Center Road. This is just south of Pepperdine University. And when we were first here, we were kind of looking to the one side to the east of PCH, and this is where the fire, it seemed like, had mostly been burning. But since we've been here, we are now seeing, we saw some embers kind of fly over PCH, and now it looks like there's definitely a glow towards the left of your screen. That's kind of the ocean side of PCH, and we're definitely seeing there's glow over there. So we do believe that the fire, at least in this area, has jumped PCH and is now kind of burning on both sides. When we were talking to the woman here, she said that the area that we've been watching, this hillside, it's a water plant that was just built maybe 2-3 years ago. Right now, it does not look like that structure has burned, but basically all the hillside around it has burned. You can still see that there's some hot spots. We've seen kind of in the distance some hoses, so it does look like there's some firefighters that have gotten in there and are trying to kind of put out those areas. But basically, in the last half hour, we've seen this entire hillside burn. Now, again, we are very close to Pepperdine University, and that is where a lot of concern is, because earlier this morning, this fire breaking out in the middle of the night, Pepperdine was sending out notices to students saying, shelter in place. It's safer for you to stay on campus. But unfortunately, the fire, it looks like, has surrounded kind of that whole area, and now it feels like it's at that point where it's too late for people to try to be leaving. They do kind of have to be kind of stuck in this area. The woman that we were talking to who lives here in Malibu said up on this area there is an elementary school. Based on kind of where she's seen some of the fire crews and where she saw some of the flames earlier, she thinks that that school might have been in the path. But again, because this is so early, because firefighters are really trying to kind of get everywhere and trying to get a hold of this, they haven't given us any official estimates of what has been damaged, how many structures may be involved. Really, their concentration kind of in this morning hours is to kind of let people know there is a fire, to get people safely evacuated if they can. Unfortunately, if you were watching a little bit earlier and you heard us talk to this one woman, she said she actually didn't get an alert. She just kind of heard some noises, thought that something was going on. When she looked out her window, she saw the fire. And then she said there was a lot of confusion because she didn't know exactly where to evacuate to. She thought Point Dune was going to be the area where it would be safe for her to go. But then when she started driving, she saw road closures, she saw firefighters, and they were saying, no, the fire is here now. You need to kind of turn around and go in the other direction. So I think that is really the concern that we've seen this morning, is that people, a lot of people, because this fire sparked in the middle of the night, they didn't realize it was happening. And now getting the information about where is the fire actually burning right now and where is it safe to go. What we are seeing right now, the winds are coming down just a teeny bit, but they gust up, regularly throughout the morning. And also with all the smoke and ash in the air, it's hard to kind of tell exactly, catch your bearings and know exactly where things are safe and where people need to go. So again, what we've seen where we are near Pepperdine University is the fire is burning on both sides of PCH. We're hearing from some people that they know that some structures have burned, possibly barns, areas in Sarah Retreat where we've kind of heard earlier there were evacuations, that there might be some structures lost there. But again, firefighters have not been able to kind of give us any of those details yet, because again, this is just so new, no containment. Really, they're just trying to get their arms around exactly where the fire is and what the weather conditions are going to be like as the morning goes on.
All right, Tina, thank you so much. Obviously, a lot of people keeping an eye on this as this fire quickly moves through the Malibu area. Now, this fire is near Pepperdine University. On the phone with us now is Gabrielle Salgado. She's a Pepperdine journalism student there. And Gabrielle, are you in a safe location right now? Where are you?
Yes, I'm in the library on campus right now, which is one of our shelter-in-place areas.
Got it. So when did you get that alert to move to the library? When did that happen?
Well, I actually moved to the library before we got the alert. The power went out in my residential hall, and I immediately knew it was because of a fire. And so I packed my bag and came down to campus because I knew my shelter-in-place area was the library. And then it was probably like 30 minutes later that we got an email about the fire.
What are you seeing out the window from where you're at?
Well, from where I'm currently standing, I was able to see like really the brunt of the fire, but in a different location. Now it's kind of like tamed there, but I was standing in a different location in the library where really the front of the fire was, and that was near PCH.
And I want to stop our conversation really quick, but Gabrielle, stay on the phone. We did just get an update. That fire is now jumped to 1,674 acres. It is quickly growing. Just a short time ago, we were reporting that it was at 850 acres. So it's already doubling in size. The winds obviously fueling this massive fire where these flames are just taking over the area. Mandatory evacuations are ordered at this time. We are talking to Gabrielle. She is a Pepperdine student, and she is currently at a shelter-in-place location at the library on campus. Gabrielle, what are those conversations happening on campus right now?
Well, I mean, when we first got to the library, the main conversation was if we were still going to have finals tomorrow, or I guess today, now that it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning. But that was really the main point of conversation, just because students are stressed about finals, and a fire outside the window of the library, it just makes it so much more stressful. But that's kind of shifted now to, okay, the fire was really, really close to campus. Should students leave? Is it safe for them to leave? And especially with road closures.
Gabrielle, what are your plans from this? Will you be leaving the campus? Are you going to stay on campus?
I'll be staying on campus. I mean, I live here on campus, so I wouldn't have like an apartment or anything to go to. And I'm from 3 hours away, so it just wouldn't really make sense for me to leave. And especially with the reporting I'm doing for our campus journalism program, it just makes the most sense for me to stay on campus. And I feel safe here.
Completely understand. Is it really smoky in your area? Are you able to see outside very clearly?
I can see outside. The library was very smoky for a while, and it still is a bit smoky just because students coming in, there was just smoke getting into the building. So we were all handed masks to help with that smoke inhalation.
What are you hearing from officials on campus? How are they guiding you and other students?
So we had the university president in here earlier, and he was coming in just giving like updates, kind of updates on the fire. Before we were sheltering in place, he told us that we were not in a shelter-in-place order yet, but he will be informed if we are. And then later, he went around the library and told all students that normal campus operations are suspended for today, so classes are canceled and finals are canceled for today.
This is Gabrielle Salgado. She is a Pepperdine journalism student on the phone with us, speaking to us from the library, which is a safe space for the students to go to at this time. Gabrielle, thank you so much for your time. Please stay safe out there, and we really hope for the best for what's going on. We are going to talk to Tom Waite now, who is near PCH. Last we talked to him, he was near PCH and Webb Way. Tom, you are calling this a raging inferno. What are you seeing over there now?
Yeah, I mean, Amanda, it was just absolutely bonkers here a short time ago with the wind gusting. The palm trees were blowing horizontally. It was so intense. It has really laid down right now, which I'm sure for firefighters is just exactly what they need at this point. The problem is, I think we heard a chopper up a short time ago, but I was just speaking with Lori Fernandez, my photographer here on the scene, and she pointed something out that's so true, is that, the safety issues, there's many, of course, but visibility is a major issue, obviously, anyway at night. But given all the smoke that's in the area, that makes it even harder. But it's really just fascinating watching the changing conditions here. You have just a wall of flame and fire 1 minute, and then it sort of lays down, obviously, when the winds change. So right now, the images that you're looking at are much, much less horrific looking. Obviously, this is still very much uncontained and very much out of control, but it's not nearly as ominous and terrifying in this particular moment than it was just a short time ago, because the winds are not blasting and blowing as hard as they were. This definitely has been a conduit here, as you see all these fire trucks moving through. You've seen these shifting positions from firefighters coming up and coming down. Oh, but look, now we have right across the street. This is just to the east of us, across PCH. Once again, that hillside just lighting back up. Because, that's the thing here, too, is it may be very calm where we're standing right now, but then all of a sudden, in another spot, it's not. The other thing that I noticed, too, is the wind's changing directions, at least from where we're standing. I mean, one minute the trees are blowing to the west, and the next it's a little bit to the east, and that kind of sort of volatile, manic kind of changes. Obviously, that's going to just create more issues for firefighters. Also, I was just talking to Tina, or I was listening to Tina, and she was saying something that we noticed too from where we're standing, is that there was a glow on the other side, the side that we're on. We're on the west side of PCH. We saw that glow too. Uh-oh, is this firefighter trying to get through? No. And we saw that it looked like the fire had crossed PCH as well. Obviously, we're not certain, but it did look very much like there was a glow there, and it definitely appeared that that it could be a problem there. But it does look like, at least from the perspective I am, from my vantage point, that situation has calmed down a bit. I see Orange City Fire here too, helping out LA County, so they've got lots of reinforcements. People from across the area obviously come together in California to help when things get dire, and certainly tonight, that is exactly what's been going on. We see LA County Fire here staging kind of in the area of where we are. Do you need to move? Okay, they're staging right now. I just was talking with a firefighter in this truck here, in this engine. I just want to make sure we're not in their way. So, it's just a situation here where we're just obviously very concerned. And I was on the air just a short time ago in my last hit, talking about how I'd just spoken to 2 fire officials who said that structures have burned, but they couldn't tell me how many or where. So we just don't know, and I'm sure part of the problem is it's such a fluid situation. And also because it's very dark out, obviously it's still in the very early morning hours, to get a full assessment of just how much damage has been done. But it's just an awful sight to see these hillsides just completely lit up by flame. And we of course know that the terrain is just so rough up there and so challenging in so many ways for firefighters. And to have to do this in the middle of the night, to have to do this with the winds the way they were, really, it's just a worst case scenario. Amanda?
Tom, this is Jamie Yukas, just stepping into the desk right now at 3:16 this morning. I know you guys have been covering this since 11 p.m. You've been going round the clock. Can you tell me a little bit, we've been talking about these wind conditions potentially picking up. As you're saying, the fire's kind of laying down a little bit at this point. I think the biggest fear is that those winds pick up. It becomes almost like a flame torch kind of to the vegetation that's out there. Is this kind of, are you hearing from firefighters, is this a little bit, they're getting just a little reprieve, but what concern is there as we get to daylight, which won't happen for 3.5 hours, between now and then, as you said, this tough terrain with these wind conditions potentially picking up, what are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, Jamie, that's a really good point. I mean, the 2 times I've spoken with firefighters that have been at the spot where we are, Webway and Pacific Coast Highway, at one point when I spoke to one, the way he looked at me, the way in his eyes was just like, I can't even describe how concerned it looked like he just, what he's seen and what he's hearing from his personnel, you could tell there was absolute, sort of, there's an almost resignation to the fact that, like, it was so out of control at that point that there was just a fear in his eyes that was really telling. And for me, it was very unnerving. And he was the one that told me, I said, can you tell me how many homes have burned? And he said many. But he wouldn't tell me where, or he wouldn't tell me how many. So we don't know. And then I spoke to another fire official who told me that structures have burned, but he didn't seem to think it was as bad, because I told him what I had heard from a different fire official, and so we have to wait and find out, right, for the official numbers, but to your point about the wind, it was so intense here. I was being knocked over, and I mean, I'm 185 pounds and I'm 5'9", so I'm not, it's tough to blow me over. And it was so intense here. It was so powerful. I had to, in order to get through a live shot, this is probably a couple hours ago, I had to turn my back to the wind and shelter the microphone, because if I was standing up and into the wind, it was so loud. It was so powerful. It was overwhelming. So I just heard another chopper up. I can't see it though. It's so black out here because of the smoke, obviously because it's night. But those two things combined make it the visibility so challenging. But what I do also sense is that it doesn't have the same sort of frantic feel at this moment that it did when the wind was. I mean, there was a point where the fire was burning on the edge of PCH on the east side of it, and just to our north, that it was so intense that Tina Patel had to move. They had to break down their live shot and leave because they were, rightfully concerned that the flames were moving toward them very quickly. I thought that was going to happen from our perspective as well, from where we are, because there was a point where the flames just were soaring into the sky, not far from where we're standing right now, just to the east, across the street from where we are. Now that's changed. It's much better now. We're seeing a lull, and it's a much more, a much calmer scene. What do we think that is?
Well, let's hope firefighters can use this period of time to their advantage. Yeah. Right now. Tom, the one thing I think about, I've covered a lot of fires. I know you've covered a lot of fires. You've been here a long time. This seems so unusual, the time of day this started, and the concern with it being overnight, just getting people evacuated.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, can you imagine, a lot of people are asleep at the point where this thing started. People were in bed, maybe, it was the dark of night. It was 11 p.m.-ish when this started, and maybe, getting people awake, getting them up, and then obviously your first thought is, let me grab a few things. So it's completely chaotic in these situations. Could not have happened at a worse time, right? I mean, or that late at night when people, it's jarring to get people up, to get people out, for authorities to have to swarm the area to get the message out, and just relaying that information at a time. And many of these areas are not easy to access, right? I mean, these are canyons, these are winding, narrow roads in some of these neighborhoods. These are areas that people like this sort of setup, right? They want to live in these beautiful canyons and these beautiful hills that we have in Southern California. Of course, the trade-off there is that it's difficult in these emergency situations to sort out, getting out in an emergency. And so, yeah, I mean, I think Pat was talking about that earlier in the coverage, was just how scary it is to have this happen when it did, and then to get the people evacuated. And we just hope everyone got out on time and were able to do it in a way that was safe and orderly, because to your point, it's just the timing is just so awful. And then when I was driving into this area, PCH is already, as we know, a very unsafe roadway. I mean, I'm standing across the street from a memorial to all of the people who have died in hit and runs. I'm staring at the tires there on the side. There's these we've shown this video before. In fact, I don't know if Amanda's still there. She's done a story from this particular spot, and those tires represent people who've been killed in horrible accidents here along PCH. So you think about that too. I mean, there's power is out, so there's very little street lighting. There was ash and smoke, and it was disrupting his visibility. So all of those factors, and then you're trying to get a ton of people out of here in a very short time. It's really just a recipe for chaos and potentially disaster. But authorities really they raced here, and you can tell they are giving it their absolute all and trying to get people to safety and to protect everything they can. I was just chatting with Lori, my photographer here, and we were just saying that we can't tell for sure, but it looks like from some of the video that we've been showing that it looks like at least one structure is burning. That's the shot that looks like, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look like just vegetation that's burning there, and I can't really make it out, but it's just been it's heartbreaking.
It's intense, Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom, and we know that there's a lot of businesses and homes right in that area. Obviously, a very heavy spot with that location. You're out with those tires there. Brings back a lot of heavy feelings for people. But what are you seeing on the roads there? Are people still trying to get out of the area? It is difficult to drive through that area in general.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen people kind of pull over here because it seems like this it's a Chevron station. So, I mean, it's obviously closed and there's no power. But it does seem sort of like a sort of logical kind of little staging area. In fact, there are firefighters here that are staged here right now, just a few. They've been coming in and out, and it is kind of even though it's a gas station, probably not the safest place to be in a fire, but it does feel like a sort of a place that's kind of off away a little bit from the fire, and so there have been people have come through. One gentleman that came through, I don't know, an hour or two ago, he was showing me his live video from his Ring doorbell video, and his home is not far from this intersection here at Webb and PCH, and it looked like the fire was getting very close to his home, and it was, you could see all the ash and it looked like snow kind of almost blowing around his house. Obviously it wasn't snow, it was ash and it was embers, and you could just see the fear in his face. It's his home and there's nothing you can do. That's the worst part. Even if you could get back to your house, as we always tell people, when the fire and smoke comes in these volatile situations, it comes as a wall of flame and smoke. There's no time. Your garden hose isn't going to do anything. There's nothing that can stop it. You just have to leave and let firefighters, attack it from the air and the ground. And unfortunately, obviously, with these conditions, it's even more challenging to do that because you have the winds and the smoke and the fire, making it all the more challenging for firefighters to do all the things they need to do to get this out. And you just wonder what we're going to see when the sun does come up.
Well, that's Tom. We so appreciate your reporting. Hearing you talk about the ash and the embers, that's the biggest concern for homeowners, is that you just have one of these little embers that can hit something and start just, a new blaze. So if the embers are close to homes already, that is of concern. Right now, we are showing viewers a map of the mandatory evacuations. You can see on your screen right now are in red. The voluntary evacuations are in yellow at this point in time, you can see. But we're talking about a very large area of Malibu as this continues to be just very, very intense. We want to let people know we are simulcasting on both Channel 2 and Channel 9 this morning on KCAL News. Trying to bring you the very latest. I'm Jamie Yukas with Amanda Starantino. We want to bring in Marina Jurica, who has the very latest. And Marina, we've been talking about the winds. We knew the winds would become intense this morning. I think what's of concern to me is when this fire started. We're really just at the beginning of this wind event.
Right, and we knew it was going to happen Monday overnight, so it really was right on target for when these winds started to, unfortunately, move into that 30 to 40 mile per hour gust range, and we have a long way to go. It's pretty much all day today that we're going to be dealing with this Santa Ana wind event. Right now you can see that it says northeastern 18 sustained, gusts of up to 32, but in the mountains we've been seeing many reports of gusts of up to 55 miles per hour. And then right there in the foothills at about 50 miles per hour and 45. And so it is sustained pretty much at about 30 to 40 right now and going up to 55, even 60 at some points here over about the last 60 minutes with the gusty winds. Now, as we have mentioned, there has been just a little bit of a lull over about the last 30, 45 minutes, but it will be short-lived because we're actually going to hit our peak wind gusts at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and that is when it looks like in the mountains we could see gusts of up to 80 miles per hour, and in the foothills and the lower elevations about 70. So looking at the actual wind gusts, that's that bullseye area there from Malibu up into Camarillo, Simi Valley. So really that entire region from Ventura, Santa Clarita Valley to the high desert, western San Fernando Valley and the Santa Monica Mountain Range is the bullseye of where we will see those strongest winds and those wind gusts that will be pretty much going on until about 2 o'clock today. And that's when that red flag warning is until 2 o'clock today. And like I said, the peak where we're going to see basically the tightest of those pressure gradients will occur at about 8 o'clock in the morning. So we are still a few hours away from that, and then be pretty sustained throughout the rest of the morning and the early part of the afternoon. So we're not going to get a break until we start to get a little push of some onshore flow later on this afternoon that will help alleviate that offshore flow as we make our way through this afternoon and tonight. Unfortunately, it does look like all the way through Wednesday we'll be dealing with the Santa Anas. They just will not be quite as intense and excessively dangerous as what we are looking at right now. So this is our fire weather outlook as we push through the entire day today. And you can definitely see where that pink area is. That is the extreme outlook for that region. And so that's where winds will be the strongest. As I was saying, gusts of up to 70 to 80 in the higher elevations, 60 to 70 as you head into the lower elevations. And the strongest winds are basically in a line from I-14 Mountain Pass to Calabasas to the western side of Malibu, which is where we are seeing the largest part of this wind-driven fire right now. But this is something we're going to have to look out for, unfortunately, for the entire day today, because 14 out of Santa Clarita Valley is extremely windy, 118 corridor, 210 corridor. This is bone dry, but we knew this. Even when I was in here on Saturday morning, we just started seeing those relative humidities just plummet. And right now we're at about 19, 18%, but it could be as low as 2% because we're actually going to see our driest humidity levels tonight. But thank goodness the winds are going to really start to loosen up a bit as we move into this evening. But we are going to be looking at winds you can see on our futurecast with our next weather futurecast pushing forward. This is 7:30 in the morning, so this is in a few more hours. We are still seeing those heaviest of winds in the 118 corridor, moving up 14.5 Santa Clarita Valley and really just to the western portion of Malibu. And then as we head into the south, they start to pick up from 215, 15.5, heading down into Orange County as well, and right there in the 91 corridor. And then moving to 11 o'clock in the morning, still very intense winds throughout that region. 5 o'clock tonight, you can start to see just a little bit of improvement in that offshore flow. We start to get just a little bit of a switch there, which you can see very nicely in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. As we get a little bit more of that onshore push, relative humidities should come up just slightly. And then on Wednesday morning, things are a little bit better. We go into that 20 to 30 mile per hour range. But just saying that better is at 20 to 30 miles per hour, you get the idea of what we're dealing with when we're talking 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts, which is what we will be looking at as we push into the rest of the day today. So hazardous crosswinds, and I heard Tom saying this a lot, it's very fickle, and that is really normal for fire weather because this intense heat causes its own weather conditions. And so because of that, Jamie, it is very unpredictable when it comes to these northeasterly flows because the fire's creating their own updrafts, which really create different wind patterns and makes it really tough to fight.
Marina, appreciate that. Yeah, you have to think about you're talking about the Santa Anas and then later today, some of that onshore wind. This is a situation we did not want to see happen here. It is 3:32 in the morning. You are watching both KCAL News on Channel 9 and Channel 2. You're watching this fire just explode. It's now more than 1,600 acres in Malibu. And we are just now learning that the fire has pushed toward the Malibu Pier area, which, Amanda, you've lived in this area, much of your life. That's very concerning to hear when you think about the businesses and everybody impacted.
A lot of businesses there, a lot of families. This has been their home for a long time. A lot of the families that do live here have lived here for decades at this point, and it's a generational thing. The city of Malibu just posting their most recent update saying that the Franklin fire has spread south across PCH to Malibu Road near Webbway and across PCH into the Malibu Pier area, as well as Jamie just said. Structures also impacted. The city of Malibu saying at Malibu Knolls Road and Sweetwater Canyon. We haven't gotten any direct reports of which structures have been impacted at this point or if they're homes, but obviously a lot of concerns mark this area. A lot of people live there. There's also a lot of livestock as well and businesses. Very difficult to get out of this area.
Yeah, that's right. So I've got a big update. CAL FIRE, the state firefighting agency, has updated the fire footprint and the map of where this fire is burning, and it reflects the information we're getting regarding the fire jumping the lines of PCH and closer to the Malibu Pier. Now, this map we've been looking at all morning, these yellow areas here, these are the voluntary evacuations, including all the way west of Point Dume, all the way east to the western edge of Pacific Palisades. The red areas here, these are the mandatory evacuations. They are very concerned about these areas. I'm going to zoom in a little closer and show you the fire footprint, which has just been updated by CAL FIRE. And I can give you some information. There is some good news here at 1,600 acres and still growing. This flank right here along the Pepperdine University border. I just heard the battalion commander for LA County Fire said this flank is doing very, very well. They have a lot of resources here, and they think that structure protection along this area of the eastern end of Pepperdine University is going very well. The fire is laying down there, and they are not as concerned about Pepperdine University as they were before. Now, if you look, the fire has now been updated to show these orange areas. This is PCH, and you can see that it has now jumped over to basically reach the border of the Pacific Ocean. And this is what they're concerned about here. There is fire burning in this area. It is near the pier. And so they are very concerned about this. They were also concerned about this area here, this building, Malibu City Hall. The fire was burning right up to it. They have a command post at Malibu City Hall and structure protection there. They believe that Malibu City Hall is now safe, and they are getting a good handle on this southern flank of the fire. Although it is still burning, they are still having a lot of units there. The problem, they say, is now this end. The northern flank of the fire near Piuma Road is currently burning out of control. This is a very mountainous, rough terrain area. There's not a lot of access for fire crews here, and they are very concerned that it is beginning to spread to the north at a very, very rapid rate. There's a lot of heavy brush that hasn't burned in a while in this area, and they are very concerned now of the northern flank of this fire. Not too concerned about the eastern flank, not too concerned about Pepperdine University. Of course, the fire is still burning there, but it's here. As it moves to the north, they need more resources and protection up there. They are moving another Sikorsky Firehawk up there, 1,000 gallons per water drop, to fight the fire in that area. They're also going to try and get more engines into that northern flank because they are concerned if this keeps burning, it could continue into these communities here to the south of the 101. This is the 101 freeway at the top of your map right up here. I mean, we have communities of Calabasas and a lot of open space right here to burn. And that's what firefighters are very concerned about right now as the winds continue in that area and the fire moves to the north.
And obviously with that area too, it's going to be hard to get those trucks in there as well. So it's going to have to be a lot of air control with that one.
And, you know, air support, while they are trying to fly some helicopters, those big Chinooks that are able to dump just thousands of pounds of water will not be up until daylight, which is still, I mean, we're hours away from daylight. Daylight's not till 6:45 this morning. So we'll have to continue to watch that area that Mark is talking about to the north and east. But, you know, while Pepperdine University is putting out, the university understands the worst of the fire has pushed past Pepperdine. However, there are smaller spot fires on campus that are not threatening life or structures, and fire resources remain on campus to address these spot fires as they occur. They are asking that there is still a shelter in place for students and staff on the campus right now. I think my concern is, listening to Marina, is that the worst of the winds are not going to come until 8 o'clock this morning. So we have to hope that they get things as well enough under control at this point to potentially lay a perimeter and get that all done within the next couple of hours before these winds really crank up. Because once those winds start and really start ramping up, it's almost like taking a blowtorch to that vegetation.
And that's what makes it so tricky. And a lot of people I'm hearing in interviews right now that are out there are saying, hey, you know, the wind has died down. I can maybe stay home. It's very important to leave. If you are getting an evacuation warning or order, you need to go. And it's very difficult to choose when to go. But we do have Tina Patel out live for us. She is on Malibu Road. And Tina, you've been moving around all morning. What's it like where you're at now?
Yeah, so Malibu Road is just right along the coastline. We had seen the fire over by PCH, by where Pepperdine is, and then we had seen some embers kind of catch the park, the Malibu Bluffs Park, on fire. So we kind of came behind because we know there are homes here. The good news is that we were talking to firefighters. You can see they're kind of stationed all along this road. They say the winds have been cooperating with them, and right now the fire has not moved over here where there's a line of homes. But there is still fire kind of in this middle area between the park and where we are, and that that is where they are concerned. Alma is with me. She's one of the people who lives in this area. And you were saying that overnight, when you had first heard people to woke you up, told you there was a fire, you thought it was in Sarah Retreat, so you thought you were okay. When did you realize that it was actually moving in your neighborhood?
I think when I woke up, it was like 12:15. And that time was TV, electricity was still on, and we kind of looked at where the fire is and showed that it is Payuma and at the Sierra Retreat, and we were thinking, oh, that's kind of far away. It's not far, but still away from us. And after about 2:15, and after an hour later, electricity, cell phone,
it all went out, and so you didn't know.
Yes, it was dark. I went to see because my neighbor was in wheelchair. I went to make sure that he's okay, and he was ready to go. His garage was open. He said he packed in the car everything, and he was waiting too because he thought that fire is far from us.
But then all of a sudden, when you're looking out the window,
sudden, the other neighbor, which the trailer got burned, he beeped with a car passing by. He said, you have to get out because the fire is right here. And
you've been kind of watching. It's hard to tell what exactly is burning, right?
Yes, because this is the hill. We can't see. And we saw the smoke and ashes, but all the time it is fire, it is smoke, even far away smoke, from far away smoke comes. But we didn't wait it because my cousin, she's barely walking. And we woke her up, and caretaker helped me.
I'm glad that you guys are safe and getting out. You think at least some trailers or maybe some small homes have burned? You don't know for sure.
I don't know, but it looks like this area is still burning, and exactly where that little house stands, I believe that this probably is gone. And I'm not sure another house next to the hill, it is actually two houses back there. And I am not, now it's fire over there too.
I think that's the concern, is every time we get one of these gusts of winds, we start to see those embers go. Where are you going to go? Do you even know?
We are not sure yet, but yeah, we'll go. My cousin has friends, and we have in Malibu friend. They will go, but we are hanging her out. We want to make sure, to see what's going on.
I know. At least it's reassuring seeing so many firefighters here on your streets.
Yes.
Alma, thank you so much. I hope that you stay safe and keep all your loved ones safe.
Everybody's, I hope, nobody's else anything get burned, because I know this lady next door, I saw her, she's very concerned too.
A lot of people concerned. Thank you so much. That is the concern. Right now, if you can kind of tell where we are, we're not really feeling the wind, and these firefighters are feeling good about that. But they know it, like we were talking about earlier, that the winds are going to shift as the day goes on, that they could still have concern. That's why they're trying to really make a stand here along this road to protect the homes that are in this area. But what we've been hearing from people kind of all morning is that they do believe that homes and structures have been lost already in this fire, and we don't know exactly how many or how bad that is. Again, what we believe where we are is kind of an in-between area. So there's homes along the street that we're at where the fire has not reached, but in this area between where we are and PCH, there has been fire moving through. And what Alma was just telling us is that there's at least 2 or 3 homes tucked in there. She thinks at least one of them has had some damage. She said it's just really hard to tell because it's so dark, because she's just seen kind of the poofs of smoke coming up. She doesn't know exactly if that's vegetation that's burning or if that actually is structures that are burning. Again, firefighters hoping that they can take advantage of this break in the winds, but it's really going to be kind of on an hour-by-hour basis how things are changing. So we'll continue to stay out here, give you the updates as we get them, but right now we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, moment by moment, this thing is going to change. It has changed already, as we've seen. Tina, thank you for that. I'm so glad that woman was able to get out of her house. We're talking about 6,000 residents impacted at this point in time by evacuation orders and warnings. The population of Malibu is 11,000, so you're talking about the majority of the population needing to get out. We've seen in other fires how treacherous it can be along PCH to try to get that many people out. This happened at a time of day
Very chaotic.
It's very chaotic. And, you know, I just get so concerned. It is so dark. There's so many roads that are treacherous to try to get people out. So we're talking about 2,000 structures affected by this mandatory evacuation order. And it's my understanding that Tom Waite has just talked to someone who knows a little bit about what's happening in his neighborhood. Tom?
Yeah, Amanda and Jamie, I just spoke with a woman. She would not go on camera, but she told me that multiple homes, she couldn't even count how many, she told me, had burned in a neighborhood off Malibu Road or on Malibu Road north of where we are at Webb and PCH. She said that she cares for an elderly woman and that she had to evacuate her, that her home burned down, the woman that she takes care of, and she said other homes in that neighborhood had burned as well. I asked her to tell me how many. She couldn't tell me how many. She said it was a lot. You know, we can't get confirmation yet, though, from firefighters. There are firefighters staged where I am right now. I've asked multiple firefighters to confirm any of those numbers or any number at all, and they will not do it. Whether they know at this point or don't, it's unclear to me. But that is what one woman who said that she was in a neighborhood that she personally witnessed multiple homes that had burned.
Tom,
So
do we know
again,
which neighborhood
we have to wait for. She told me she lived on that she cares for a woman who lives on Malibu Road. That's what she told me, and it was on the east side of PCH, north of where we are right now. That's all I could get from her in terms of the location. So that, I mean, based on what we've seen earlier, it certainly is possible because of how much flame, smoke, and just the incredible inferno that we saw earlier. It's just bizarre right now how much different the conditions are. It's like night and day in terms of the wind. I mean, it's completely different. There is barely a breeze where we are right now versus the wind that was gusting so hard. It was blowing the palm trees, some of the palm tree fronds and leaves to horizontally. It was so intense, so powerful. It was knocking me over. So given what we've seen, and I think even some of the video we've been showing you, it's hard to make out, but it does look like in some of the video that we're trying to make it out that some structures potentially have burned, but we just can't say for certain. Based on what we're seeing, it's difficult, obviously, given how dark and smoky it's been at times. But it does seem like right now there's this like respite, there's this lull from where we are for firefighters, maybe just kind of get whatever upper hand they could potentially get, just because the conditions right now seem to be a lot more cooperative than they were earlier in the morning and late into the night. So hopefully at this moment there's an opportunity. Obviously it may be a very small window, we just don't know, but I can just tell you from standing here that that it's much better. But then you have these hot spots too, just burning on the side of the road right now. I think that's what you're looking at right now. Yeah, there's some of the flames that are burning on the east side of PCH, there along the side of the road.
Well, it's just
very surreal,
it's such thick
honestly.
vegetation. It looks like, Tom, along the side of the road there.
Yeah, exactly, Jamie. It's thick vegetation, right? And that particular, it's like a patch, really. It's like just, as you travel up and down PCH, there's these sections where you do have a patch of brush or, trees. It looks like it's burning. It doesn't seem to be of particular major concern at this point for firefighters. I don't see any personnel from this perspective necessarily hitting that too hard right now. I think it's kind of an isolated little patch, so maybe they're not too concerned. There doesn't seem to be any structures near there. So, and obviously they've got a lot on their plate right now. So I'm sure they're trying to pick and choose which areas are the ones that potentially have the biggest threat. And obviously at that particular spot, maybe they're just not as worried, but I do see an engine here kind of moving in closer to maybe they're moving in to take care of that. But there's just so much area here, as we've been talking about, so much acreage. And I think we talked about it too. Pepperdine obviously so impacted. They've got their finals canceled, their classes canceled for tomorrow. And gosh, who knows what happens going forward in terms of the ability for firefighters to be able to get a handle on this, to kind of contain any containment is good, right? But at this point, this was raging out of control just an hour or two ago, and it still technically is, but at least now it doesn't seem like it's just completely exploding.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, with you saying that it seems so much better at this point than it did just a little bit ago because of the wind. I mean, the images we're still seeing, it's relative in saying that because it is still so intense. It already jumped more than double just in the last hour to 1,600 acres, and it continues to burn this morning. I know a lot of concerns is the fact that cell phones keep going out and the power's going out. Has there been any concern of people maybe not getting the warnings to leave, especially this time of day? Has there been any conversations about that when you've talked to people?
Yeah, I was speaking with a Pepperdine student, and he seemed to indicate that the evacuation notice wasn't very clearly, or he indicated that he didn't feel like, how do I say? I think he didn't feel like it was timed as approprially, or that it had come through in the way that he would have expected it to. There was some frustration, let's put it that way. There was some. What'd you say?
Yeah, I mean, that's the difficulty in these situations, right? Is that when this happens at night, in the nighttime hours, trying to get those orders out. As you said, the winds have been changing pretty erratically, where it's gone from very strong winds to now settling down. It's hard to kind of pinpoint, I'm sure, for officials as to exactly how they want to evacuate. I remember during the Woolsey fire, they tried to get everyone out at once, and that became just a disaster along PCH, trying to get people out along the waterway there, and then people had nowhere to go.
You get stuck.
You get stuck. It's it's obviously a very treacherous part. So we'll have to continue to follow the cell phone coverage and that type of thing, and make sure people understand where they're at and how to evacuate and what the necessities are with those types of things. I have to say, I was driving in this morning along the 405. There's a very strong smell of smoke. So I have to imagine the closer you get to this area, you probably will wake up and understand that there is a threat near you. So hopefully people are getting the warnings, looking to see if they need to evacuate and getting out. We are looking currently at a live picture where you do see some police on scene right now. It looks like trying to move people along PCH and get people evacuated at this point in time. But yeah, this fire, as you said, I can't believe we're now at 1,800 acres. When I walked in this morning, just a little bit before 3 o'clock, it was at 800. So while
and shortly before that, just 300.
Correct.
Moving very quickly.
So that's, Tom's talking about those winds somewhat dying down, but when you look at things, and Marina talking about how the winds could potentially be at their strongest at 8 a.m., we're still 2.5 hours at least away from daybreak. This is still a very volatile situation.
And my concern too with counting down to when that sun will come up is just how much damage and destruction
that we'll see
and devastation we're going to see when everyone wakes up and the sun comes out this morning, and we're going to finally get that clear picture from overhead when we could actually see what happened through these hours, which does not sound good. Mark Liu is at the desk with us with some more updates. Mark, what are you tracking now?
Yeah, so CAL FIRE, the state firefighting agency, it has a really great strategic map where they aggregate all of the data from the multiple fire agencies that are fighting this fire. You're looking at it here on the right side of your screen. The yellow areas are the voluntary evacuations. The red areas are the mandatory evacuations for the Franklin fire, as you said, just updated to 1,822 acres. And then this orange area here, this is the actual aerial footprint of the fire, and I have some updates about what's going on here. Now, as we had said a little bit earlier in the show, this flank right here around Pepperdine University looking very good. They say they have a lot of structure protection there. They are not terribly concerned now about the fire. There are small spot fires near Pepperdine University, not so bad. Tom Waite, he was right about here near the bottom of your screen looking in this direction, and this is actually a little bit more of a concern right now. This flank right here. Now, this is very close to Malibu City Hall. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer, and I just heard the battalion commander for LA County Fire said somewhere on Malibu Canyon Road, it's right around this area here, they believe they may have some structures burning. It could be in this area or this area here. The battalion commander, they wanted more information from their fire crews so that they could send a strike team there, and you can see this, those two spots are where the fire has pushed further south towards the city of Malibu. We're also concerned about the spot fires that have happened here that have crossed PCH closer to the beach. This area is of concern. They've got some strike teams down there. They're worried about that one that crossed PCH. And then I'm going to zoom out a little bit here and show you then the other areas that they're concerned about here is this northeastern flank. That's this area near Piuma Road. You can see it's grown here, and there's a lot of very rough terrain, heavy brush, lots of fuel to burn there, and not a lot of access. So that area, they're very concerned about going in this direction towards the north and the northeast. They're going to have to fight this with water dropping helicopters. Now, the good news is they have some of them on station. I'm going to come out here to the to my radar here, and all of these little orange icons that you see right here, these are active water dropping helicopters, including two very large Coulson Aviation Chinooks that have currently been flying those orange paths there. That's the route that they've been taking, and you can see they really have been looking now here at this area of the fire. This is where the fire basically is right here, and they're looking and concerned about this area as it moves to the northeast. The other thing that I want to show you is we do have some eyes on the fire in the form of mountaintop cameras. Now, what you're looking at right here, these are basically the blue areas is the visualization of at least 3 mountaintop cameras from the Alert California system that state of California has turned to look at this fire. The first one here I want to show you, Castro Peak. We're going to look at a time lapse of about the last 3 hours from Castro Peak. You can see here, this starts about 1 this morning, and you can see that fire burning very bright over the crest of the hill there, and it's just going to continue to burn. This is night vision, and as the sun comes up, we're going to see this in real color, but you can see how the wind is blowing pretty strongly. Those smoke trails going over to the right, that indicates a pretty strong wind gust there. And then we also have Saddle Peak here. We looked at this a little bit earlier. This is a time lapse of also the last 3 hours. You can see this fire burning very bright. This camera's a little bit closer, and you can see those bright glow coming up from over the mountain. This is what firefighters have to deal with on the northern flank of the fire near Piuma Road. It's pretty mountainous terrain, lots of brush up there that hasn't burned in a while. So the last thing that I want to show you here, this is actually satellite data, real-time satellite data from the Fire Information or Resource Management System. These are hotspots detected by infrared satellites, and you can see them all. There's multiple hotspots all within the last about 3 hours here of this fire. So it can be seen from space. These are satellite images really that show just how hot this fire is burning there north of Malibu and continues to burn. I'm still monitoring this LA County fire, moving more resources in and getting assistance from allied agencies, even as far away as Orange County Fire, calling up resources to assist them. This fire continues to burn out of control at 1,800 acres this morning.
Yeah, we're hearing Orange County, Ventura County firefighters coming up from both the north and the south to try to get this fire under control. As we've been hearing from our crews on the ground right now, you know, the winds have died down just slightly at this point in time. So fire crews trying to really get a handle on probably the most treacherous parts of where this fire is located, things like structures. I was listening this morning to some radio broadcasts. A fire chief was talking about how some of the newer homes do have protections in place. You know, there's certain things like heat. When the house starts getting too hot, it can put water on the house and that type of thing. So you're hoping some of the newer structures may be a little bit more protected. But some of these homes, yeah, I was going to say, Amanda, you know this area because you've grown up in this area. There's generational homes and older homes in this area that we have to be concerned about.
We also just have a lot of old buildings with businesses, and also this is an agricultural area, a lot of livestock out there too. I mean, we saw that with the Woolsey fire of just trying to get all the animals, the horses out, which makes a very difficult situation out out there.
Well, and in that fire, I remember just so many people having to go down to the beach, Zuma Beach, and put the animals on the beach themselves. So you have to imagine that's not an easy place to get to in the dark to try to evacuate those animals. At least the Woolsey fire broke out during daylight where people could see where they were going and get that livestock to where they needed to go.
And that's what makes it really, really tricky with these types of situations. Jamie had mentioned earlier 6,000 residents in this area ordered to evacuate, where the city population is just under 11,000. So this is more than half of the people that live in this area trying to get out at this time. There's evacuation orders in place. At least 2,000 structures affected by these mandatory evacuation orders. So this is just a lot of people trying to get moving at this time as this fire just leaps in size. Now more than 1,800 acres in this area. And that's why we're getting all those extra resources coming in as well.
Well, and you know, when I'm watching these pictures, I think the concern to me is you see all those embers in the air, and it only takes one ember to hit a piece of vegetation and just have this fire continue to explode. That's why while we're hearing that the winds have died down, there is still concern. There is still gusts of winds out there, and the highest winds are not expected to be until about 8 o'clock this morning. So we have several hours to go here with hundreds of firefighters on scene. We know that Pepperdine University is saying that the worst of the fire has pushed past Pepperdine at this point. However, they are talking about those smaller spot fires on campus that they're not currently threatening life or structures, but you have to imagine so many students and staff there watching this very, very closely. Power, of course, Amanda, as you were talking about, out in much of this area, which makes things difficult when you're trying to get information to people.
Absolutely, with a lot of people not having access to phones. We're seeing it even with reporters losing access with their phones as well. So this is a situation happening for a lot of people in this area. Now, Jamie, I want to go back to what you said about just people just trying to get out. It's so tricky. It's very difficult. And, you know, I was hearing a lot of conversations this morning, also in radio reports, of people saying, I'm going to stay and try to do my part to help. And that's not always the best idea, because that can cause more problems when firefighters are just trying to do their job and keep their safe.
Yeah, that's, you know, that is the concern, especially the time of day that this happened. We do want to restart here. You are following breaking news with us this morning here at KCAL. We are at 4 a.m. on the dot following, oh, that's my usual alarm going off to let people know it is 4. The dire situation that is happening here in Malibu. This is the Franklin fire. If you're just joining us, this is 3 miles north of PCH. So far, it has burned 1,800 acres with evacuations in place for so many people. As we said, 6,000 people under a mandatory evacuation. We're talking about places like Sierra Retreat. This is east of Malibu Canyon Road, south of Pioima Road, Tuna Creek to Carbon Beach to Peorico Canyon. Pepperdine University has activated its shelter-in-place protocol, with students and staff being told to head to the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. The school has suspended normal operations on the campus, canceling classes and finals for the day. Now, they right now are understanding the worst could be behind them, but of course, we're going to have to continue to watch this with so many people in that area.
And with all those road closures happening in that area, we do have Tom Waite out there for us. He has been there on PCH and Webway, where this fire seemed to is starting to calm down in that area. When we talked to him last, we're seeing some hot spots in that area as well. So, Tom, update us now on what you're seeing.
Yeah, you know what? I think I see a firefighting chopper up there that, well, it's pretty far to the south. Maybe that may not be. That may not be part of the scene here, but that's really been the big issue, right? Is not being able to have that air support that firefighters, you know, can use so effectively to fight these incredible infernos. But just as Lori's kind of panning back and forth, it maybe just can give you a sense of how large this area is that is burning. I mean, and it's of course in the worst possible areas you can imagine, in terms of in canyons, in areas that are very difficult to get to, in terrain that's so challenging. The brush that has not burned in some of these areas. I mean, we've been talking about it tonight. The Woolsey fire, obviously, just, you know, I think it was 2017. I covered that as well. I'm definitely having flashbacks to that in covering this tonight, but you're just seeing such a massive area that firefighters are trying to get on top of, and as you were reporting too, I think Jamie or Amanda, you were saying that it is expected for the winds to pick back up, just a few hours, and you can imagine that ticking time bomb really that wind really is, because the minute that wind picks back up, these flames that are not as large as they were before, they will just completely be whipped up into these frenzied infernos. I mean, and it starts to create, as Marina Jurka talked about, its own weather system. So you just have all of these factors, the volatility of the situation, and the urgency could not be greater in the situation we are in right now. The spot that we're in has been interesting, as we've been talking throughout the night into the morning, is that, people have been coming here, I think just because they kind of come out of their neighborhoods in sort of this frenzied state. It's very chaotic, as we've been talking about, people getting these evacuation orders so late in the night and then early in the morning. And you talked about, we're talking about cell phone service obviously being so critical. It's so interesting. We have a work cell phone and my personal phone. My work cell phone works just fine, but my personal phone is on a different carrier. And if I move just a little bit, the signal on the one phone will be stronger, and then the other one will just completely die. So I don't know if that's just because Malibu is sort of a challenging area for cell phone signal anyway, but if the fire has some sort of impact on any of the cell service in the area. So you worry about that just in terms of damaged infrastructure and whether that could have been impacted. Right now we're seeing a big line of fire trucks heading to the south on PCH. So potentially some trouble spots down in that area, but there's no shortage of trouble spots. I mean, it's just everything. There's just an orange and red glow in every direction, well, up and down, north and south, from our perspective right now. And I'm looking actually over to the north and to the west, and I'm seeing there is fire. There's a lot of fire. It looks like on the west side of PCH. I'm staring at flames that are burning on a hillside over there. And I was talking to a woman, I think it was our last report, that she says she takes care of an elderly woman on Malibu Road, north of where we are here on Webb Way and PCH, and she said that multiple homes had burned in that neighborhood. We're still waiting to get confirmation from fire officials on scene here. We have not gotten that confirmation, but she told me she personally witnessed multiple homes that had burned in that area. She said she was able to get the elderly woman out of the home, that it was a very frantic situation. That woman apparently now staying with someone, a relative, but she was able to get out safely, so that's the good news. Obviously, that's the main thing we all care about, right? Is we want to make sure everybody stays safe and heeds the evacuation warnings. But coming in here, you both were talking about this too. Is it was very eerie. There was ash and smoke, and it dark because the power had been turned off by the time I'd gotten here. Very, very, eerie situation and just very alarming. And you immediately could tell as you're driving in that it was a dire situation. And I'm just, obviously we would talk about how frightening it will be when the sun does come up, when we see what's going on. I mean, it's looking at these perspectives. I mean, there's, when the new brush starts burning, it's thick black smoke up against this orange glow. It's really a horrifying sight, and it's just from one end of PCH, from where I'm standing, to the from what I can see, to the south, and then to the north as well. And I'm sure there's just so many people concerned about what's happening in these hills and in these canyons, because firefighters can only get to so many of these areas in the time that it takes for one ember to blow from one spot to another. And I think Jamie or Amanda, you were saying just how quickly that can completely reshape the firefight, because you have I remember the Woolsey fire. It looked like the fire was out in certain spots, and then a house would just start burning, and it was because an ember would blow from one area super far away and just get caught inside the attic or inside a duct in the house, and then it was just these huge homes would just, be leveled by that. So it's the constant volatility is the issue, and you just feel for firefighters because there's so little they can do when Mother Nature is working so hard against them.
Well, that's Tom. You bring that up. I was looking back at some of our notes overnight. This started as a 10-acre brush fire, exploded to 300 acres very quickly. At just 3 o'clock this morning, an hour ago, it was up to 850 acres, and now we're talking about 1,800 acres. And we're not even at the worst of the winds yet. I think the timing of this has been probably the worst case scenario if you think about it. When you talk about the Woolsey fire, I remember sitting, in the newsroom and watching it happen and getting out the door, and just how quickly that spread and how it overtook just so much during daylight. So this is of real concern. We know we have Tina along Malibu Road where firefighters are currently trying to battle a house fire there. Tina, what are you seeing?
Yeah, good morning. We're along Malibu Road, and this is one of those areas where we're kind of right near the ocean. There's a couple neighborhoods where you're sort of tucked away in the brush. So we followed some firefighters here, and what it looked like is this is one of those roads where there's like 4 houses kind of spaced out, and firefighters were kind of stationing themselves in the driveway of each home, just kind of watching. It looked like everything was okay. They were just kind of keeping an eye on the hillside. But just in the last few minutes, we kind of hear, as this fire starts to move through, like you hear the noise as some of the brush and some of the vegetation starts to catch on fire, and then there's just a lot more smoke. Fortunately, as we said, there are firefighters all up and down this street, kind of next to every home stationed. It looks like everybody here evacuated, and right now the fire has not moved its way down, but definitely a lot of concern. The one good thing we've been talking to firefighters within the last hour is that they feel very good that it is not as windy as it had been earlier this morning, but there is still so many areas like this where there's so much vegetation that is causing concern, and if that vegetation burns, then all of a sudden there's not that area that, around a home to kind of protect it. The other thing is especially in the neighborhood that we're in, it looks like all of the firefighters right here are Ventura County Fire. And again, Ventura County not that far from Malibu, but this is probably not a neighborhood that these firefighters are very familiar with. They're coming from all parts of Southern California to help with the firefight, but unfortunately they're kind of sometimes flying blind the way that we are when we're coming in places. We're like, well, we don't actually know exactly how these roads are laid out. We don't exactly know where the homes are tucked away. And so that is also a concern for firefighters when they're obviously trained in these things, but obviously they're more comfortable if it's an area that they know. When they're out of their jurisdiction, they're kind of hoping, for the best that they're able to get into places safely and kind of see where roads lead. But a lot of times that is a concern as well. Right now, again, the winds are not that bad right now. When we were driving along Malibu Canyon Road, we'd seen a number of people who had evacuated their homes. There was one man who had kind of his own hose, and he just looked like he was trying to put a little water on his home before he kind of got out of the area. We've seen that a lot of times. We don't recommend that people kind of do that when they're getting those evacuation orders. Really, the best thing they can do is get out of the way, but we know there's always that inclination to try to do what they can to save their homes before they get out of the area. One of the things, and I think Tom was talking about this as well, is that the fire started really in the overnight hours, and cell service has been very spotty overnight. Power has been going in and out overnight. So some of the people we talked to said they got the alerts. That's how they knew that there was a fire, and that's how they started getting themselves up and getting themselves ready. Other people had no idea. It was loved ones that either called or knocked on doors, neighbors kind of alerting each other saying, hey, look, I think this might be a concern. And the big concern that we've heard from a lot of people is that, especially when the winds were really gusting a couple hours ago, the fire was moving so quickly. Some people thought that it was a couple canyons over, that they weren't really in danger. But then all of a sudden, embers were flying and the fire was growing, and all of a sudden it was very close to their homes. So again, we're keeping an eye here on Malibu Road. It does look like there are a number of firefighters stationed along here outside many of the properties, keeping an eye, trying to keep the fire from actually affecting any of these properties. But we have heard kind of anecdotally from some of the people that have been leaving that there are some structures that have been lost. They think there are some homes that have been lost, and it's just not known knowing exactly how many. One of the other things you might know if you're kind of familiar with this area, there's a lot of windy roads, a lot of vegetation. So especially when you're kind of down below, you're looking up and you're like, okay, well, I don't know if it's all the way on the other side of that ridge and if it actually reached a home there or if it hasn't. I think that's some of the concern, that until the daylight comes and until fire crews are able to actually feel like the threat is over and actually start assessing, they're not going to know how many homes might have been damaged overnight. But again, right now, absolutely no wind where we are. So that is very good news. And firefighters hopefully can take advantage of this break in the wind and start to get a little bit of control and start to protect some homes, because we don't know what's going to happen as the day goes on. We'll send it back to you.
Tina, thank you. I mean, at this point, Jamie, you just feel for these families that are leaving their homes at this point, as Tina just showed with these homes in this neighborhood.
Just the panic.
And also the fact of not knowing if you're coming back.
Right.
And what's going to be
what
left
you're
of
gonna
it.
come back to. Yeah. Tina, thank you for your reporting there. You can see now we are showing you the winds. We have Marina Jurica with us this morning. We hear both Tina and Tom talk about how those winds have died down quite a bit at this point in time, but I know there's real concern as we head toward daylight.
That's right, Jamie. I mean, the pressure gradients are still super tight, and you can see that really well here on this map. So they are getting a little break right now, which is wonderful. We were hoping for just a little bit of an onshore wind this morning, and what that does is it basically just not only deflects a lot of the stronger offshore flow, but it raises the relative humidities a little bit. And when I came in this morning 2 hours ago, relative humidity in Malibu was at about 14%, and now it's at 20. So it definitely just got that little push, that little influx of an onshore flow this morning, which is what we were hoping for. But as we said, it's short-lived, but hopefully it's enough to at least help those firefighters out here for the short term. But winds northeast at 17 still right now, with gusts of 30 miles per hour in that area. And we saw anywhere upwards of 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts since 10 p.m. last night. And so, yes, it is improved right now, but as we move forward, it will, unfortunately, pressure gradients will tighten and we will start to see those winds gust up again. And so, of course, we know this is a wind-driven fire that has been shown on satellite, and winds right now in the Simi Valley are at 50 mile per hour gusts, 45 in the Santa Clarita area, 22 in Malibu, and 38 in Camarillo. And you can see where this bullseye is, that purple, and that is where we knew it was going to be, at least for the day today, the most extreme fire weather potential. And that's where that pink area, that really kind of more that violet area is. But pretty much our entire viewing area is looking at least an elevated risk for this fire as we move into the day today. And Jamie, I know you've brought this up a few times, but peak wind gusts and how we decipher that is when the pressure gradients are going to be at their tightest with the onshore flow. So looking at the models and moving forward with our next weather futurecast, we can see that that'll be at about 8 o'clock this morning. So that's in about 4 more hours. So that is the potential for it to reach gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour in the mountains, and then 60 to 70 miles per hour in the lower elevations. And remember, this area in Malibu, it's very mountainous, and we've been saying that all morning. And so when the winds offshore go downslope over the mountains, they actually pick up speed. So you have that. And then you also have the fact that fire weather creates its own intense heat and its own updrafts. And so what happens is that these updrafts generate their own winds, these powerful winds, and that also helps spread the fire. And so this cycle makes the fire more dangerous and then, of course, harder to control. And so Santa Ana's already dry out the vegetation. The lower humidities help spread those flames quickly, and then it's those embers over the large distances that just continue to ignite the new fires. So by 8 o'clock in the morning, we should see the peak, but all the way until 2 o'clock this afternoon, we are going to be at this critical fire level risk. And that's why we have the red flag warning for pretty much our entire viewing area. That is until 2 p.m. today. And so we will see Santa Ana winds throughout the rest of the day today and tomorrow, but it will be not as intense after 2 p.m. So that is what we are looking at, just getting to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And we can see that very well here on our next weather winds futurecast. By 8:15 this morning, there's that bullseye through the 118 corridor there, the Santa Clarita Valley. 14 out of Santa Clarita Valley is going to be very windy. 118 corridor, the 210 corridor, western San Fernando Valley, Santa Monica Mountain range. So Ventura, LA counties pretty much are right in that bullseye with the Santa Clarita Valley into the high desert. So it's affecting really 5 counties. So we knew that it was going to be a huge event as we pushed forward into the day today. And it's actually, from the models, become stronger as we've moved into the overnight and early morning hours of today. So here's 11:45 in the morning. You can see same peak zones into Orange County. Those are starting to increase by about 1, 2 o'clock. And then by 5:45, as we head into the overnight, into early Wednesday morning, that's when we're seeing that it moves into more of that 10, 20, maybe maximum 30-mile-per-hour wind gust range. And so that is what we're looking forward to, is getting through today and moving into the overnight tonight, when the onshore push will help and the offshore winds will decrease. But we have a lot of hours before we get to this time frame. And so that is what makes it so critical. And that is why the red flag warning is until 2 o'clock. And, you know, every once in a while, the Weather Center will give us these really critical levels. And that is what we were looking for as we moved into the day today. So they've made it actually a particularly dangerous situation, and that is all the way through 2 o'clock today. And as I mentioned, we're looking at the tightest pressure gradients, which is what we look at, Jamie, for those peak wind gusts at about 8 o'clock this morning. So that potentially could be when we see the peak of it, but all the way until 2 o'clock today, it's going to be extremely critical.
And Marina, tell me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding when you talk about the Santa Ana winds drying things out, normally when we have a marine layer or we have some type of humidity, this would help us. Right now, we don't have any of that.
No. And I mean, and that's what, you know, over the weekend, that's why we were saying it's just so dangerous, because our actually lowest humidity will be tonight. So thank goodness that, you know, it's maybe we're talking 2 to 8%, which is just mind blowing when you think of these single digits of relative humidity. But tonight will be our lowest relative humidity, but thank goodness our winds won't be quite as gusty at that point. But even humidity at 10 to 15%, that is very, very low. And so we're just going to continue to see that drop as we head into the day today. And because the Santa Anas do dry out those humidities and lower the humidities, that's what it does.
Well, I'm looking at your map too. You know, people in Anaheim, San Bernardino, Temecula, those areas all need to be on alert today as well. We're talking about this fire right now, obviously in Malibu, but with these types of conditions, everybody needs to be on high alert. Marina, thank you.
I mean, we're feeling the wind just across Southern California this morning and playing a big, big role in this firefight. Mark Liu has been on the desk all morning for us, tracking that firefight, where firefighters are at, where they're looking at. So, Mark, what are you seeing now?
Oh, there's a lot of firefighters fighting this fire. You know, it started just before 11 o'clock last night. LA County Fire responded. They called in help from Ventura County Fire, LA City Fire, and even Orange Fire. We now have as many as 5 water-dropping helicopters in the air that are fighting this fire. And CAL FIRE, our state firefighting agency, is coordinating all of the data in a strategic map that I want to show you if you come out to my screen, so I can give you sort of an overhead view of where this fire is burning. I can show you the evacuation zones, and I can also show you the mandatory evacuation zones. But even before I get to that, I want to show you some video from Pepperdine University that we just got into our station. It actually shows some of the fire coming up close to Payson Library. This is from a student that was in the evac center. This is Payson Library, I believe, in Pepperdine. This is where they asked students to go, and you can see that bright orange glow that is coming from the windows right there. Now, the great news is that I was listening to the battalion commander on the Pepperdine side of this fire, and they say they are getting a pretty good handle on the fire on the western flank. That is the side that Pepperdine is on. They have a lot of structure protection there. And this fire, it did burn right up to the property of Pepperdine, but it looks like they've got it stopped. Now, if you come out to my screen, I can actually show you some more of that. This is that strategic view that CAL FIRE maintains. And this yellow area here that rings this fire, that is the voluntary evacuation zone. I'm going to highlight it here for you right here. These are all voluntary evacuations all the way over to Point Dume, all the way over to Pacific Palisades. The red area, this is mandatory evacuations, the area of most concern. There are a lot of homes here, and they're asking everyone in this area of Malibu to evacuate immediately because this fire is still burning out of control. And then, of course, let's get right to the most important part. This orange area, this is the current footprint of the fire. And you can see it started right here on Malibu Canyon, right here in the north, and then burned down in a southerly direction, and it is also burning to the north. Now, I'm going to zoom in again right here on the line that they were concerned about at Pepperdine University. You can actually see right here how it burned right up to buildings, right along here, even onto the property. Now, the great news is they have firefighters all through this area, and they are doing excellent structure protection. They are not as concerned about this anymore. Another area of concern right over here. This is a brand new burn area right here at Malibu City Hall. They have firefighters all in here, and they are protecting Malibu City Hall. They are also concerned about the fire on the east side here. Another portion of the flank in the south, as you can see here, it did jump PCH and is burning close to the ocean. They are concerned about that. Our Tom Waite is right about here looking in this direction. He could see that burning over there. That fire still, that section of the fire still burning. They're getting more resources over there to get that under control, but it is burning up against the Pacific Ocean, so it eventually will stop. The area that I think that we're going to have to be concerned about this morning is this northern flank near Piuma Road. I was listening to a battalion commander say this entire area up here needs more resources. They're getting more and more water dropping helicopters to this area, but it's going to be difficult to get hand crews in here because there really aren't any roads. Piuma Road right here, not a good place to put fire trucks. There's only one way in and one way out, but this fire continues to burn in a northerly direction. You can actually see it from the 101 if I zoom out here and show you how far it is away from the 101 to the north. We have some people that are actually up here in this area that report seeing the fire in this direction, so it is burning to the north, and they are concerned about that. Now let's talk a little bit about the resources that we have here. I'm going to take you to a tactical map of all of the aircraft that are here. You can see all of these orange little markers on your screen. That's all radar signatures of aircraft in the area right here and down here. I count about 5 of them. The big ones are that Coulson Aviation twin-engine Chinook. You can see the flight path that they've taken. It's done a lot of circles around this fire. There's one of them that's filling up at an LA County fire station, another one going all the way over to Camarillo Airport to refuel. These Coulson Aviation Chinook C-47s drop 3,000 gallons at a time. They're very heavy, very powerful water dropping helicopters. There's 2 of them here. And then we also have Chinooks. We also have Sikorsky Firehawks. These drop about 1,000 gallons. They're from LA County Fire and Ventura County Fire. They're doing great work here, and you can see that flight path, how they're moving back and forth across the fire and across the city of Malibu to drop water where they need to, and they're filling up at an LA County fire station at Rambla Pacifica, and that's where they're able to get fuel and water there. So this firefight continues with more resources coming in from allied agencies and CAL FIRE, the state firefighting agency, still working to coordinate all of this, even though this isn't their fire. As the state firefighting agency, they do compile all of the data and do some coordination with all of these firefighters in order to make sure they get the resources where they need to go. But there is structure protection all along Malibu Canyon Road and around the beach area because we do believe we have lost some structures down there.
Yeah, Mark, what I'm reading online from a number of sources that the fire did jump the roadway in at least 2 locations, the area around Malibu Pier, as you're talking about, Malibu Road and Webb Way. But that, Amanda, you know, I think of having to go cover stories up there and other fires. There's a Ralph's there, supermarket, a lot of businesses. You've got, family-run restaurants and things that have been there for generations. You've got homes. Once it jumps the road, we're really in a very particularly bad situation.
Yeah, that's when it becomes a tough spot, especially just getting access to those areas. And Tom was mentioning it earlier too, in a lot of these parts you have a block here and there of a piece of land, a plot that doesn't have anything on it, and there's just a lot of brush right there. And that's when those embers kind of fly from place to place. And we've been talking about those embers and the concerns. Thankfully, the wind, slow right now, really died down, but it's going to be picking up again, as Marina was telling us, around 8 a.m. That's when the concern with the wind will come back, really shifting directions of this fire and maybe causing even more problems. So hopefully they can get a control of that. But what we just saw in the fire in Ventura County, the mountain fire last month, early November, when those embers started flying in the winds, that's when we saw just those random massive homes and just different properties just start going. And it was, we were counting on air, Paul Diano and I, just how many we could spot. And it just kept growing and growing so quickly.
Well, I think that's really, when you look at some of the notes from overnight, this was a 10-acre brush fire. We're not sure how it started, right? It explodes to 300 acres in a very short period of time. They call in multiple engines to try to get this under control before it starts exploding. It then, within just a few hours, is now at 1,800 acres, and is continuing to grow, as you said, with those winds. One of the other concerns that we have out there is the power situation. Firefighters have to turn off power in many situations, but Tina Patel was out talking to a homeowner, just talking about how treacherous that then makes the evacuation situation. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Electricity, cell phone,
It all went out until you didn't know.
Yes, it was dark. I went to see because my neighbor was in wheelchair. I went to make sure that he's okay. And he was ready to go. His garage was open. He said he packed in the car everything, and he was waiting too because he thought that fire is far from us.
But then all of a sudden, when you're looking out the window,
sudden, the other neighbor, which the trailer got burned, you know, he beeped with a car passing by. He said, "You have to get out because the fire is right here."
You hear that, and I just think to myself, she sounds so calm for this type of situation. But these flames starting just before 11 p.m., you have to imagine people start hearing about the fire spreading. The power goes out. They have to evacuate. As we've talked about, there's a lot of livestock in a number of these areas, trying to get the livestock out. You and I were talking, Amanda, it is so dark in Malibu anyway, so that when the power goes out, you're really in a tough situation trying to find your way along even PCH.
And what I've been hearing from a lot of people this morning is just you see these random glowing spots, which is just the fire, which is obviously the direction you do not want to be going in at this point. Then add how dark it is with those fires, plus all the smoke as well. And just to navigate that, it's making these conditions even more difficult for these firefighters that are just trying to do the best they can in this fire that's just growing by leaps and bounds throughout the overnight hours into the morning. We're waiting for the sun to come up because we keep hearing from people that, hey, we don't know exactly where, but these homes are coming down, structures are coming down. We've heard from multiple people that have been trying to evacuate the area, saying they've seen so many homes already destroyed, and that's going to be very concerning when the sun comes up.
This is a live picture right now, and you can see, you know, once it hits the vegetation, whether it's a palm tree, shrub, bush,
it just goes.
It just goes. Marina was talking about how low the humidity has been in this area. So, and throughout the day, we're going to see even stronger winds, lower humidity, conditions out there ripe for this to just continue to burn. We want to let people know, you know, in other areas too, there is fire danger throughout Southern California this morning. As we head toward 4:30, if you're just joining us right now, we want to make sure you understand the situation that you're waking up to. You're watching KCAL News on both Channel 2 and Channel 9. We are simulcasting. You're looking at a live picture right now with so many fire trucks along PCH. This is Tom Waite has been providing these pictures along with his photographer out there on the scene. They've been out there all night long. You know, this started just before 11 p.m. We are now at 4:30 in the morning. We're talking about 6,000 mandatory evacuations for Malibu. There's 11,000 population, so you're talking about the majority of the population of Malibu having to get out. You see, as these embers hit vegetation like these palm trees, just how quickly they go up in flames. They also create more embers, which is a problem. Right now, we've heard from our crews on scene that the wind has died down a bit, but we know from our meteorologists that the wind is set to pick up and probably be at its highest around 8 a.m. this morning. So we're still several hours away from this being potentially under control at any point in time. Low humidity, very tough firefighting conditions out there. There was a report, you know, there are 2,000 structures that were under threat, but that was a couple hours ago as this has continued to just explode in size. You had Pepperdine University had suspended all normal operations. You see that on your screen right now. That means classes are canceled,
Their
finals are
well.
canceled. Those types of things are sheltering in place. We saw in some of that video earlier just how close the flames got.
Right up to the
school.
library. Those images are just incredible to see of what those students were seeing this morning and waking up to and what they had to do. We have a Pepperdine student with us right now, Matthew Morrison, joining us via Zoom, I believe. Hey, Matthew.
Hi.
Hey, glad to see you're safe. Where exactly are you and how did you get to this point?
Yeah, I'm in the Pepperdine Library right now, Payson Library. And at about, 11, we started getting all these like alarms and notifications that we had to moved like to a safer area. Like my RAs came to me. I was in my dorm prepping for finals, and so I came to the library and met up with some friends, and we've kind of been here since, holding out, watching the fire. It's looking good now. It for a while was, you know, a little worrisome, very close and kind of scary, but it's gotten a lot better now, and we're all kind of just holding out for morning.
Well, that's, you know, the university is saying they understand the worst could be pushing past Pepperdine at this point. But, you know, we saw some pictures, Matthew, come in where the flames look to be right up to the window. Can you just describe, you said you were in your dorm, you go to the library. What did you then see once you were in the library?
Yeah, I took the video that's playing right now.
Well, thank you for that.
It was crazy. For a little bit, it wasn't as severe at all. Like it started as like a back window that we'd look out of, like across the PCH and in the mountains, we could see the fire building and start to grow and get closer. And it kind of got a little more panicked for a bit coming from that. But then later on, the fire got really close to campus. And I mean, at the time I took that, there were many like firemen and fire trucks all around the area, like taking care of the situation. But it was kind of scary seeing like just how close the fire was, you know. In that video right there, it's just right up against the windows. And the video really doesn't do it justice. I mean, you can sort of see the trees in it, but it was very intense, and it was frightening for a while.
Matthew, what kind of conversations are going on now that it seems like the fire may have moved past Pepperdine?
Honestly, mostly just conversations about just like messaging friends and making sure everyone's okay. I know I have a lot of friends that went off campus at the beginning and throughout the whole ordeal. And so it's been a lot of just texting them and making sure everyone's doing okay, and doesn't need help or anything like that. Yeah.
Where did people go?
Like friends' houses, just they tried to get out of the valley, tried to get out of the area, just anywhere that, you know, there wasn't like immediate fires and, you know, these scary clouds everywhere.
You know, Pepperdine has seen other fires get very close to it. This is the closest I've ever seen. But the university is known, you know, to have that big grassy area, kind of almost its own perimeter in some ways, where firefighters can do some type of protection. With classes canceled and finals now canceled, you know, are you just waiting on word from the school as to how you'll move forward? Do you think people will continue to leave? Or are you going to shelter in place? What's the plan? Yeah,
for the past 3 to 4 hours, we've been like sheltering in place in the library, just like trying to hold out through the fire. Pepperdine's built to last. Like we knew this would happen. This is our 6th fire that we've kind of been through. And yeah, we're honestly just playing it day by day. We know we're gonna wait till at least sunrise to start, you know, leaving and going back to our dorms and those sorts of places. But we're kind of just taking it one step at a time. Because I mean, it's bizarre. So much happened at once.
It was very fast moving. Yeah. Is the library just packed with students right now? What kind of situation are you guys in that shelter?
The library has a good amount of students in it. Mostly the ones that didn't leave, but we also have a lot of students at like the cafeteria and other like secure, safe areas. Not a lot of windows that are like easily secured and watched. They're really spread out quite evenly, and it's not too bad. We're in right now I'm in like a study room that is like normally used for like working on like classwork, but kind of just been hanging in here and just enjoying the silence and the calm environment.
Well, I'm glad to hear it's calm right now. We've been hearing from our reporters that the winds have died down a bit there too, so hopefully making it a little bit easier for firefighters to potentially get a handle on this. Matthew, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sending that video to us this morning that really tells the story of what you were all facing. We appreciate you calling in.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, our Rick Monez is now on the scene in Malibu this morning. Rick, what part are you in and what are you seeing?
So we are right near Pepperdine University, up Malibu Canyon Road. We want to show you here, though, the neighborhood that is just to the west of the campus. And you can see all of those flames just off down the hillside. And then also all of those fire crews that are working through there. From our vantage point right now, it appears that all of the homes that are in this neighborhood have been spared, at least at this point. The winds are still blowing through here. We're seeing lots of embers through all of this really dry brush. It looks like the flames moved through closer to where we are right now, but have since moved on. But again, all of those embers, there's a lot still burning on the ground that could kick up in any of these winds. Fire crews are in this neighborhood right now, certainly doing their best to protect those homes. We just came across Helen, who's a student from Pepperdine University, who is part of this, the evacuation from the dorms, taking you guys to the library. You're trying to get to family right now. What was it like on campus, and now that you're out here in the open this morning?
It was really scary. Everyone is really upset and scared, and no one really knows what's going on, and we see all the windows and we see the fire and we don't really know what to do, and the Wi-Fi's out, the power's out, so I think
signal's so spotty here that that's hard to communicate.
Exactly. So I think we're all just in a time of hectic and craziness.
Yeah, trying to see what's going on. You were telling me you were up studying for finals, so you haven't slept yet, and so probably just running on adrenaline at this point.
Exactly. Yeah, everything is moving all at once. I was walking up this road. I didn't even know how I got here, but I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, and we know that you're trying to get to family who's at the road closure. The other thing is you're from New York, so you've never been through an emergency like this. I mean, it's got to be pretty wild for you, smelling the smoke, experiencing everything.
Yeah, it's really scary. I've never experienced anything like this. I hope not to again. And yeah, I do not want to be here anymore. Yeah, I want to get off.
Well, we will let you go so you can get to safety soon. We are right now in a safe space relatively, but we want to leave you here where we can show what it's like just in this neighborhood here, these homes. We can hear alarms blaring. We can see these fire crews that are out here working. Again, winds may have calmed from what they were in the midnight 1 a.m. time frame, but they are still blowing pretty good. And you may see some of that through the camera's light right now. This is still very critical fire danger here. And certainly we hope that people are evacuating through here, following those evacuation orders, because these are very small roads as well. And the power is out through a lot of Malibu, so that means the street lights are out as well. So driving through here is also very difficult. This is a very dangerous morning, and we'll keep an eye on things from where we are here, just off the Pepperdine campus. But we're actually going to help Helen get to that road closure right now, and so we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Rick, thank you. You listened to her story, having never gone through this before. You have to imagine there's several people just like her trying to figure out what to do. We do want to let you know there's been an evacuation shelter open at Palisades Recreation Center. That's on Alma Real Drive. It's been upgraded to an evacuation center. They are accepting pets in carriers or crates. That's often one of the biggest concerns for people is where to go with their pets. The large animal shelter is now available at Pierce College in Woodland Hills. So if you are someone that is maybe in that voluntary evacuation zone trying to decide what to do, those are two options for you, both Palisades Recreation Center and Pierce College in Woodland. We are just getting these brand new images in from a SkyCal this morning. You can see just the line of this fire. And, this reminds me of so many of these fires when we get these Santa Ana winds that they just rip along the ridge line and create so much fire and
look
so
how
many
far
embers.
it goes right here.
Exactly. We now want to get to Deputy Tracy Corner from the LA County Sheriff's Department. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Can you tell us what you're seeing while you're out trying to manage the situation?
Hi, good morning. We have several personnel from neighboring sheriff stations responding to the area, assisting with road closures and evacuations. Deputies are patrolling the neighborhoods, making announcements on loudspeakers and going door to door. As you can imagine, in the middle of the night, everyone goes to sleep and has no idea what's going on and wakes up to, raging fire in their backyard. So trying to spread the word through social media, emails, and alerts, as well as I mentioned, door to door and through public service announcements.
Are people cooperating when you're going door to door?
Yeah, for the most part, everyone seems to cooperate. We encourage them to, immediately evacuate, grab whatever items are necessary to them, any medication or identification, credit cards or cash that they might need, any essentials, and please, evacuate as soon as possible.
We're looking at these pictures. I have to be honest, this is just truly stunning. We see the fire truck there, and then you get an idea of just the scale of this fire.
Mm-hmm.
It is unbelievable, the amount of flames that we're seeing along the ridge line. Can you talk a little bit about, not only do you have the danger of fire, you also have the danger from the power being out. This is such a dark area. People don't necessarily know exactly where to go and how to evacuate in these situations as to where the fire is turning or moving. Can you just talk about the danger you've seen out there this morning?
Yeah, a lot of the danger, particularly for the firefighters, obviously on the ground, because of the terrain, extremely steep terrain in the area, along with the limited visibility of it being night and heavy smoke, makes it very difficult for the firefighters on the ground. Also makes it almost nearly impossible for firefighters on the ground to lay any kind of fire break by hand because of the rough terrain. So they will need to wait for daytime to be able to do something to that effect. But also, as we experienced during the Woolsey fire, a lot of the problem comes from, as you mentioned, either the power being turned off intentionally for safety reasons, or power poles being burned down as catching fire along with cell towers. So people suddenly lose power to their homes, so they don't have radios or communication, or if cell towers burn, they don't have cell service. So literally kind of left in the dark, if you will, as to some forms of communication. So we strongly encourage people to obviously, have radios, battery-operated radios for backup, so that they can monitor local news.
And our SkyCal chopper is giving us so many images right now that we're able to look, and we're seeing all these hot spots of just how massive this is. What message do you want to get out to people listening in, watching right now?
Please follow our evacuation orders. Stay away from the Malibu area if you can at all costs. Avoid coming into Malibu. A lot of people commute through Malibu, obviously, from Ventura and Santa Monica. Those people need to stay on the 101 freeway today, not try and attempt to enter Malibu as just adding to the congestion for the emergency vehicles that are trying to get into the city and help the residents of Malibu. And just monitor their news as much as they can to keep an eye on possible evacuations and future road closures.
I remember during the Woolsey fire, that fire exploding much like this one did, but it was daylight, and people tried to evacuate. They got on PCH. They got stuck. Are you seeing any potential problems along the roadways this morning, or are people able to kind of move freely?
Right now, they're able to move freely, but again, we ask people to stay on Canaan Road, go toward the 101 freeway. Do not try and travel through the city of Malibu, as they're just adding to the congestion as multiple agencies and fire departments and emergency vehicles are trying to enter the city.
I know we've been talking a lot about Pepperdine. It looks like the worst could be over there. They're looking at some hot spots and things like that, but got it under control there. Can you talk a little bit about, have you gotten any information around some of these other places that people in Southern California know so well, like the Pier area, Carbon Beach, so many homes and businesses, old generational restaurants, that type of thing? Have you heard how that area is doing right now?
I've not been informed of those particular areas right now. I know there's a large section of Pacific Coast Highway that's closed from Puerco Canyon to Tuna Canyon, which generally includes most of the popular tourist locations and restaurants, including the pier and the shopping districts.
Okay. Are we hearing anything about people injured at all with this? And are people really just getting out quickly?
Yeah, at this point, we've not been notified of any injuries, so we are thankful for that and people cooperating.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Evacuation, following evacuation orders.
I mean, that's got to add such a challenge, especially what you're saying when we first started talking of just trying to get people out while everyone's still asleep and not actually knowing what's going on.
Correct. There are a few people that, have kind of the mindset that, I've been through this before. I can ride this out. This isn't so bad. I've seen, Woolsey Fire was worse. But we strongly encourage those people to leave. Don't stay behind and try and fight the fire with your garden hose or such. It's not going to work. It's not going to be. It's not going to help in this situation, so we just encourage people to evacuate when they can and let the fire department do their job.
Sometimes it's more detrimental to stay.
Correct.
Yeah. The thing that's striking to me is yesterday we talked a lot about the Santa Ana winds. They were coming. It was going to be, a pretty big weather event. Throughout the weekend, our meteorologists were talking about just how low the humidity was in this area. Do you feel that people were prepared, or were they taken off guard? It seems like the timing of this may have taken people off guard.
I think the timing with this, warnings were put out regarding the Santa Ana winds and the high-speed gusts that were predicted, but those mostly were put out within a day or two, and I think it did catch people off guard with how quickly all of this occurred.
Do we have any idea how this started at this point?
No, I've not been informed. We've looked into it, but I don't have any indication at this point what the cause is.
Yeah, it's very early in the investigation, obviously, and now
Correct.
Just continuing to look at the firefight. We are looking at so many hot spots. Is there really any way to fully understand how large this fire is, especially with it as dark as it is right now? We're still about 2.5 hours from sunlight.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I don't think that they have a specific good grasp on this as to until the daylight comes. As you mentioned, it is very difficult to assess the situation in the dark. But once daylight comes, I think they'll be able to assess it as to the damage that may have gone unreported during the evening.
What's your concern moving forward this morning?
Concern, just the safety and well-being of the public, hoping everyone complies with evacuation orders and does not stay and try and fight the fire or ride it out themselves, that they do evacuate the area as soon as possible. As you mentioned, there's shelters in the Pacific Palisades area for people and larger animals. Malibu area does tend to have a lot of horses and equestrian farms that those animals can be taken to Pierce College for large animal evacuations, and that people evacuate sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially when you are dealing with those larger animals like horses that get spooked so easily in these types of situations, just try to get them out as quickly as possible.
They do, and it takes time, obviously, to load the animals. It takes time, obviously, because of the road closures. It's going to take a longer route and a longer time for people to drive around, basically around the fire, to get to those locations. So many people are used to taking the route where they can quickly get from one side of Malibu to the other within 20 minutes. But now with road closures, it's going to take possibly 1.5 to 2 hours.
Well, I remember covering the Woolsey fire. A lot of people just went directly to the beaches. I remember Zuma Beach being a place that almost became an animal shelter for a period of time. Are you seeing that type of response right now with people trying to get their livestock out?
We've not seen anyone particularly heading to Zuma Beach, although, as you mentioned, during the Woolsey fire, that was a large evacuation area for many people because of the open land. Although we have been seeing several trailers with livestock animals evacuating this evening.
Okay. All right, Deputy Tracy Corner with the LA County Sheriff's Department, thank you so much for calling in and giving us your perspective being out there in Malibu. Thank you for joining us this morning. Hopefully we can check in with you a little bit later.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go over to Tina Patel, who's been out there all morning long in different spots throughout Malibu. And Tina, I believe you are on Carbon Mesa Road at this time. What are you finding out there?
Yeah, well, we drove up this canyon road because we could see the glow from down below. And when you look behind me, you can kind of see the fire all along this ridge. And that is a concern for the people who live in this neighborhood. There are a number of them who have been kind of talking to each other, going house to house, checking on their neighbors and making sure that everybody is safe and that everybody is ready to evacuate. I want to bring in, we're going to let a car get out of the way. It is a one-way road in and out of this canyon. And that's another bit of the concern. As sheriffs, we were coming a little while ago to make sure that everybody knew that this was a concern. Anthony is with me. You've been watching this fire along this ridge. You were calling it a volcano a few minutes ago.
No, it just seems incredibly vast area that it's going across. As you can see, it's spreading pretty quickly.
Have you ever seen anything like this? I mean, I knew we know that there are fires in this area. We know that there's winds, but when you see it this close, and you're right, like this vast, what goes through your mind?
I've seen it before. Actually, 20 years ago, the same area burned, so it came down this way. So it's pretty familiar. I've lived in Malibu for 25 years. It's about the third or fourth flyer. This is a pretty big one.
I mean, I guess the one thing is the people here know, like, they can't really wait. You like you packed up, you've been watching, and you were saying to us, yeah, it feels like it's maybe time to go. You don't want to take a chance.
No, we don't. But we all get alerts on the phone, so I think that everyone's top. But there's no other communication as far as helicopters or anything. But this fire is definitely moving quite quickly, so probably it's time to.
We've been seeing the helicopters over. We haven't been seeing them necessarily do water drops, but they've been around. How are you feeling? I mean, I guess the problem is there's so many areas burning. You don't know where they're concentrating, right?
I think that's why we need to get out of here because it's spreading everywhere and there's not enough resources, clearly. And as you know, they're not going to bring the super scoopers until sunrise, which is what, an hour and a half?
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the one good thing is it's not as windy as it was earlier. Does that make you feel a little bit better?
I think I don't know what the wind. They say it's predicted to get a little stronger around 6 o'clock, 7 in the morning. So I don't think this is going to be an all-day situation, at least.
I'm glad that you guys all know your neighbors, that you're kind of keeping an eye out for each other. It's nice to see that everybody's kind of, before they leave, they're making sure, is everybody else okay?
Yeah, as you can see, they're walking up and down the road, and thank God, because it's a cul-de-sac, so you wouldn't be able to get out any other way. So.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I want you to get to safety, so we'll get out of your way.
All right.
But again, this is Carbon Canyon. This ridge right here, they were saying there's really nothing between that and the homes that are over here, and that's why the neighbors here are so concerned, and that's why they've been watching for a little bit, but they all are kind of getting that notice that it is probably time to go, just not taking a chance, especially since this is one of those canyons where the in and out, there's only so many ways you can go. We're going to continue to talk to residents, to talk to firefighters. When I was talking to a firefighter a little while ago, he did tell me that the one good thing is yes, the wind has died down. Also that in some areas, the fire has basically moved to the ocean, so there's nowhere more for it to go on that side. Unfortunately, it's still very early in the morning. When the sun comes up, we know the weather could shift again, the winds could shift again, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. But right now, we'll send it back to you.
Tina, thank you. Yeah, our meteorologist here saying the winds could be at their worst around 8 o'clock this morning. We are watching SkyCal on the right-hand side of your screen. Was just showing, police officers, as we heard from that sheriff's deputy a short time ago, going door to door in some of these areas to get people out. It is still very dark. It's still very early. People may not know or have communications about getting out. So you've seen those sheriff's deputies going door to door to get people to evacuate. On the left-hand side of your screen right now, there is that map where you can see the mandatory evacuations of Malibu in yellow, the voluntary evacuations currently in red. We now want to get to Mark Liu, who's at the desk with new information. Mark?
Yeah, that's right. SkyCal now able to get a good look at this fire. They've joined a veritable air force of helicopters that is above this fire. There's multiple airships. I count now 5 water-dropping helicopters, 2 very large Chinooks dropping about 3,000 gallons apiece on this fire, and then 3 Sikorsky Firehawks, 1,000 gallons each. Now, I want you to look here. We can see what SkyCal is looking at. SkyCal is floating around right about here in this area, right here, looking in this direction. And what they're looking at is this part of the fire. This is the flank that we're seeing right here. And I did a sort of back of the envelope calculation. The line of fire that you're looking at on the right side of your screen there is about 2.5 miles long. That is an extremely long fire line that firefighters from LA County, LA City, Ventura County, and Orange County are now fighting. And this is where the bulk of the fire continues to burn in a easterly direction. They are most concerned with this flank of the fire. This is where we've seen most of the fire activity here. The western side of the fire near Pepperdine, as our reporters have been talking about, is looking a little bit better. The flame lengths are lower there, and they've got good structure protection. But this area here, this entire region, is basically open mountainous terrain that has a lot of heavy brush to burn, and that's where this fire is going. There's not a lot of ways for hand crews to get in there. Artina Patel was down on Carbon Terrace Road. It's right near Carbon Beach Terrace Road. As she said, one way in and one way out. That's one of the few communities down there where they're able to get up into there. This is about, she was right about here. And what we're looking at here is the flank of the fire is now here. So even beyond where CAL FIRE has last put this fire here, it is certainly moving to the east. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about is that there's a lot of power outages in this area, both because of the fire and also because Southern California Edison has purposely turned the power off. All of these black and white shaded areas, these are areas where the power has been purposely turned off. Virtually all of Malibu is without power because of these public safety power shutoffs, and it very likely will remain off. All of these dark areas will remain off for the remainder of the morning. The fire is burning right in this area here. So there's a combination of power that has been turned off here and perhaps power outages as a result of power lines down from this fire. But the residents of Malibu can expect to probably not have any electricity until far after the sun comes up this morning. But the other thing that I want to show you is all of these firefighting helicopters that are down here. You can zoom in on the map. You can see these orange lines that you see. This is the back and forth flight path of these fire helicopters. This is a Sikorsky UH-60 Firehawk dropping about 1,000 gallons of water each go. They've been filling up at LA County Fire Station 8 on Rambla Pacifico. There they can get fuel and water up there. That's right about right here. I'll zoom in. And then, of course, they're heading back to the west here to fight this fire. The fire, basically, bulk of it in the center of your screen right about here. And this fire line, as I was talking about, that's where they're dropping all the water. And they're going to continue to fight this fire. They're asking for more air assets. There's also 2 very large Chinooks that are on station doing those water drops. And of course, really, though, the fire is going to be stopped by hand crews. These water dropping helicopters, they can put out hot spots, but that long line, that 2-mile long line of fire that you see there at the center of your screen, it's going to have to be done ultimately with hand crews making fire lines. And of course, the other thing that homeowners hopefully have done in this area is brush clearance. Brush clearance is key to saving structures. Every single fire agency in Southern California puts out flyers and informational alerts for homeowners that are living in brush fire prone areas. If you want to save your home, you're going to have to do the work yourself at some point to clear brush away from your home, so that when that fire comes, firefighters are going to have an infinitely easier time saving your home. So that's what firefighters are hoping that homeowners have done, but they're doing the hard work with the hand crews and the air assets overhead.
Yeah, it's just incredible to watch this picture, Mark, that's coming in from SkyCal and seeing just how close those flames are. They've been creeping closer and closer as you've been talking to Carbon Beach Terrace, it looks like. But you can see there are other structures. We've been focusing on that main home. Yeah, you can see some of these other structures, kind of outbuildings, cars, that type of thing, getting very, very close. This is kind of our first real opportunity to see what has been happening now that SkyCal is up in the air, because there's just been such an explosion of fire throughout the area. We haven't heard how many structures have been impacted. 2,000 in the path of these flames. You've got 6,000 mandatory evacuations with an 11,000 population. We do want to let you know, if you're just joining us right now, you are following breaking news this morning. This is the Franklin fire. You're watching KCAL News on both Channel 2 and Channel 9. This is burning in a large part of Malibu. As you see there, there's it looks like a garbage canister or something like that. But evacuation orders in place for many, many people. 6,000 mandatory evacuations, as I said, for an 11,000 population. As we heard Mark talking about, there are helicopters up in the air, but when you see flames like this, it's going to take a lot more work.
And that's really difficult, especially at what time this happened. It started just around 11 o'clock overnight, now at 1,800 acres. SkyCal really giving us that view of just how massive this is and how far-reaching it is, as well as it continues to move and shift throughout the night. Really fueled by those Santa Ana winds. A lot of us across Southern California got them all last night, and Malibu really taking the hit from it. You know, we have this fire coming as we are in a red flag warning, so that's a mix of, you know, really warm temperatures, low humidity, strong winds. Marina Jurica joins us now with more on that and what we can expect as we head into the later hours of this morning, where the wind is expected to pick up once again.
Yes, good morning. We are actually just in the last 20 minutes looking at the latest model data, and it actually is showing that it is starting to tighten right now. In a usual Santa Ana event, it's 8 to 10 a.m. where we see that wind max, but that latest model data that I just said that just came out suggests that the peak of the winds may be starting to occur now. So there's about a 30 to 40% chance that the winds won't exhibit that typical 8 to 10, but that means that they're going to start really gearing up now into the early morning hours. And so we're going to have to really watch that very carefully here over about the next 3 to 4 hours, when we could start to see some very critical winds gusting at anywhere from 70 to 80 miles per hour in the higher elevations and up to 60 to 70. Putting a pinpoint here, as you can see on this graphic, to Malibu, northeastern winds are checking in at 17, gusts of up to 30, but we've seen that all the way up to 50 since I got in at about 2 o'clock this morning. So it has definitely gotten a little bit better. We had a little brief onshore push, which helped our relative humidities bounce up a bit to about 20%. They were at about 12% a few hours ago, but we are going to continue to see those offshore winds strengthening, which we can see very well here as we push into the next 3 or 4 hours. And so as this Santa Ana a wind event continues, we're going to continue to see those blustery winds through about 2 p.m. today. That is basically the target area for the most extreme winds, and then we'll be looking at things lessening, not completely going away until Wednesday night. So we are going to be in this event for the next couple of days. But right now, wind gusts at 52 miles per hour in Simi Valley, 45 Santa Clarita, 19 in Malibu, 39 in Camarillo. And this is the fire weather outlook for the day today. And you can see in more of that hot pink area, that is where we are seeing the most extreme critical fire weather potential. And that is pretty much in a straight line from the I-14 corridor out of the Santa Clarita Valley. And that'll push into the high desert, but western San Fernando Valley, Santa Monica Mountain Range, 118 corridor, 210 corridor. We're going to be watching that very carefully because our humidity levels will actually decrease even more as we move into tonight. So it is bone dry, and it could be as low as 2 to 5%, whereas right now we're at 20%. But our saving grace is the fact that our winds will be a little bit less extreme as we move into the overnight tonight. But hazardous crosswinds, so that's going to be really detrimental to driving conditions, especially in the passes. And of course, this is a wind-driven fire, so the better chance that we can get to the afternoon hours when winds will die down, the better it will be. But we are looking at this fire burning so hot that it's actually modifying the local winds. And so those local winds are actually pushing into and bending them towards the fire. Remember, I've talked about this for the last couple of hours, but fire creates its own weather because of that intense heat. It causes it to rise rapidly, and then that makes a strong updraft, almost like a thunderstorm cloud. So it's pulling in all of this surrounding air and oxygen, and that feeds into the fire even more. And then the moisture from the vegetation actually condenses into that rising air and creates these clouds and these updrafts, and that just generates more of those powerful winds that spreads the fire. And this cycle just continues to make the fire more dangerous and harder to control. So preventing this from happening anywhere else is definitely where we want to go. And I want to push this forward on our next weather wind futurecast so that you can see what's happening as we progress through the day today. So this is right now, and you can see where those peak wind gusts are. And that is definitely in that 118 corridor heading down towards PCH. By 9:15, it does not look too much better. But as we push into 12:30, you can definitely see that we are starting to move more into that 20 to 40 mile per hour wind range, which is really what we want to see. And that extends all the way into portions of Orange County and heading into the Antelope Valley. But by 2:15 in the morning tomorrow, substantial difference. We are now moving into more of the 10 to 30 mile per hour range as we move into the rest of the day on Wednesday. But we have a red flag warning in effect for the day today. We also have a high wind warning in effect until 1 o'clock because, as I've mentioned over and over, the morning hours are going to be the most critical hours. So from now, I would say until about 10 a.m., but we do have all of these warnings in effect until 1 to 2 o'clock this afternoon. But we are going to have to be very aware that right now the latest models are showing that those pressure gradients are tightening. So we might be hitting another peak wind event as we push into the next hour or two, being heightened, of course, by the fire weather that is being produced by this fire in and of itself.
Well, that's Marina. Just as you're talking, I can't help but think it's like taking a blowtorch once these winds start. And we're nowhere, you know, there's zero containment at this point in time. We're looking at these pictures come in. My other concern when looking at your maps is that if another fire were to break out somewhere else where these Santa Ana winds are very, very strong, you have all the resources of Southern California really tackling this. A fire that went from 10 acres just before 11 p.m. last night grew to 300 very, very quickly and is now at 1,800, if not more. You know, we had a sheriff's deputy on a short time ago saying that he does not think firefighters have a full scope of the size of this and probably won't until the sun comes up. The sun does not come up until about 6:45 this morning. So we'll have Marina continue to watch the weather as those wind, as she says, are tightening and forming just a little bit more. We'll see what that does to the fire. But Amanda, you also have some traffic maps for us because there's a number of issues when it comes to the roadways in this area.
It's getting really tricky to get around that area as well this morning. So our first one we're looking at with the Franklin fire, we do have some closures there. So PCH between Corral Canyon and Carbon Canyon is closed right now. Malibu Canyon between PCH and Piuma also closed. So again, PCH between Corral Canyon and Carbon Canyon, and then Malibu Canyon between PCH and Piuma. Really tricky to get around there right now with those evacuation orders in place. A lot of people getting out. We've been saying those numbers throughout the morning. 6,000 people under those evacuation orders trying to get out of that area. We also, when talking to the sheriff just a little bit ago, he was saying to please stay off of PCH if you're going to work this morning. Try to take the 101. If you need to get through the area, and just stay out of this area as much as possible if you usually drive through Malibu, whether you're going to Santa Monica or wherever you need to get to. So just clear out of that area. I mean, you can tell by these images here, just really tough to get around there. We are also looking at some other issues throughout the area as well. So the fire danger closure, that's Topanga Canyon between PCH and Mulholland. The road is closed there. This was actually closed in preparation of this situation because of that red flag warning in place that Marina was talking about. So again, there is that fire danger closure as well at Topanga Canyon between PCH and Mulholland. That road is closed there as well. So just really tough to get around that area. Just try to stay out of Malibu as much as possible. Go around through the 101 and let firefighters just try to do their job tackling this. We will continue to monitor the roads throughout the morning, though, and what other closures there are.
Well, that's Amanda talking to that sheriff's deputy a short time ago. The good news is people are adhering to the evacuation warnings. They're getting out. The roads look to be fairly clear at this point in time for people to be able to do that, which is the good news. But he did reiterate, and we should say that there are so many people who usually commute from Ventura County or Santa Monica along PCH.
They go back and forth.
That is not an option for you this morning.
Not right now. No. And especially as we continue to see this scope of this fire that we won't have a grasp of until later, but these images just incredible, seeing just how massive it is. And we were saying earlier, seeing the fire truck, the close-up of the fire truck next to it, and then coming out, it's an ant compared to how
That's what I was
large it
going to
is.
say. I don't even know that these pictures fully do it. Oh, we see
Wow, there
a
you go.
water drop happening, which is great. We'll continue to see those. Mark Liu saying there's about 5 water dropping helicopters out there at this point in time. We should see potentially more as we go through the morning, get some light out there. But the images are incredible. I don't think people are understanding the full scale of what this actually looks like, because these are huge areas and huge flames. You see just the flames now next to that house to understand. But when you have that big of a fire and you have embers coming off of that, the fear is, as these winds continue to pick up, that they will spark new vegetation, and the situation can change very drastically, very, very quickly. And we saw that overnight as this fire just exploded, from a few hundred acres to now 1,800, if not more. We now want to get to Matt Meyerhoff with the city of Malibu. He is the media information officer. Thank you so much, Matt, for being with us this morning. I have to imagine you're a very, very busy person. Can you tell us what you know this morning?
Yeah, we've been very, very busy here in City of Malibu. We started at about 11, right when the fire started, and most of us have been working nonstop since then in our emergency operations center. So what I can tell you is we have mandatory evacuations in place from the east. That's from about Tuna Canyon, and then westward until Puerco. And then we have evacuation warnings in place from Puerco westward towards Trancas, to about Trancas Canyon. And we have been in constant communication with our partners at the fire department and the sheriff department. They're working on the fire, and they're doing excellent work. We have a lot of resources coming in from all around the state, helping the firefighters, and our sheriff's deputies have gone door to door, making sure everyone is evacuated, making sure everyone is able to get the evacuation message, because that's one of the key elements here is when we have power outages. We have a PSPS right now, power outage, very widespread across Malibu that impacts cell phone service. And so the way that evacuations are conducted by the sheriff's department is they go door to door. They drive up and down streets with bullhorns, and they knock on every single door. They wake people up, and they get them out of their houses. So that's been going really well. We know that the fire jumped, not sure exactly what time, so I don't have the notes in front of me, but the fire jumped after a couple of hours over PCH into the area around Webb Way, and it also spread across PCH to the area around Malibu Pier. And Malibu Pier was threatened, and there were structures around it were threatened. We have heard that the Malibu Pier is safe, which is good news. We know that structures are impacted in the Sweetwater Mesa area, Malibu Knolls, and Malibu Road, but we don't have information yet on if they're damaged, if they're destroyed. That's too soon to say. We just know from the fire department that they are impacted, and the fire crews are battling those. And we have our city fire safety liaisons who are retired firefighters, wildland firefighters, who go to the scene whenever we have a fire, and they embed themselves with the fire crews, and they are using LA RICS radios that the city purchased specifically so that we could deal with the widespread communications outages that we have had. One thing we learned from the Woolsey fire, and so because of those radios, we've been able to be in constant touch with our fire safety liaisons who are with the fire crews on the ground, giving us immediate updates and detailed information on how it's going in our zone.
And Matt, when you talk about the areas that have structures impacted, so Malibu Knolls Road, Sweetwater Canyon, what exactly is in those areas? Are these neighborhoods, or are they more businesses? What are we looking at there?
Well, in the areas north of PCH, in the Civic Center, so around City Hall and Malibu Knolls, the areas that are up Malibu Canyon, those are neighborhoods. There are some structures like an elementary school, there's a church, there's a few buildings that are not residences in that area, but mostly it's residences. HRL is in that immediate area, and that is, obviously something to be concerned about because it's a research facility and, could have chemicals in it that could be hazardous. So we haven't heard anything about their area being impacted. Pepperdine University is up there. We've understood from Pepperdine University they have a shelter-in-place plan. They also use that in the Woolsey fire. They have their own firefighting gear. They have hoses. They have communications. They have plans and staff. They have emergency generators. So they have their students shelter in place. But we learned that there was fire spotting into their campus, but they're doing okay. But down closer by the pier where the fire jumped over at PCH, that's a mix of businesses and residences. But I think the preponderance of structures being impacted around here are going to be homes, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I just want to reiterate, too, we did talk to some students at Pepperdine University who watched some of the flames. They seem to be okay right now. The university is saying it looks like the worst potentially past that area. But as you're talking about just the number of homes that will potentially be impacted, can you talk about just how this really, the timing is a worst case scenario for the city?
Yeah, we get 7 to 8 red flag events per year. And they always come in the same time of year because that's the only time when all of our factors can come together to create the factors for a catastrophic wind-driven wildfire like the Woolsey fire. So our fire season is really end of October through into December, sometimes a little later. And, we watch the weather very, very closely. We have coverage on evenings and weekends, monitoring conditions and monitoring fire dispatch and things like that. During fire season, we put out a lot of messaging to the community about preparedness. So everyone in everyone in Malibu knows fire, and they know fire season, and they know that when there's Santa Ana winds and it's really dry, that's the time to be vigilant and to monitor the news. Be ready for fires, and so that's. The community is well prepared and well aware of how to respond to a wildfire situation, unfortunately, because, that's our number one safety threat in Malibu is wildfire. And periodically we do have them, and they destroy homes, which is tragic. And for us in the city of Malibu, it's really sad, to see that we know the community members are going through a lot of pain and trauma and fear right now because we had such a terrible disaster with the Woolsey fire. We just want them to know that we have their backs. We're working very hard. We're working around the clock in our EOC for them to make sure they have the information they need and to support the firefighters and the sheriffs in their efforts in evacuating and fighting the fire. An important message that we want to get out is that people need to follow evacuation orders. You can rebuild a home, you can replace possessions, but you can't replace a life lost.
That's a very, very good point. Matt Meyerhoff with the City of Malibu, thank you so much for being with us this morning. We really appreciate you calling in and updating us on what's going on out there. We'll check in with you a little bit later.
All right, Matt. Thank you. We're going to go out to Rick Montes now. He is near Malibu City Hall, which is actually a command post this morning. And Rick, you have your face mask on now. I mean, what kind of conditions are you surrounded by there?
Let me tell you, it's been a while since I've been in conditions like this. I mean, the smoke is very thick. It's burning our eyes as soon as we got out of the truck. But what I want to orient you to where we are on Malibu. PCH is just next to us. We are on Civic Center Way. The roads parallel each other, so the ocean is off that way. We're seeing embers cast out that way. But what we want to show you here is what's burning right over here. And so the direction we're looking toward is actually toward City Hall and the Malibu Racket Club. So all of this open space has been burning for the last while as we've been out here. We see some large flare-ups, and now my photographer Sparkle Day is showing you here these trees that are burning. It's difficult to see. We've seen some flare-ups come, though, and there's a huge apartment complex. You might be able to see, it looks like there might be some firefighters walking their way through with the flashlights. So that complex, we hope, is evacuated because it is dangerously close to these flames here this morning. And so that is Malibu Canyon Village, that apartment complex. We don't see any lights on. Of course, power is out for much of this area. But we also can see up on the hillside fire trucks. You see the flashing emergency lights. Strong winds are still moving through here. And listening to, our forecasters talk about the fact that we may have stronger winds coming in here. This is such a dangerous situation. And being we moved areas from where we were earlier, just near Pepperdine. Now we came down the street here, and I've got to tell you, it's difficult driving around even because the power is out, the street lights are out. We're still seeing some residents driving through here, mostly emergency vehicles. I mean, you see all of these fire trucks here. Just a few moments ago, right up along this fence, the brush was on fire, so a crew stopped here, hosed it down, and then moved on to the next spot. So they are doing their best, but this is just so burning so fast, so hot, and these winds are really making it difficult for these emergency workers. But the smoke is really thick, and that is what we are feeling here. You see some more emergency crews coming through here. We're seeing if they are moving their way down to another area or stopping here potentially. But it's difficult for them. They're trying to find where all these spot fires are and then see, are they burning near buildings or homes? We're talking about a lot of businesses that are on the other side of PCH. City Hall is just to where we are looking right now. We can't tell from our vantage point if anything in terms of structures is burning. That apartment complex I mentioned that is now directly behind me, we can tell that has not caught fire, fortunately, at this point. But again, we're seeing so many embers in the air that it's a very real possibility, unfortunately. So fire crews are certainly keeping an eye on as much as they possibly can. But the conditions here, I have to say, I have not seen this in a long time, at least in this area. I covered the Woolsey fire when it burned here through Malibu, through the Calabasas area. It feels eerily similar to that, but also different conditions. We talked with a Pepperdine student in my last report who was trying to get out. She was scared on campus. Her boyfriend came to pick her up. So there's just so much going on for all the people who live around here. And then, of course, all the first responders. We're keeping an eye on conditions. But again, that smoke coming through here, and you see it just kind of picks up. And so now it's even difficult to see some of the flames because so much smoke is billowing off of this. I got to put my mask back on. I know it's difficult to hear when I'm trying to talk through this, but
Rick,
the smoke is just so thick.
We want you to be safe out there, first of all.
Rick, I think what's the most surprising to me when you came up was just seeing how much more windy it was
And
at
hearing
this
it.
point. Yeah, you can hear it, you can see it, and we're even seeing those little flashes of embers and ash kind of coming through your shot as well. I mean, what does that wind feel like to you?
Yeah, that is definitely making it hard to see and breathe. Of course, even with all of this protective gear on, we're certainly still feeling the effects of the smoke and even feeling the heat through our protective clothes as well. So we'll keep an eye on things. We're going to send it back to you for now. But actually, again, these breezes, these wind gusts, really just picking up and blowing through here. One of the things I was talking with my photographer Sparkle Day here is that we have to watch where we're standing because there's so much brush just on the other side of the fence here that we wanted to make sure that that does not catch fire while we're here doing our report. Look at that large flames billowing up there off in the distance. Wow, that really picked up here in just the last moment. I mean, listen, you've been watching what this hillside looks like during our reports, and then we see those huge flames shooting into the sky, the smoke all of a sudden billowing through here. I mean, this is what these fire crews are dealing with, and I mean, there's no telling what it's going to look like once the sun comes up this morning.
Well, that's right. You know, we've seen this change just so dramatically and just in a matter of minutes, if not hours. I think your picture is now telling the story of what has been happening overnight, where this started just before 11 p.m. at 10 acres and exploded. We're now at 1,800 acres just a few hours later. We want you and Sparkle to be safe out there. Please get into a position where you feel comfortable. We'll go ahead and check in with you in a little bit when you get to a spot where that feels right, and just stay safe out there. Now we want to get to Mark Liu. at the desk who's been following this. We've been looking at these SkyCal pictures, Mark, and I don't think they even do it justice as to how big this is.
This is more than a 2-mile long fire line, Jamie, that you're looking at right there on the eastern flank of the fire. And between the information that we're getting and that great reporting from Rick Montanez out there in the field, from the phone interview that we did with Matt Meyerhoff from the city of Malibu, and of course the battalion commanders that I'm listening to on the phone, it appears that 3 of the 4 flanks of this fire are still of great concern to the 4 fire agencies that are fighting this fire. Now, I want to begin first with where Rick Montanez was. This is the southern flank of the fire. He was really in an important spot down here. Rick's crew was right about here on Civic Center Way, and he was looking in this direction. Malibu City Hall is right here. We heard Matt Meyerhoff from the city of Malibu say that Malibu Knolls is a problem spot. That's this area right about there. And this flank of the fire right here continues to burn. And that's what Rick was looking at. And you can see those big flames that were in his shot and all of that smoke and wind. There, unfortunately, is a lot of homes in this area, and they believe they may have lost some in the Malibu Knolls area. Now, zooming out a little bit, the other area that Matt Meyerhoff talked about was the Sweetwater Mesa area. That's over on this flank of the fire. And, of course, here is the Malibu Pier. We know that the fire has jumped Pacific Coast Highway in at least 2 places, one at the pier and then over down by where Rick was over on the left side of your screen. So this southern flank of the fire still burning, still a problem for firefighters. And then, of course, what you're seeing on the left side of your screen, those SkyCal pictures, SkyCal is basically floating over here on the eastern end of the fire and looking at this way, and that 2-mile long flank we're looking at right there, that's basically what SkyCal is looking at right now. There's a lot of steep, rugged terrain for this fire to burn, a lot of thick brush, and that's why we're seeing those incredibly long flame lengths. And unfortunately, we know the winds might be picking up as the sun comes up, and that's going to make this eastern flank of the fire a really big problem for firefighters. We also heard that Piuma Road, the northern flank of the fire right there, continues to burn. That's a problem as well as it moves north towards the 101. It's got about 20 miles before it reaches the 101, but there's a lot of terrain there to burn. The only bit of good news is down here on the western side as I zoom in to where Pepperdine is. The battalion commanders have not been very concerned right here. They have a tremendous amount of fire protection all along these roads in Pepperdine, and they have been able to make a good stop of the fire on this flank, and they're not too concerned about the people, the students at Pepperdine. They are sheltering in place, but they have not lost really any of the structures there, although this fire did burn onto the Pepperdine property and scorched vegetation and trees on the eastern side. So zooming back out, I want to give a more 10,000 foot view here. These yellow areas are all voluntary evacuations, including the Point Dume area and all the way up to the edge of Pacific Palisades. And then the red areas that we saw here, those are mandatory evacuations. Very concerned about those people. As you said, about 6,000 people under mandatory evacuation. All need to get out because this fire still continues to burn out of control, 0% containment. 1,800 acres, no cause yet, but we know that it started somewhere on Malibu Canyon Road.
Yeah, it was just 10 acres, exploded to 300 in a matter of minutes, and now we see where we're at this morning at 5:30. I do want to let you know from Santa Monica, this is now impacting other areas as well, and will probably continue to impact. All 4 Malibu schools are closed today. That does include Malibu Elementary School, Malibu Middle School, the high school, and Webster Elementary School as well. So we know that Pepperdine has canceled all classes for the day. They're sheltering in place. The finals have been canceled. That's, you know, one of the biggest issues was watching some of those flames and things move toward the school. That seems to be, as Mark just said, in pretty good shape in that particular area right now. But those winds are starting to pick up this morning. We had a little bit of a lull, which has given firefighters a little bit of a chance to try to get some of this under control. But when we've seen just how quickly the fire has burned and how fast it has spread, we've heard from the sheriff's department that they are going door to door to try to evacuate people in homes. We heard from the city of Malibu that there are structures that have been burned. We're not quite sure if they're damaged or if they're fully destroyed at this point in time. We're not going to really get a full view of that until the sun comes up this morning, which we are still about an hour and 15 minutes away before we have daylight, which will give us our best look so far of the morning as to what has transpired here. But again, 6,000 people under a mandatory evacuation in Malibu. There are 11,000 residents in Malibu, so the majority of people being asked to get out. At this point in time, we want to remind you are watching KCAL News Mornings. We're simulcasting on both Channel 2 and Channel 9. I'm joined now by my co-anchor, Rudabeh Shabazi, who this has just been an unbelievable morning watching this.
Yeah, really scary for the people who live in that area. Really scary, of course, for the Pepperdine students. Pepperdine does have a pretty established protocol about sheltering in place. If you go back to 2018, the Woolsey fire, there was some criticism about that when everyone was trying to get out because the roads are few and far between. You really have Las Virgenes, PCH, Canaan Road, and that's basically it. So they do have to take that into consideration when thinking about these evacuation orders. So those students in the middle of finals week sheltering in place in that library, hundreds of them, and watching spots of their campus catch fire and burn. Luckily, it sounds like the worst of it is behind the campus there. But when you look at these flames ripping through Malibu, you understand how dry the conditions have been, the lack of humidity, all of that brush to burn through, and how hard it is really to get there. Look at that. It gives you a perspective of just how big and how far it's stretched.
Well, and SkyCal's been zooming in, Rudabeh. I have to tell you, this doesn't even do it justice. You see how long this fire line is, but you don't, I think, understand the magnitude of just how big these flames are that are burning. Every once in a while, it'll zoom in, it'll show a fire truck or something near where these flames are burning, and it's incredible the size of this fire at this point in time. You know, we heard from the Sheriff's Department a little bit earlier that they're not even necessarily sure that the fire is at 1,800 acres. It could potentially be more. They won't have a handle on it until we get the sun up. You can see there are about 5 water dropping helicopters in the air right now. Here's one as you watch, but you see, you know, the winds. The problem in these conditions right now is that the winds just push the water. It almost evaporates before it's able to hit the flames. That's why ground crews are going to be so important. But it's also just so tough because this terrain is so tough to get to.
Yeah, and not only the terrain, but just the access, the ways in and out of this burning area. And this really gives you an idea of the magnitude, which is just incredible. We know other agencies, surrounding agencies, are helping in this firefight. Ventura County, LA County, I think Orange County is there as well. Yeah. All hands on deck to try to help with this. And, you know, I think this is also for people who live in the area and who live in Ventura County. This, you know, there's a lot of kind of PTSD involved with this because they've seen this before. People have lost their homes before, and there are structures under threat right now. 2,000 structures affected potentially in Malibu right now, and those mass evacuations, people trying to get out. And when we talk to people in these fires, you know, talking about just grabbing whatever they can and having to make that split-second decision about what to take with them. They have pets, they have people they're worried about. They don't know, you know, what they're facing when they drive out. So it's just a really, really, really tough time for anyone involved in this. And it is, as you mentioned, most of Malibu, 6,000 out of 11,000 residents evacuated under mandatory evacuation orders. Pepperdine University sheltering in place, taking a different tack, one that they've learned from experience, and they do have a very established protocol in place, at least there. But
yeah, I was actually surprised. We had the City of Malibu spokesperson on, and he was saying that they have their own firefighting equipment on scene. Oh, you see a fire NATO. We've seen these in the past. This is where Marina has been talking about that the fires can create their own weather conditions when you've got the winds and the heat. You see those types of things. You don't want to see that. That spreads the fire very, very quickly. It can make things very dangerous for people in the area. It's pretty terrifying to see that pop up. I'm sure we could potentially see more of that today. You talk about people evacuating. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier just how much livestock is in the area, how many people have horses, pets, those types of things. Do want to let you know that there's an evacuation shelter open that is accepting large animals. That's at Pierce College in Woodland Hills. Also, Palisades Recreation Center on Almorill Drive has been upgraded to an evacuation center as well. They are accepting pets. They do have to be in carriers or crates, though, so those are the smaller animals that they will be able to take in. But, you know, we've just been watching these pictures all morning long, and, you know, we did have a little bit of lull in the wind for a very short period of time between 3 and 4 o'clock this morning, where there was hope that the firefighters could potentially maybe get some of the hotspots out or get some of these bigger areas kind of under control. It does seem that around Pepperdine, they were able to establish that line and secure that. But you still have the potential threat around City Hall. It sounds like we just heard from the spokesperson in Malibu, too, that the pier is safe at this point in time. However, he did say in that area that structures have been impacted. Not sure if they're damaged or destroyed, but that does mean that several homeowners are going to be impacted here.
And anytime you see the flames jump the highway, which they have done in several places, that is really a concern for firefighters to try to get it under control because it's moving so quickly. And this, even though it's not light outside, it does give you kind of a very clear idea of the boundaries of this fire, where it's burning, where new spots are catching fire when you see them illuminating the dark like that. And of course, we're going to have a much better idea when the sun comes up just in less than an hour or so.
Well, that's, you talk about it jumping the highway. That's also a danger for people trying to get out, right? So you've got, people trying to evacuate, 6,000 people with fire that is being very erratic and, potentially moving. You've got strong winds coming up now. Marina Jurko was telling us a little bit earlier that the strongest winds will be between now and 10 o'clock this morning, but that they were kind of coming into formation, which is not a good scenario because it almost acts like a blowtorch, right? When those winds hit the vegetation, and there is so much dry vegetation. We're only at about 20% humidity right now, which is in fact better than it was over the weekend and earlier this morning. So while that is good news, there's still so much more of the morning to go.
And let's bring in Marina right now. Marina, obviously we were focused on the Santa Ana winds yesterday.
This is actually, they just brought up the picture from LAX right now, and you can see the fire from LAX, which is several miles away.
Yeah. Marina, can you break down for us a little bit why we were so concerned yesterday about these Santa Ana winds, the speeds of the winds, and when we might get a break?
Yeah, we knew we were setting this up all weekend long, and they came in pretty much as anticipated. And as I mentioned in the last half hour, unfortunately, it's coming to fruition, and is that everything is tightening. The gradients are tightening, and when we see that on the models, we know that the winds are going to start kicking up again, and that's exactly on cue what started happening. We had a little influx of an onshore flow earlier, about 3-4 o'clock this morning, so that actually raised our relative humidity up just a touch. It was in the single digits, and now you can see in Malibu we're at 20%, which was really great because that actually helped weaken the offshore winds and put a little moisture in the atmosphere. However, now we are going back to what we anticipated, which is the wind gusts peaking at anywhere from about 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's where we've seen the gusts. That's where we saw them at about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and now they're pretty sustained at about 30 to 40, and then we'll start moving back up to that 50-60 range. 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts have been reported in the mountainous locations. And so what's happening is, and you know this terrain very well, in Malibu, the downsloping winds also increase. And so as wind travels down in an offshore flow, it also makes the winds increase. Then you add the actual fire weather that's happening. And Jamie mentioned that, I mentioned that to you earlier this morning. Basically, the intense heat causes that fire to rise, and that creates an updraft, very similar to a thunderstorm. So when you see those huge, tall cumulus clouds forming in a thunderstorm, fires create that themselves, and it basically sucks in all that surrounding air and oxygen, and that feeds the fire even more. And so you get all this condensing, rising air, and then you get that updraft just generating these very powerful winds, which spreads the fire as well. And this cycle just continues to make the fire more dangerous and then, of course, harder to control. So relative humidity will actually bottom out tonight. However, these strong gusty winds, at least the extreme threat for them, will be with us through about 1-2 o'clock this afternoon. Now, the strongest, the peak will be until about 8-9 o'clock. And so that's what we're looking at for the strongest winds. They'll diminish slightly as we head into that 2 o'clock range. range, and then in the afternoon they'll diminish a little bit more, so that we'll still have a Santa Ana wind event tonight and tomorrow. It just won't be as intense, of course, as it is during the day today. And the most intense winds are in a line from about the I-14 mountain pass to Calabasas to the western side of Malibu, which unfortunately, as we can see, the red flag conditions are in evidence with this Franklin fire, which just exploded from late last evening. And the fire is actually burning so hot that it's modifying the local winds around it. It's actually bending them towards and into the fire. And that's where we see some of those firenadoes. It's basically just bending that wind inside of the fire. And then the combination of the winds and just these very low humidities and dry fuels that are in the area are making for an explosive fire environment. And not just this area. And that's what I want to draw your attention to. We have a red flag warning pretty much for our entire viewing area. Right now, of course, this is where the epicenter is, the peak of it. And we can see that very nicely here on our fire weather outlook. This is where the extreme area is, in that hot pink, that fuchsia. And then we extend this pretty much all the way out into not only the 14 out of Santa Clarita Valley, but we are looking at the high desert, the 118 corridor, the 210 corridor. It's affecting 5 counties. And so everyone is going to have to be very cognizant of the fact that this is going to be an issue for the entire day today. And we're going to really need to be careful and make sure that this doesn't pop up anywhere else. Of course, the good news is the winds on Wednesday look much lighter as there is more onshore trending. And so there's going to be little to no upper level support for, these just catastrophic winds where they're so extreme. But we got to get through tomorrow, and we got to get there. And we've got a lot of day today to cover. And unfortunately, like I said, the humidities are only going to drop. That's unfortunately what's unfortunate about Santa Ana's, is that they just suck all of the moisture out of the atmosphere. And so we just see them plummet our humidity levels and our dew points. And that will continue. And there's just, unfortunately, a lot of brush out there. We have not seen a lot of rain, if any, really, in some locations that are getting these issues right now with all of this brush fire. And so end of the week, we do have a chance for some light rain moving in, but we just have not seen a lot of rain events. They've stayed in the Pac Northwest and Northern California, which we expected with the weak La Nina this year, is that we were going to see a much later start to our winter season. But unfortunately, with these Santa Ana wind events, as the mayor had mentioned even before, this is the peak time for them. So I'd like to see some more rain coming in, but at least for us, it does look like it's going to be a late start to the rainy season. But all day today, folks, please just be very careful. We are going to be looking at the future cast on our next weather tool set here, showing that they do die down, but this is 1:15. This is 7:15 tonight, and it's really not until 2:45 in the morning tomorrow that we get to that 10 to 30 mile per hour area. So Rudabeh and Jamie, it's just a long haul for the next few hours that we're going to see these winds.
Well, and I feel like the concern, Rudabeh, as we've talked about before with some of these other fires, is that you have so many resources now dedicated to this and trying to get it under control. You hear about the weather conditions and what the future looks like over the next 24 hours here in Southern California. We just have to pray that another fire does not start anywhere in our area.
Yeah, and on November 6th, just about a month ago, the mountain fire in Ventura County, we saw this very scenario where there was a fire burning in Malibu and then also one in Ventura County, and they had to delegate their resources accordingly. I think we have Rick Montanez on the ground with firefighters in Malibu. Actually, we're going to go to Mark first with some more information. Mark.
Yeah, I want to talk about this home that SkyCal is looking at right there at the center of your screen. You saw it just a moment ago. That is a $32 million home sitting on top of a road called Carbon Beach Terrace. This home, it was actually built especially for basically the billionaires to buy. It actually has its own name. It's called, it's called Via. It had a name. I looked it up. It's called but anyway, this home, 5 bedrooms, 8 baths, 12,000 square feet. And you can see the fire has gone right up to it. and there is structure protection going on in that neighborhood. SkyCal also was looking at some of the homes just to the east of it there. That's a neighborhood on Carbon Mesa Road. We had a reporter up there a little bit earlier. I believe Tina Patel was up there. But this fire, what we're looking at here is the eastern flank of the fire, continues to burn easterly. And there are water dropping helicopters here in the area. But this basically, we now know the fire here, the last update, 3 o'clock this morning, we now know the fire is much closer to here now. And SkyCal was looking at this home here and this neighborhood here. So both of them in the mandatory evacuation zone. Everyone in this area does need to get out. Ventura County Fire and LA County Fire there going door to door to make sure that people know the power is likely out in this area. But anyone who lives here probably can see the flames and needs to leave now if they haven't left already.
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing with some of these larger homes, Mark, is that during the Woolsey fire, it became a topic of conversation where they have their own firefighters and resources to deal with these types of things. It's other, you know, some of the smaller homes, the generational homes, those types of things that, you know, you hope they cleared their brush and they are evacuating. But yeah, it's been an interesting morning to watch some of this unfold.
Yeah, really scary for those people. Rix is, I think, ready for us now. He is on the ground, and I know it's getting really, really hairy out there. Rick, how are you doing?
Yeah, so remember where I was just a moment ago, the last time I talked with you, that area now engulfed in flames behind us. We were paying close attention to what the fire was doing and how close it was getting to where we were. And certainly we knew we had to get out of there, and we were right, because you could see where those fire trucks are, that the fire has moved just right up along the fence line where we filed our last report. These engines moved in very quickly to try and put out the flames here right off of Civic Center Way. So this is Civic Center Way and Stewart Ranch Road. If you're familiar with the area, that is where you head up to City Hall. We can even see some of these trees. There's a lot of brush and trees that are in here that are burning right now. And so these fire crews, which we see LA County Fire, Torrance Fire, out here on this particular scene here, really trying to take care of those flames, because just up from where we're looking, now we're looking toward where City Hall is. And so there's a lot to protect around here. This area has a lot of open space immediately here. But I mean, look at these flames, how they shoot up as soon as they hit those palm trees. And the flames shoot all the way up to the top of those trees. And then all of those embers that come off. That is what is also very dangerous. Because of these winds, those embers can carry for miles, and we've seen that happen before. We've seen that in other fires, in the mountain fire most recently, where the embers are what helped the fire jump streets or even carry from home to home. So certainly what we do not want to see happen here, but these are the conditions that they are dealing with right now. These trees a moment ago were not on fire. There were some firefighters around this area, but it seemed to be an area where they were just stopping to collect themselves or to figure out their next move. And then all of a sudden this area went up in flames very close to the road here. So now they are working to take care of that. That is also another scary part of this whole thing, is you have to pay attention if you're out here for where the fire may move, because it can move very quickly in these strong winds. And it's something that we, covering this, we certainly train for. I've covered fires for about a decade here in Southern California, and so we understand fire behavior, but when the winds are whipping like this, sometimes it is unpredictable if those winds change direction. So as you guys talked to us earlier about wanting, of course, for us to be safe, that was what we were paying attention to, which is why we moved quickly out of the area so that we can move away from the danger as the flames were moving that way. Right now, I also cannot see whether that apartment building that we showed you earlier is still safe. That is the difficult thing, that is still dark and there's a lot of smoke, so difficult to see a lot of what is happening other than the flames immediately in front of us. City Hall even, we can't tell what is happening up there because it's so dark. We see some fire activity, we see some fire trucks, but the road is too narrow for us to get up there, so we don't get in the way of fire officials at this point. But we will try to keep an eye on things as the morning progresses, and certainly as the sun comes up, we expect to see a lot more of what damage has been done overnight. But we're watching the fire crews work here for now. We'll go back to you.
Yeah, sunrise not for about an hour from now, Rick. So this is pretty scary to watch. The apartment complex Rick was talking about is Malibu Canyon Village. So we'll have to get an update on that to see what's happening there. You see these flames exploding now in this area. Just so much vegetation, and it's so dry. Tina Patel is out and is also with fire. Tina?
Yeah, good morning. You know, we've been driving around Malibu, and the problem with a lot of these canyons is that there's just not very good cell signal. So we were in a couple of areas where the fire had moved through, but we weren't able to get a signal to be able to broadcast to you. So we came back to Mesa, or Carbon Mesa, which is one of the canyons here where we've been watching the fire kind of on the ridge here. Now, what I want to tell you is when we were here about an hour ago, there were a number of sheriff's cars that were going door to door, making sure that everybody in this area knew there was a fire, knew there was an evacuation, and getting everybody out. And after the sheriffs moved through here, then we saw a number of firefighters actually come and station outside a number of these homes. So when you drive up and down this road, there's a lot of driveways where fire trucks are parked right there doing a lot of structure protection. And I do want to let people know that because we've driven through a number of canyons this morning, and that is what we are seeing. There are a lot of resources on this fire. I know that when people evacuate, they're really worried because they don't know if they're going to have a home to come back to. We have seen a number of neighborhoods where there literally is a fire truck parked outside each home. So people that have evacuated, at least you know that somebody is watching, somebody is doing what they can to protect your property. The last hour or two, the winds have been very light, and just in a few minutes ago, we saw a helicopter come over here and actually do a water drop on that ridge. So it's good to know that the air resources are kind of taking advantage of this break in the weather to try to maybe control some of these flames, to try to put out some hot spots. Again, where we're seeing the fire from here, it's kind of the ridge over from where these homes are. But I was talking to a number of people who live in this area, and they say these flames are way too close to their neighborhood. They didn't feel good about staying here, so they did evacuate. This is a canyon where there's basically only one road in and out, so they didn't want to take a chance of getting here and getting stuck. But they are worried because they know if those winds pick up again, it really could just be a matter of seconds or minutes before the flames could come over to this side of the street. I did talk to a man earlier. What I will also say is that a lot of people in this neighborhood, they know each other. They're kind of checking on each other. Some people, aren't home or are traveling, and so people are checking on each other's properties. One of the men that we talked to just a little while ago, he said he actually went over to one of the areas that the fire had gone through earlier, Sarah Retreat. He had a friend who was out of town, asked him, could you check on my property? And he said he went over there, and he said he did look like there were some structures that had burned there. His friend's home was okay, but he had seen some other areas, and he said there were some horse ranches out there where it looked like there had been some damage. So we know that there have been properties that have been lost, but we've driven through a number of neighborhoods and we have not seen that. What we've seen is a lot of vegetation that has burned right up next to homes. And again, there's still a lot of firefighting to go. We can't say that the firefighters have absolutely saved a lot of neighborhoods, but we have not seen personally any homes that have been lost this morning. And we're hoping that if firefighters can, again, take advantage of this drop in the weather, get some more air resources there, that maybe they can protect even more homes. Again, a lot of areas have mandatory evacuation orders, and we know that it's really hard for people to leave when they hear those orders. It's really hard for them to know whether it's worth it. But one of the things when we were talking to a man earlier, he said he's lived here a while. He's seen fires come through. He knows how dangerous they are. And the hope is that enough people actually have seen fires in Southern California and know it's not worth risking it. It's better for them to get out safely, and let firefighters do what they can to try to save their property. But people's lives are really the most important thing. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something firefighters deal with and struggle with every wildfire, is people who want to stay and protect their property or maybe their animals, and they refuse to evacuate. But it's not something that should even be considered when you look at just how dangerous this is, when you understand how limited the access is in terms of getting in and out of Malibu. And, where we saw Rick, at the Civic Center Drive, it brings home that it really is a small community. It has one little downtown center. It has something over north, like by Point Doom area as well. And then it has like the little Ralph area and the commercial area. And when you look at where he is, he's kind of right in the middle of all of that, near Civic Center, near City Hall. And so this is going to look very, very different. The community will look very different when the sun comes up today.
Yeah, and we're still, about 45 minutes away from sunrise, and it's been several hours now where we've talked to many officials who say that they don't even fully grasp potentially how big this is, how many structures have been damaged, because it just is so dark. You compound that with the fact that they had to take the power out in many places. It's made it even darker. Malibu is dark anyway. As you said, it's a small community. It's beautiful along the coastline there. We are at 1,800 acres. You think about Rudabeh, to me, hearing at 11 p.m. this started as just a 10-acre fire, exploded to 300 acres, and now even several hours later, watching Rick's live shot and seeing just how fast the fire is still moving this morning. It's almost like the firefighters are having to play whack-a-mole at this point in time and figure out. It's encouraging to hear Tina say that they've got firefighters stationed in driveways trying to protect homes. And as we've been reporting, there are several resources that are in this area from around the state now. Orange County and Ventura firefighters from both of those areas are on scene. You've got about 5 water dropping helicopters there as well, but you have 6,000 people under mandatory evacuations for an 11,000 population of Malibu. 2,000 structures were in the path of this fire. That's the latest update we had, which is now a couple hours old. That has not been updated recently, but you can see just the amount of activity when it comes to both fire trucks and the sheriff's deputies trying to get to people still to evacuate.
Yeah, and you see some of the facts here. This has been burning for about 7 hours now. 18,000 plus acres burned. Those evacuation orders in place. Pepperdine students who were in the middle of finals week have been ordered to shelter in place. Most of them were in the library. They gathered there in the library, and some of them have been posting pictures where you just see the flames right outside the windows there. Very scary situation, but luckily the campus knows how to handle this type of thing. They also have a lake out in the front of Pepperdine on campus, and those helicopters have been using water from that pond/lake to aid in the firefight, those water dropping helicopters. So that's actually being used also as a staging area in a way too. Road closures on Las Virgenes, Malibu Canyon Road, parts of PCH. We talked earlier about how the flames were jumping across the highway, both sides of the highway there. And some of those little bedroom communities, those gated communities, only one way in, only one way out, and multi-million-dollar homes there. About 11,000 people living in Malibu, most of them under a mandatory evacuation order. 2,000 structures, as you mentioned, in the path of this fire. Really scary situation, especially given that we just had on November 6th that other fire that affected Ventura County, the mountain fire. And on that same day, there were flames also erupting in Malibu, which they got under control pretty quickly. But that was a scary situation when that first started because of the spreading out of resources as well.
Well, we talked to the city of Malibu a short time ago, and he reiterated, Malibu is prepared for these types of situations. They know that they are under threat for fire. They have 7 to 8 red flag events every single year. We are at the height of fire season at this point in time. Things are very dry. You have the Santa Ana winds that they're used to having these wind events happen. Unfortunately, the timing of this fire to me is what is most concerning, and what officials have said is most concerning. You've got 11 p.m. at night where the fire breaks out. You have people that are already in bed sleeping, and now throughout the night you're having sheriff's deputies and people having to go wake people up. You know that communications have been down. You know that the power is out in several places, sometimes on purpose in order to get the firefight under control. But it has been just an incredibly tense situation out there all night. We are getting an update right now from CHP. There's a SIG alert in Malibu, it looks like, just coming in, where the Pacific Coast Highway is now shut down between Canaan Doom Road and Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Apparently the brush fire is now impacting that area as well. So this fire is continuing to grow, even though we have not gotten an update on acreage at this point in time. But now the Pacific Coast Highway shut down between Canaan Doom Road and Topanga Canyon Boulevard.
And
that will make things even
all
tougher.
of Malibu.
Yeah.
That's all the way from the south to the north end of Malibu. So that is a very significant closure there. We do have new photos in from the Associated Press showing homes burning and firefighters going into those homes. We've been talking about that. The reporters on the ground have been been talking about it. We do have new images now, and it is just devastating. You see what's left of some of those structures. It looks like a vehicle, golf cart or something. You can see a car there that was burned, and this is the scene there. So many people affected in this area, so many animals. Of course, this is a huge area for wildlife as well, and it's just gonna look very different tomorrow. It's gonna change the community significantly, and a lot of people who are gonna lose their homes.
Yeah, it's gonna look very different in about 45 minutes when we can actually, see what's happening. These pictures are stunning and horrible. This is the reality for a lot of Malibu right now. You see those firefighters trying their very best to save structures. Of course, the number one is to get people out and people to safety. And then the second, point that firefighters try is to get those structures saved for people. But as we're now seeing from the Associated Press in these pictures, that there have been structures destroyed. Talking about that PCH closure, you're right, Rudabeh, that's such a large area. This is also impacting other areas as well. Santa Monica School is closed today for all 4 Malibu schools. As we've been talking about, Pepperdine classes are canceled there. So if you do have any activity where you need to get, we talked about there's so many commuters from Ventura County or Santa Monica going north or south. Yeah. Just know that you're not going to be able to use
and this
the
is
roadway.
Video of Las Virgenes Canyon and Malibu Canyon Road, and you can just see how treacherous it is to get out. There are only a couple ways to get out. You can go through the canyons into the valley. You can use PCH, and that's basically it. So this is what people are contending with as they're being ordered away, and it sounds like really only the canyon roads are left if PCH is closed from Canaan Doom all the way to Las Virgenes. So this is not a good choice either. You see power lines there and the flames just right there. This is just crazy video.
And this is, I remember during the Woolsey fire driving through situations like this, the power lines do become such a hazard. Once if the fire ends up taking those and they are knocked on the road, if you have live wire, I mean, that's another hazard for people to not be able to get out.
And this is a dangerous road on a good day.
Yes.
Very steep cliffs. There have been some, unfortunately, horrible accidents when people can't. It's very, very steep canyon road, mountainous, and so this is when there's no light, when there's hardly any visibility, there's smoke, there are embers flying, the power lines. It's a really, really dangerous situation there.
Well, and that's, Rick Montanez, we took his live shot a little bit earlier. Not only is it dark when you're talking about visibility, but he was talking about just how thick the smoke is out there right now, and that's really been dangerous when it comes to visibility. So you've got people, you don't have the power on, it's still dark, you have thick smoke that people are contending with. We're getting all these new pictures, and Mark Liu at the desk right now. Do you have an update, Mark?
Yeah, just a few minutes ago, SkyCal was focusing in on what appeared to be a home burning. I was able to get that location. It's in an area called Retreat Court and Palm Canyon Lane. This is just north of Malibu City Hall, and it has been a problem. Firefighters were doing structure protection there. So what we're looking at here is I get my map up here where I can show you exactly where. So Palm Canyon Lane is right about here, and Retreat Court is right in there. It's one of those homes. This is the southern flank of the fire that we know that there were some problems there. Now, one bit of good news, it's going to be a little strange to see the firefighting helicopters back off a little bit, but they're doing that for a very specific reason. That's because fixed wing assets are now going to make their way into this airspace. These are the larger jets that may come in. We may see a DC-10 or Super Scoopers coming in, and they're going to move some of those firefighting helicopters out of the way in order to get these even larger air assets in. Now, to give you an idea of where our people are, Rick Montanez was down in this area. I was a little concerned about him being there, frankly, because of the flanks of this fire. If these flanks closed around him, he would have been trapped, but there is a very large amount of firefighters all along this area, and it looks like the path out to the west is clear. So if he needs to go, or anybody needs to go evacuate, they can evacuate on the western end. And then we also saw reporter Tina Patel. She is over in this community right here. This is Carbon Mesa Drive, and we know that the fire has now moved to the east and is getting closer and closer to these homes on the eastern side of the fire. So the fire continues to burn there and then out of control to the north. SkyCal, what you're seeing now is this very long fire line, more than 2.5 miles long as it continues to march to the northeast. This is going to probably be burning for the rest of the morning because there's really no fire access roads there. And this line is what the large aerial assets like those tankers, fixed wing aircraft are going to try and put down long lines of Phosgene. That's that fire retardant. It sometimes is like a bright red or a bright purple that lays it across the mountains. It's really going to slow down the fire and hopefully be able to get it to stop, although the winds are expected to continue to blow in the Malibu region, especially after the sun comes up. 0% containment on this fire right now. We expect to get an update from CAL FIRE on new acreage anytime now, and a news conference with LA County Fire at the Zuma Beach Lifeguard Station sometime around 7 this morning. We'll have a crew there for that when it happens.
Okay, Mark, thank you. And we want to talk to Marina now, who, of course, studies these things. You've been looking at the wind patterns. A lot of people want to know when the wind is going to die down, when we're going to be in the clear, and it sounds like it's going to be a little while.
That's right. Really this afternoon. We have that high wind warning and the red flag warning all the way, both of them, through 1 and 2 p.m. And so we're going to be dealing with these winds. They are strengthening right now, and I warned about that about an hour ago when I saw that the pressure gradients were tightening, and that's a very telltale sign to us that the winds are going to start to get more blustery. From 8 to 10 in the morning on a usual Santa Ana wind event, that's usually when they peak, but I think it'll peak earlier, and that's good news because there's a chance that late morning things will start to improve a little bit in this area. But really the winds are strongest in a line where it was anticipated, from the I-14 mountain pass to Calabasas to the western side of Malibu. And these strong winds are going to last throughout the entire morning and then diminish as we head into the early part of the afternoon. So as I mentioned, the latest model data is showing that we are starting to peak as we head into the next couple of hours now, which is a little bit earlier than that was anticipated. And then we'll be looking at things improving later today. Now we can see that the humidity dropped from about 20% to 16%. So that tells me that the offshore winds are strengthening. That dries up the atmosphere. Basically, relative humidity just plummets after those offshore flows start to move in. And what saved us about 2-3 o'clock this morning, we had a little bit of an onshore wind push, and that raised our relative humidity a bit. And it also allowed for our winds to just get alleviated just ever so slightly, that we had a little bit of breathing room, which I think was great for the firefighters. But now we are back, unfortunately, into the thick of it. And you can see from Simi Valley to Camarillo up to Santa Clarita, that's where our wind gusts are really the strongest, at anywhere from 40 to 50. But we've been seeing wind gusts up to 60, even 70 miles per hour in our higher elevations, especially. And unfortunately, what happens too is once the offshore wind goes down the mountainside or down the hill, that actually also helps bring in stronger winds. It's called a downslope flow, and those winds strengthen as they flow down. And then also, as I've been saying throughout the entire morning, is fire creates its own weather, and this intense heat basically rises rapidly and creates an updraft, very similar to a thunderstorm updraft. It pulls in all the surrounding air and oxygen, which actually feeds and fuels the fire even more. And then you get that moisture rising in the air, creates those pyrocumulus clouds, and then it generates these powerful winds, and that spreads the fire even more so. And the cycle just makes the fire more dangerous and harder to control. So you're dealing with that. You're dealing with the downslope winds. You're dealing with the fact that we are seeing extreme Santa Anas, and that is the fire weather outlook for the day today. And you can see that peak area that I was telling you about, the 14 corridor, where we've seen that mountain pass to Calabasas into the western side of Malibu peak up to 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts since about 10 o'clock last night. And then we broaden this out into pretty much our entire viewing area into a critical and elevated level. And that is through the day today. We have a high wind warning. We have a red flag warning, all of that through the early part of the afternoon. Then things will slowly start to alleviate as we we head into the afternoon and tonight. Overnight tonight and tomorrow, we are going to be looking at still those Santa Ana winds gusting, but at about 10 to 30 miles per hour, which is a substantial difference from where we're sitting right now. So let's put our next weather winds futurecast into motion here so we can show you what's going to happen through the entire day. By 10:15 in the morning, you still see that bullseye, which is that 50 plus 60 mile per hour wind right there in that 118 corridor. And then we'll slowly start to lift things a little bit by about 1:30 in the afternoon, where we move to that 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust range. And that also extends down into portions of Orange County as well in the Inland Empire and all the way down into the Antelope Valley. And then by 3:15 on Wednesday morning, that's when we shift to that 20 to 30. And then we start to get much more breathing room by 4:15 on Wednesday afternoon. You see 10 to 20. So yes, tomorrow is substantially better, but we have to get through today, right? And so that is where all of this comes in, is that it doesn't take a lot. It explodes really quickly. The fire is burning so hot actually in this area that it's creating its own weather and it's modifying the local wind. So it's actually bending towards and into the fire. So the combination of that and the very low humidities is actually increasing what we are seeing right now when it comes to the wind gusts. They're starting to move back up into that 40, 50, 60 mile per hour range where we had a break over the last couple of hours because of that notch of that onshore wind. So unfortunately, Rudabeh and Jamie, we are going to continue to have to deal with this as we push into the morning hours here. And I just really hope that, by 10, 11 o'clock, we can start to see that improving.
Well, that would be a help and a start. Marina, thank you for that. We do want to let you know that the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief is going to be providing an update on the fire. That's going to happen at 8 o'clock this morning. He'll be joined by several officials from throughout Los Angeles to give an update on exactly what's happening. This is what we know right now at this hour at 6:10 in the morning. 1,800 acres have burned. That number may grow because we have seen some of these hotspots grow themselves while we've been on the air from SkyCal. There are evacuation orders in place. 6,000 mandatory evacuations in Malibu. The population is 11,000, so the majority of Malibu being asked to leave their homes. 2,000 structures are threatened at this point in time. There is a SIG alert where Pacific Coast Highway is now shut down, as Rudabeh was talking about, almost the entirety of it from Canaan-Doom Road to Topanga Canyon Boulevard, making things very difficult for people having to evacuate. It is still dark out there, as you see. We do not have much light still at this point in time. The sunrise is not until about 6:45 in the morning these days, and you continue to see these flames burn.
Yeah, this is now being dubbed the Franklin Fire. This started about 7 hours ago now, and it has just been burning at such a rapid and devastating pace. We saw those images earlier. You can see from far away just how much of Malibu and the coastline is affected there. We know that homes have been burned. We saw those horrible images of just what's left in these flames, what's left of these structures. 2,000 structures are of concern right now. Pepperdine students are being told to shelter in place in the library, Payson Library there, while most of the other residents in Malibu, 6,000 out of 11,000 of them, have been told to evacuate and are under mandatory evacuation orders. Of course, we did mention the timing of this at about 11 p.m. while a lot of people were already asleep, and the access issues trying to get in and out of Malibu for the firefighters as well as the people trying to leave. Here are the animal shelters on your screen. Pierce College is for large animals. You see the address there. That's in Woodland Hills. And Agora Animal Care Center is a shelter for smaller animals, cats and dogs, and pets. And we know in Malibu, of course, there are ranch-style homes. There is livestock, horses. There are a lot of estates there with big and small animals, so that's a concern for people too, and that's often why people refuse to leave their homes, which is super dangerous, and firefighters really need you to just get out and listen to the orders as much as you possibly can for your safety, for their safety, for the entire community, to try to get out of there. And we see these flames, how quickly they've consumed so much of this dry brush, this low humidity. We don't know the cause of this fire. It could have been any little small spark that just exploded in size and then just continued to burn all night, fanned by these heavy winds.
And that's really the message, right? Is that if you're in other parts of Southern California today, you hear Marina Jerka talk about the Santa Ana winds and the dry conditions. We have dry conditions throughout Southern California right now. You know, this is not the time to have a bonfire, to throw a cigarette butt out the window, barbecuing, those types of things. This is a day to kind of hunker down and make sure we don't start a fire somewhere else. Where there could be potential other problems, especially when it comes to resources. We now want to get to former KCAL news reporter David Lopez is on the phone with us. David, what are you seeing?
How you doing? Yeah, I mean, when I was driving in this morning, I flashed back to those fires of Malibu back in the 90s. I think they referred to the 92, 93 fire, and the elements were quite the same. I mean, the wind was just howling. Where I am, it's not blowing hard, but I remember vividly going up to Malibu, and it was so bad you could barely stand up. And the problem with Malibu is, as you well know, it's the access. I mean, it's very, very difficult for those big fire trucks to get in there. And of course, in this kind of wind, you just can't fly and do the water drops.
Yeah, and Dave, it's good to hear from you. First of all, it's been a while, and I hope you've been doing well. You kind of have had a legendary reporting career here in Los Angeles. You've covered many, many fires. What strikes you about this one as you look at these images?
Well, I mean, without actually being there, but just having lived through it. I mean, as I was driving, I'm on my way to the golf course right now, waiting for the sun to come up to tee off. So I hope I can.
Retirement is good, isn't it?
But no, I mean, in all honesty, the first thing I thought was, oh my God, those poor people, because the access. That's what I remember most about the '93 fire, and I covered so many fires in my career, but Malibu strikes me because of the difficult access. It was very much like the fire that I covered in Laguna Beach, the San Clemente fire, the Santa Barbara fires. I mean, you name it. It's the access. The roads are so narrow, the winding hills, winding roads, and then people panic. I mean, if it's nature, they panic, and then they want to stay behind, and then you can't get the fire trucks in. It's bad enough if the roads are clear. But then when you have people staying behind and trying, I mean, I just want to urge everyone who lives up in that area, or you have no business being up there, just get out of there and let the firefighters do what they can. And you're not going to know the real extent of the damage until the sun comes up. I mean, that's the other thing. And you're at the mercy of the wind. That's what I remember most about covering it. It's just how difficult it was to just maneuver around with the wind.
Well, that's part of why people want to live in this area, right? Is that it's so beautiful. You've got, just picturesque scenes, whether you're in the canyons or along the waterways. But yeah, we've got 6,000 people under mandatory evacuations. If you're driving around out there, are you seeing people out on the roadway, or does it seem like people are moving about?
Oh, no. I'm like I said, I'm in Huntington Beach right now.
Oh.
So I'm like I said, I'm ready to tee off, and I must say I don't want to sound like I'm glad I'm out of the business, because I still miss it, and you still get the fire burning. If you feel a wrong choice of words, but I mean, you listen to this and you get excited about it, because there's something very different about covering a fire. But it is. I feel badly for the people that are in there because of the unknown. That's the biggest thing. I remember so much when, after the fire was over, going back in, it was heartbreaking to see all the damage and going, especially with the people. So, like I said, we're not going to know how bad this is until that sun comes up.
And Dave, I know you've, as we've covered this fire, and as part of coverage in Southern California, you have gone in the day after with people as they discover what's left of their homes, and it really is a devastating experience. You don't really get the full, it's so shocking when this happens. People are panicked, they try to get out, and then when they go back, that's really when it's just so devastating, when they see what's left of their entire lives.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to go in a couple of seconds here to hit my ball 25 yards down the fairway. But the one thing I remember most was in the Malibu fire of '93, '94 was going back the next day, and there was a couple, and they had no idea if their house was still standing or not. And I'll never forget doing that story, going in with them, and then watching their reaction when they realized that their house had been had been saved from the flames. There's a lot of heartbreaking stories, and it's just a very difficult time right now for these people. But my biggest advice to anyone who's out there and has no business being out there, get out of there. Let the firefighters do. It's going to be tough enough to maneuver as it is.
Yeah, good advice. Dave Lopez, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for thinking of me. Take care.
Yep, you too.
All right. Bye-bye.
We now want to get to Rick Montanez, who is out and has just seen some really treacherous conditions this morning. Rick, how are things right now?
There's slight improvements here. It looks like most of the flames from the brush here are out, and we can, just a moment ago I could see it, that Malibu Canyon Village, the apartment complex we talked about that was near where we were earlier this morning. As the smoke clears out, you can kind of see the building, and then smoke moves in again, but it looks like that building has been spared so far, that large-scale apartment complex. But really, when we swing over and check out where the fire was burning here in the brush just before you get up to City Hall, it looks like firefighters were able to put a lot of that out that is along the road here. So Civic Center Way was impassable at parts this morning. And you see all of the fire crews that are up here, just up the road where you're looking now. That is where City Hall is. We can't see the building itself yet. We see the UCLA Medical Center that is just in front of City Hall, and it is still standing. So this is good news. We're starting to see a little bit of the sunlight come in as we approach sunrise this morning. So we can see a little bit, but as we've been talking about for the last few hours, really, once the sun fully comes up is when we will see the extent of the damage here. But fire crews working quickly because any of those embers could catch this apartment building, which you may be able to see now through the smoke since there's a little bit of it clearing. But there's still large plumes of smoke moving through here. We're feeling the winds not as strong as they were just a short time ago. So that is good. Hopefully it's helping the fire crews to make some progress. But the other difficult part is we are facing strong winds still later today, and there are a lot of embers that will be buried in all of this brush that will be, the trees, the grass, the brush that was all burning. All of that could still be holding on to those embers. And I've talked with firefighters before about the fact that they can burn and smolder for hours and then be kicked up in another gust of wind. So no doubt they're going to be trying to prevent that from happening, but so much has burned, it will be difficult for firefighters to do that. But at least at this point where we are on Civic Center Way and the road that leads right up to City Hall, things look much calmer. We're waiting for the sun to rise and we'll see how everything looks from here. But for now, things are looking okay here. We'll send it back to you and likely find another location to see what else is happening around the city.
And Rick, I think just seeing you on the ground there tells the entire story, because you were just a little distance away and then it was consumed in flames minutes later.
Right, that was the terrifying part, but we talked about, us being safe, and we watch as these fire crews try to maintain their own safety. Our first report we filed from just up the street, and you see the fences that run along where those fire trucks are. That's just up the road a little further is where we were standing. We were watching because there was so much brush just on the other side of that fence that it could have easily caught fire because it was so dry. You could see it even in the dark night sky. We could tell that it was dry brush, and the fire certainly moved its way through there. We felt the winds. We could see the embers coming toward us, the plumes of smoke coming toward us, just like they are now still as these fire officials make their way through here, these firefighters. And that was something that we had to keep an eye out for. So, of course, we made the decision to move. And minutes later, that entire area was engulfed in flames and smoke and a lot of embers burning through. Even fire trucks, firefighters moved their fire engines out of the way because it was so dangerous to be stuck in that. And that's what fire crews have put out, at least at this point. They're keeping an eye on things. Certainly, it's a dangerous situation. People should be getting out of the way, people who live in the area, because these firefighters have to work. We're here, but we're staying out of the firefighters' way as best we can so they can do the work. They've got that difficult job of keeping everyone safe.
Rick, thank you so much for your reporting this morning. We appreciate it. And, you know, it just does go to show how quickly things can change and how erratic this fire is. We have Mark Liu at the desk now to bring us some new information. Mark.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we have some information about homes that are definitely burning in one area, and there is currently a very strong effort to try and stop homes and businesses from burning in another area. Now, what we're looking at here with SkyCal on the lower left-hand side of your screen is essentially this area right here, this flank of the fire. Now, that's what SkyCal is right about in this area where this X is, and they're looking in this direction. The fire is now burning right here in this area. Now, I'm going to zoom in. Just a few minutes ago, we saw homes burning right here in this area, this entire area, Palm Canyon and Sarah Road, Palm Canyon and Retreat Court. There are definitely homes that are burning in this area. There are strike teams there, but it's very, very narrow roads. Firefighters, they need to make sure that they don't get trapped, but they're trying to do their best to protect homes here. The other thing that I want to say down here, the other place, I just heard a battalion commander say they need strike teams down in this area, 500 feet, or I should say 500 yards from Nobu, which is right about there, that famous Japanese restaurant. They say they need structure protection all in this area because the flames that you're seeing right there with SkyCal are approaching Pacific Coast Highway, and all of the businesses and homes there are in danger. So multiple strike teams are on their way to do structure protection. But that is basically a very populated part of Pacific Coast Highway, lots of businesses right there. And the homes along Sweetwater Terrace Road and Sweetwater Mesa Road, I should say, are in danger as well. So there's a very large focus from LA County Fire and Ventura County Fire air assets and ground assets to this area, this southeastern flank of the fire. They are concerned right now about this. And you can see with SkyCal, those flames, they continue to burn on the eastern flank of this fire out of control, but there are fixed wing assets on the way, which should certainly help as soon as they can get there. But right now, it's all about the hand crews getting the water on those businesses right in that area on Pacific Coast Highway.
That's just so concerning, Mark. You think about, anybody who's visited Malibu knows that area and just the generations of businesses that are there and how established. And now we're seeing these live pictures, of homes and flames. You see a helicopter here. We've been talking about there's 5 water dropping helicopters on scene at this point. But as we continue to watch some of these pictures as they're dumping the water, we're at a point in time with the winds that it sometimes almost looks like the water is evaporating before it even is able to hit where the flames are located.
Yeah, and you get a nice idea of the wind, right? When you see it being dropped and the wind just blowing it around like that. They are using Pepperdine, that little pond/lake area in the front, to pick up water and use that as a water drop. Marina, we're talking about the direction of the wind. You've been diagramming it out for us and showing us, kind of illustrating the science behind this. And it does give us a good idea when we see it from the helicopter.
Oh, for sure. And it's a very strong northeasterly Santa Ana wind event. And of course, it's a wind-driven fire here that just exploded overnight. And those winds came right on cue. And it arrived more or less exactly as we knew that it would. That offshore push came in from the north a little stronger. And it's definitely a more typical northeastern direction. And it remains that way. And so right now, currently in Malibu, dew points and humidity have actually decreased by about 1-2%, and that'll continue to be the case throughout the day today. We'll actually reach our lowest humidity levels tonight, where they'll be in the single digits, but at that point, the winds will have gotten much improved, which is the good news, but we have to get to tonight first. And so we've been looking at the latest models, and the pressure gradients continue to tighten, which tells me that we are peaking at our wind event here right now this morning, and we will be looking at that till about 10-11 o'clock. We do have high wind warnings and red flag warnings for the area for the day today. The high wind warning expires at 1, but the red flag warning doesn't expire until tomorrow. And of course, that is because our wind event is not going to end until tomorrow night. It just will become much better by the time we head into this evening. But as I mentioned, we are looking at a lot of factors in this area. One, which we can see very well on this map right here, is that downsloping wind. Once wind travels, especially an offshore wind, downhill on a mountainside, it actually increases in speed. So we have that. Then we also have the fact that the fire is creating its own weather. And this intense heat, as I've been talking about throughout the morning, rises. So heat rises just naturally. And so in an intense fire, we've got a lot of heat in there. It's rising rapidly. rapidly, and this creates this strong updraft, which is very similar is developed, and that pulls in all this air and oxygen around it, and that feeds the fire even more, and you get that moisture from the vegetation that pushes up into the updraft, and then this generates this powerful wind in and of itself, and that spreads the fire even further. So this cycle makes the fire more dangerous and harder to control. So you have the downsloping winds, you have the strong Santa Ana winds that are just basically sucking all of the moisture out of the atmosphere. They're so dry, and then you have the intense heat that the fire weather is creating and the updraft, and as a result the winds from that. So that is why we knew that today was going to be a rough day. We knew overnight into today that the Santa Ana wind is, especially just because we haven't seen a lot of rain this fall at all, and we anticipated that being a weak La Nina year, that our winter rain event would be later, so more of a January than an October, November, December event, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It has been feast or famine, with Northern California and the Pac Northwest seeing all the rain and us getting cut off with that high pressure. And we are going to unfortunately continue to see that as we move into the next month or so. But I want to give you a quick look here at our fire weather outlook, and that is for the day today. And you can see where basically it has peaked in a line of the strongest winds from the I-14 mountain pass to Calabasas to the western side of Malibu. And these strong winds are going to last with us through the morning and then start to taper. But it's our entire viewing area pretty much in this extreme critical or elevated fire outlook. This is just one area, of course, but this is going to be potentially an issue throughout the day. So we have to just be so cognizant of that, so that hopefully fires will not break out in other areas.
Marina, thank you so much for that. We want to get to Michael Friel now. He is the Senior Director of Communications and Public Relations at Pepperdine University. Thank you so much for joining us. I actually used to work in your office when I was a student there 20-something years ago. Can you just start by telling us what we've learned from previous fires and the very well-established protocol Pepperdine now has when it comes to when to determine evacuations, when to determine shelter-in-place orders?
Yeah, thank you. We unfortunately do have to be well prepared for these kinds of situations. And so in close coordination with LA County Fire, we have a shelter-in-place plan that is really designed for our residents, our students who come from all over the country. And what we do is we gather them into the center of campus, and they're right now sheltered in place at Payson Library, as well as Tyler Campus Center. So we are sheltered in place until we can assess conditions when the sun comes up and we can see what is the situation around us. But, the safety of our students is paramount. That's why we closed classes. We canceled classes for today, and also this is finals week, so students are not going to be taking their finals today, and we'll be focused on their welfare, making sure that they have food and water, and that their needs are taken care of in this time. We've also brought in air scrubbers for the reality that there is a lot of smoke still in the area, so we're making sure that our campus shelter-in-place locations are in good condition for our residents.
Yeah, and for those who haven't been on Pepperdine's campus, a lot of the students are international as well. A lot of the students live on campus. A lot of the graduate students live on campus, and the faculty and the president all live on campus in those hills, which, are in the path of a lot of the fire.
That's correct. We have upwards of 3,000 residents in that area. It's really like a town, and so we are a very close-knit community. At 11 p.m. We started to assemble and to monitor the fire which was about 5 miles away from campus, and we monitored it closely, and in coordination with LA County Fire decided that it was best to shelter in place by 1 a.m. And we brought the students together And everyone sheltered in place, including the president's wife was there in and around the campus shelter-in-place location, just making sure students were feeling okay. We're just so proud of our students for being resilient in the face of this kind of threat and danger. Coming together as a community, we saw students praying, also just singing music together to stay focused and to be resilient in this time. So our students have really handled this very well.
Yeah, we talked to some of the students a little bit earlier this morning who were in the library themselves watching this fire. Actually, a number of them said they were lucky that it was finals week because they were still up studying for their finals and were able to kind of move about and get into that library and shelter there. We had video earlier this morning, though. This was a real, for a while, the students were saying, so concerning. We have some video where the flames come almost right up to the window of the library. Yeah. Can you just talk about this has been an intense situation. Things seem to be okay right now, but this is something, we're showing that video that I was talking about where this got a little panicky for a period of time.
Yeah, the campus is, arguably the most beautiful campus in the world. We're grateful to have the property. It was gifted to us by the Sieber family, and we built it. We've also designed it to withstand the threat of a wildfire like this. So we've cleared brush around the campus. We've ensured that the shrubbery within the campus is resilient to fire, and our buildings are built in such a way that they're resilient to fire as well. So while there were spot fires, and we've all seen video of fires, spot fires on campus, the campus has not suffered any major damage. We want to appreciate LA County Fire, who have been instrumental in protecting the whole area, including our campus, and they've been real true partners with planning and being prepared for these kinds of situations. And it's pretty amazing to see the vehicles and the fire crews out. Also, helicopters picking up water from Alumni Park. We have a pond out in Alumni Park, a little area where we can help with fire crews who can use that water to put out the fire. So just really grateful for LA County Fire, who has been doing a tremendous job of protecting our students and the residents of the Malibu area.
And interestingly, Pepperdine does have its own fire department as well, its own fire crews on campus, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's like I said, a tight-knit community. We have emergency services. We have activated our emergency operations team to really lead us through this time, to make important decisions like shelter-in-place decisions, and to respond to reports of spot fires and all the like. So, it really is a team effort. A lot of people involved with communicating in every way you can imagine, email and through text and through social media, but also just physically going from door to door, knocking on doors, making sure people in the middle of the night were awake and responding to the protocol to shelter in place.
And just before I let you go, I want to ask what you all learned from the Woolsey fire in 2018, the lessons that you took away from that. That was kind of the last big scare like this one.
Yeah, personally, I wasn't at Pepperdine at that time, but I have certainly heard the stories. And, the threat to the campus at that time was real. And, the emergency operations team and all those involved were very much responsive and engaged to protect the students at that time and to ensure the safety of the community, of all the residents that live on campus, including faculty and staff. And, that Woolsey fire was just, another in a number of instances where we had to prioritize the safety of our community. Our very academically oriented, but more importantly, we want to make sure that our students and our residents are safe. And so Woolsey certainly helped to inform how we do this better and better, ensuring that our residents are safe, shelter in place, and all the different protocols that we implement to ensure that our campus can withstand a threat like this wildfire that burned through right into the campus.
All right, Michael Friel with Pepperdine, thank you so much for being with us this morning. We appreciate your perspective from the school. You are taking a live look at the pictures right now from SkyCal, where you can see there is still a lot of fire burning, a lot of vegetation in the Malibu area. We have Tina Patel, who is live on scene in one of those areas. We can see the hot spots behind you, Tina.
Yeah, but you know, when we got here earlier, this entire ridge behind me was on fire. And even though most of the people here where we are, which is Carbon Canyon, they evacuated early this morning, firefighters told us they were worried that if the fire kind of moved down into this ridge, it would just be a matter of minutes before it came up to where all these homes are. So they were watching very closely, but the sun came up within the last half hour, and we've actually seen a lot of the flames die down. There are certainly hot spots, but mostly what we're seeing now is just kind of smoke and all the vegetation that did burn. So firefighters still, they're kind of patrolled all up and down this canyon, keeping an eye on houses, trying to make sure that the fire does not come over here. But they're feeling like the situation is much better than it was maybe just even an hour ago. Now, we have been driving through Malibu all morning long. And the thing is that when those winds were really gusting overnight, the fire spread quickly. We were talking to people in this area who said they knew that there was parts of Malibu burning, but they thought it was a couple canyons over. They didn't think they had to worry. And then all of a sudden they kind of looked out in the mountains, they looked out their windows and they said, oh no, this fire is moving. And that's what we heard from a lot of people, that the fire just really kind of grew quicker than they realized. And all of a sudden they were feeling like they had to pack up and go within minutes. Here's what one woman told us earlier today about what she encountered early this morning.
Everything was okay. I thought everything was fine. You know, I just came back with the Christmas tree at 10 o'clock from Agora. I took Canaan over, all of Canaan and Point Dume over there. All the power is out. None of the signals worked or anything. But then once you got closer this way, you know, like past Paradise Cove, everything's like normal and lit up. And I got back to the house and went to bed fine. And then midnight, like I hear all these helicopters, and I thought it was from the Navy base or something. And it come out, and the whole mountain all around us, everything was engulfed. And I got everybody up and out of the house and tried to stay back and save the horse.
Yeah, you could hear how emotional that woman was. Luckily, she was able to get all of her loved ones out, and she got most of the animals that were in her area, her neighborhood, out. But that was also a concern we heard from a lot of people this morning, that there are a lot of areas here where people have farm animals, where people have horses, and that was really a concern about, like, where do we have room or time to get them? Are they going to be okay on their own? Really concerning when fires break out in these overnight hours, because it is very dark. It's hard to know what's going on, and it's hard to know, you know, just how much time you have. Again, as we come back out here live, one of the things I can say is that we have seen a lot of water dropping helicopters in the last little bit. They've kind of been coming through here doing some drops. We're seeing kind of the white smoke as they make some drops, and we're not seeing as much active flame in this area. But again, what we've been talking about all morning is that it was very windy in the overnight hours, and then over the last couple of hours, it's died down a little. So fire crews are being really aggressive. They're sending as much aircraft as they can right now to try to take advantage of this moment when they can do drops and they can try to get some areas contained, because they know that the winds could go back this morning and can become really gusty, and then they're going to be limited with what they can do from the air. So we've seen a lot of aggressive firefighting in these early morning hours to try to get a handle on things. But still, because weather is so unpredictable, all of these evacuation orders that went into effect overnight, they are going to stay in place. And firefighters tell us they do appreciate that here in Carbon Canyon, almost everybody did leave voluntarily One of the people that we were talking to earlier said they've been through fires before. They know how quickly things can change, and they didn't want to take any chances. And that really is the thing that we want to stress, whenever you get those evacuation warnings, like pay attention and do what firefighters say, because especially when we're talking about these canyon roads where access is an issue, they need people to be able to get out safely so they can get in and do what they need to. And they can't kind of do both of those things at once when we have some of these narrow, windy roads. So they're glad that at least in many areas that we've seen this morning, people were taking those evacuation orders seriously, and they were getting out and doing what they could to stay safe. We'll send it back to you.
That's what we're hearing from a number of officials too. So that is the good news, that people are getting out. Tina, thank you for that. We're taking a live look at SkyCal right now. Now that the sun is up, sunrise just happening as we speak. We're going to picture there is freezing just a little bit, but you're starting to get a better scope of how this fire has impacted the Malibu area. You can see there's just so much smoke in the area. You've got firefighters on scene trying to protect structures and continue to work some of those evacuation orders there, where you've got 6,000 people evacuated. We now want to get to Rick Montanez, who is live for us this morning. Rick?
Yeah, we just moved west a little bit from where we were. We were talking about being right near City Hall. Well, we wanted to show you here, now that the sun is coming up, we are even seeing, this is the other side of PCH, where you see these firefighters that are on this hillside here trying to put out these flames that are burning above several homes, but keeping them from getting to the homes that are just on the other side of this ridge. We see firefighters above and below it. There's trucks also down here. And, it is an incredible thing. We've talked about Malibu this morning, why people live here, the beauty of Malibu. And I mean, you see the sun coming up, the juxtaposition of this gorgeous view right here with the flames that are threatening home after home after home in this city. So it's a sight to see, really, but also incredible to see these firefighters working very quickly to protect these homes. And that's what we've been hearing from our crews over and over about, how all of these firefighters are trying to save every home that they possibly can. We're going to swing around because I want to show you something real quick over here on the other side of PCH. So that is Malibu Ranch Village. Those were the apartments or condos possibly that I was talking about earlier, that we were trying to see because they were threatened by the flames and embers that were burning so incredibly close. But now that the sun is coming up, we're seeing that those are fine. Up on the hills, you see there are more smoke plumes. Now we're looking toward the direction of where Pepperdine University is. So, we talked with a student from there this morning we found her walking actually on the road trying to get to her boyfriend who was picking her up to evacuate the campus. So that was incredibly dangerous, but the situation itself is dangerous, just being out here. Again, fire crews right now are trying to protect these homes here behind us. And so we're watching as they're doing some pretty incredible work, and the flames are just burning through this brush here. And we see down in the driveway here, it might be one of the homeowners possibly just pulled up next to this fire truck that's here down on the driveway watching these homes. They will do what they can to protect the homes. They're hoping that people get out of the way because it is so difficult driving around here. The other thing I want to point out before I send it back to you is one of the first things that happened when we arrived here in Malibu, we found a spot to stop in. And then immediately we saw there were downed power lines in front of us, so we got out of the way. But that is what we check for when we're finding a location to go live, to do our live reports. We try to make sure that we're parked in somewhere safe, certainly, so we had to move out of the way for that. So there's just so much going on here, safety-wise, that people need to be careful, listen to those evacuation orders, and get out of the way so these first responders can do their job. As you see, they're very hard at work right now. We're starting to see what is left, what is damaged, what has been impacted by these flames overnight.
And Rick, you've been extensively trained, you're experienced over the past decade or so covering fires in Southern California. For people who don't have training, for people who just woke up with maybe they didn't get their alerts, maybe their Wi-Fi was down, no electricity, it's a really scary situation, as you know, just driving to your locations.
Right, and that's what, why we train, so that we can understand how to keep ourselves safe. There's a lot of adrenaline going. People start to worry and panic sometimes. We were talking with that student. She was from New York. She has never been through anything like this. And, as news crews, we respond to these scenes, so we see what it's like to be out in these areas. We know what the smoke does to our eyes, what it does as we breathe it in, but a lot of people have never experienced that, and hopefully never will. But when you do, it is certainly quite a shock to the system. We even talked with people who were trying to get out of Malibu. They pulled up next to our news vehicle, and they were asking which roads were open or closed. And as I was talking with my photographer, Sparkle Day, we were saying, it seems simple enough. Look for the other major road just up the street that may be open, but sometimes you're in that panic trying to get out. And if you've never been through anything like this, it certainly can be terrifying, especially in those overnight hours if you are suddenly woken up, or for those Pepperdine students, a lot of them were still awake from yesterday because they're getting ready for finals. So there's so much going on. It's so difficult for them. We just hope that everyone, of course, is making it out safely and listening to those warnings and evacuation orders, and just trying to be calm as you get out of the area.
Oh, that's Rick. I just want to point out, Sparkle had pushed in a few minutes ago on the firefighters behind you. It's really remarkable to watch them work this morning. It is going to be those ground crews that get in there in this type of terrain and are able to put water directly on the flames that are really going to be able to get this fire under control. You can see several firefighters there. It's remarkable the work they do in the conditions that you're reporting in this morning, and you just see how thick the smoke is as well.
And Jamie, if I could point something out real quick, talking with these hand crews, they also have to go in there and start digging through the dirt after the flames are out, because they want to make sure that there is nothing smoldering underneath. So when they talk about putting out hot spots, that's what they're doing. They're getting in there by hand to make sure that they dig up any embers that are burning. It could be several inches down into the ground, maybe even up to a foot. So they're trying to make sure that that doesn't come back to life and then spark more flames.
Yeah, these images that we're looking at right now, you see the firefighters they look nonchalant at this point, but these little hot spots can flare up in just seconds into massive flames. And that's the fear. That's what we've been seeing all throughout the night.
Well, I think it also goes to show, you see just the size of the firefighter next to just this one. When we talk about hot spots and how quickly they can spread, looks can be deceiving on television, I think, when you do have so much vegetation, but that's a very large hotspot that they're going to have to try to get water on this morning. Rick, thank you for all your reporting out there. We really appreciate it. We want to get to Marina Jurica now, who's been looking at the conditions. We see now that there's sunrise, just how big of an area this is impacting.
Yeah, Jamie, and unfortunately, the winds are strongest in this area and a line from the I-14 mountain pass to Calabasas to the western side of Malibu. And so we're seeing wind gusts at about up to 50 miles per hour right now. It was up to 70 miles per hour overnight. So we got a little bit of an improvement. We actually saw a little bit of an onshore push, and that helped raise our relative humidity a little bit. And I talked about that in detail last half hour. But now we're starting to see those pressure gradients tighten again, and that tells us that we are starting to peak, and we will continue to see very gusty winds out of the northeast through the morning hours, and then things will start to improve as we head into the afternoon. But remember, this is an issue for all 5 counties, and so it's affecting 5 counties. We've got a red flag warning through tomorrow. We've got a high wind warning through 1 o'clock today. And that's for, northeasterly winds at 30 to 40 sustained with gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. And our lowest humidity, our dew points, will come tonight. And the good news is that we will have better winds at that point. However, we will continue to see those dew points just plummet into the single digits. And so we're going to have to be very, very aware of that as we push into the rest of the day today. So giving you a quick update on where we're at with wind gusts right now. You can see that area that I was telling you about, that is where we are seeing the peak wind gusts from the Santa Clarita Valley heading down into Camarillo and Simi Valley and through Malibu. And looking at our fire weather outlook as we push into the entire day today, there's really very few people who are not in our fire weather extreme, critical, or elevated categories for the day. And that fuchsia area that I was talking about, that is the bullseye. That is where we will see the winds at their highest. We could see up to 80-mile-per-hour gusts in the mountains. And then as you head further down, we'll be looking at about 60-mile-per-hour gusts, and then critical in more of that pink area, and then elevated as we head into that tan region. And using our next weather winds futurecast, we're able to push into the future and see by 11 o'clock we're still in that 40-mile-per-hour range, but at least we're out of the 50-60. And then as we head into 2:15, we're looking at anywhere from up to 20 to 30-mile-per-hour winds. And then by the time also into Orange County, we head into 8:30, and then into the late overnight, early morning Wednesday hours, we're pushing into that 10 to 20-mile-per-hour wind gust. And then by the time we head into Wednesday afternoon, we are starting to slowly see that Santa Ana wind event end. And so that is what we definitely want. But we have to get through today first. And unfortunately, that red flag warning will last with us all the way through the overnight into early tomorrow morning. So in the entire day today, we are going to be looking at the potential for these extreme winds to cause a lot of problems. And as we have seen just in the overnight hours with the Franklin fire, it just exploded. And the fire is burning so hot that it's actually modifying those local winds inside of it. And I've been talking all morning about fire weather and basically how these fires create their own weather because of that intense heat, and it causes that air to rise. It basically just makes something very similar to what a thunderstorm does, a strong updraft by pulling in all that surrounding air and oxygen, and that just feeds the fuel for the fire even more. And so the cycle just makes the fire more dangerous and harder to control. So if we can just keep it as contained as possible, and just know that, just be cognizant in the back of your head, no matter what you're doing today, that these conditions are not going to improve until later on tonight, especially with hazardous crosswinds and driving conditions. If you're going to be driving in any of the overpasses, just know it is going to be very, very blustery throughout the entire day today. And I just cannot heed people the warning enough. Throughout all of Ventura and LA County, throughout the Santa Monica mountain ranges, the western San Fernando Valley, the high desert. Just please be careful. The 118 corridor, 210 corridor, we know all our trouble spots and our usual suspects. And so just please be cognizant of the fact that we are going to be in this extreme fire risk through the day today before we start to see improvements. And then as we head towards the end of the week, we might even get a little bit of our leftover rain from a low pressure system, which of course is going to help us out, because honestly, Ruta Bay and Jamie, we've just been so parched. And I mean, I've been talking about this even with my winter weather outlook. We're in a weak La Nina, and so even though it could go any way, it's really feast or famine. And the Pac Northwest in Northern California has just seen the bulk of it. And then we just get the leftovers, which is a few sprinkles from these systems that we're trying to, squeeze the very last drop out of. And that's what's going to happen at the end of the week as well, into Friday and Saturday. But I'm hoping we can at least get a little bit out of each of these systems before hopefully we'll get a little bit more rain once we head into 2025.
Unfortunately, the anticipation, the fear, the anxiety as we got the forecast over the past few days. We're showing some video now where you can just see how poor the visibility is now that the sun has come up. And I believe we have a time-lapse video showing just how fast this fire moved in just 3 hours. When it was dark, you had the kind of advantage from the perspective of the aerials there of just seeing how long it was, how fast it spread, and how extensive it was. Now it's mostly we're looking at smoke and really poor visibility.
Well, that's, this started just a little after 11. We do not know how it started. Officials have not discussed that yet. We will have a press conference at 8 o'clock this morning where we may learn more, but you can see in this 3-hour time lapse, they talked about how this started as just a 10-acre brush fire shortly before 11 o'clock. It then quickly grew to 300 acres. Multiple engines were then called. Firefighters got to the scene and it just exploded. We are now at 1,800 acres. That number has not been updated in a couple of hours now to know if that is where it's holding. We do have 0% containment at this point in time, but you can still see helicopters on the left-hand side of your screen. That's a live picture, continuing to dump water. You see those drops, trying to get over the ridge line there. There are 5 different water dropping helicopters on scene. There could be more now that there's sunlight up as well, trying to just get as much of these hotspots and flames under control as possible. The governor just releasing from his press office an alert saying that they have been briefed. The governor's office has been briefed on the Franklin fire and is working to ensure a rapid response to protect Malibu communities. California has secured a fire management assistance grant from FEMA to help ensure the availability of vital resources to suppress the fire. So you see action being taken already in terms of getting some finances in place to be able to make sure that this gets under control.
Yeah, and going over to Mark Liu now, that is, of course, very important. And when we just talk about Malibu and how iconic it is, this is, an area that people across the country and world have seen on television shows and movies. This is where celebrities live. These are very, very high-priced properties.
Yeah, that's exactly right. From Pepperdine University to all the businesses and restaurants along PCH to the multi-million-dollar mansions in this region. Some of them, unfortunately, may have burned this morning. We know that we have damage to homes, destruction to homes in the Malibu Knolls and the Sweetwater Mesa area. And now Carbon Canyon. Carbon Canyon is the region that I'm hearing that LA County firefighters are focusing on next, all because of this flank of the fire here on the east. Now, what we're looking at there with SkyCal is the eastern edge of the Franklin fire right along here. Now, Jamie, you had mentioned we have not gotten an update on acreage size since about 3 this morning. That's about 4 hours ago. But piecing together the information that we have from reporters on the ground and video from SkyCal, we know now that the flank of this fire has moved much closer towards Carbon Canyon. Essentially, what we're looking at right there at the center of your screen with SkyCal is flames that are right up against here and all along here, all moving down through here as well. We've seen water drops all in this area along here to try and to stop the spread of this fire. We know that Nobu down here near the bottom of your screen was used as a landmark to say that flames were about 500 yards away in this area. They needed structure protection for homes there. And so there's a lot of focus on this eastern flank of the fire. We also know that this one home right here in the center of your screen on top of Carbon Beach Terrace, they're doing structure protection right there as flames are all along this side of Carbon Beach Terrace. And there are fire trucks all along right here to try and protect and stop it from moving further east into Carbon Mesa Road. Now, that's not the only place where the fire is a problem. Here in central Malibu, this is where Rick Montanez was for most of the morning. He was down here near Civic Center Way and Pacific Coast Highway looking to the north. We had Malibu City Hall that was under threat. They've stopped it there. But this community up here near Palm Canyon and Cross Creek Road, we do know that there are homes that have been lost up there. We've visually seen it with SkyCal. At least 2 homes in that area, also a problem, been destroyed. So also in the northern flank of the fire, Payuma Road is the northern border. They are concerned that it is moving very slowly to the north. You can see a large white cloud of smoke from the Mulholland Highway and Las Virgenes area. We had a crew up here looking to the south. They're moving south now. They say they can see white smoke from up there. And so this fire basically on all 3 sides, north, east, and south, the fire continues to grow. The only side that's really good here is the Pepperdine University side. They were able to get a good stop there. All of those fire resources on the Pepperdine side were able to keep the university safe. They had some vegetation that burned there, but they were able to save all of the buildings on the campus, and the students there are evacuating in place. I want to give you also a quick look at some cameras and some time lapses here now that the sun has come up. This is a shot from Saddle Peak, a time lapse here of the fire. You can see when it switched from night vision to daytime, that white smoke there, the flames not as big as they were a little while ago. But even here in Santa Monica, we have a camera here and you can actually see the fire from Santa Monica. This was about 4 a.m. and proceeding on here. If you woke up and you were out this morning by the beach in Santa Monica, you probably saw that very bright glow out in the western sky. Well, that's the fire you can see there caught from a camera. And as the sun comes up, you can see those flames looking like they're getting a little bit better. Maybe that's because the winds have died down, but this fire still 0% containment. And right now at 1,800 acres, but I'm sure it's a lot more than that. We expect an update at that 8 a.m. news conference at Zuma Beach.
All right, Mark, thank you for that. We want to let our viewers know, if they're just joining us, that this is KCAL News Mornings at 7. I'm Jamie Yukas with Ruta Bashi. We have been covering the Franklin fire this morning, which started just before 11 o'clock last night and quickly grew to about 1,800 acres. As we've been discussing this morning, the last information we got was about 3 hours ago on that 1,800 number. There are evacuation orders still in place this morning for about 6,000 residents of Malibu. Needing to evacuate. A mandatory evacuation order is in place. There's about 2,000 structures, we've been told, that have been threatened. Pepperdine University did activate its shelter-in-place protocol, which did seem to work. As Mark Liu was just talking about, that side of this fire seems to be under control at this point in time, but there are still several road closures throughout the Malibu area, including PCH.
Yeah, we're about to hear in about the next hour or so, we should be hearing an update on the acreage and just the firefighters and their firefight and how they're doing, how they're getting a handle on this. We've been also talking to Marina about the weather conditions and the science behind this and when we're expecting it, when we're expecting to get a little bit of relief. Paul Diano is now joining us, and you've been keeping an eye on this, of course, as well, Paul.
Hey guys, yeah, we're looking at the wind speeds on a wider perspective now. If we can hop over to our weather computer, and I am here to tell you that in comparison to what we had last month, remember last month when we had wind gusts of 50 to 70 miles per hour in eastern Ventura County and western LA County, we're there again. So the fire is in Malibu. The fire is in Malibu, but the winds are just as strong with this Santa Ana wind event as they were last time. The winds are gusting to 50 to 60 miles per hour from Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Camarillo. We'll zoom down to the actual fire location now. These are sustained winds. Malibu Hills, 30 miles per hour. Malibu Beach, 21 miles per hour. But the wind gusts in this region are 40 miles per hour. And after a temporary rise in relative humidity, it's back down to 5 to 10%. That is a problem. So we have strong winds, we have low relative humidity, and the intensity of this Santa Ana wind event is the same one that brought the fire to Camarillo last month. So the peak of the winds will be from 7 o'clock until 11 o'clock this morning. So the strongest winds from this Santa Ana wind event are right now and for the next 4 hours, from 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock. The winds will still be strong. They'll still be gusty this afternoon, this evening before they relax overnight tonight. But even tomorrow, as the winds relax, the relative humidity will still be incredibly low, down around 5 to 10%, which just makes stuff super, super dry. So the fire danger stays high even after the worst of the winds are gone. So the red flag warning is in effect all the way until Wednesday. I'm going to step out of the way on this one. This is the wind profile for Camarillo specifically, and it's 53 miles per hour right now. Will stay above 30 miles per hour all the way through 5 o'clock this afternoon. So it's going to be windy all day long, but the worst of the winds, the biggest numbers, are from now until 11 o'clock, relaxing down to 10 to 20 miles per hour after 8 o'clock tonight. Fire weather outlook. It's color-coded. All of us have higher fire danger. Hasn't rained that much. It's windy. The soil's dry, and it's 5 to 10% relative humidity. But where is the worst fire danger? It is from Calabasas north to Santa Clarita, back west into Santa Paula and Simi Valley, and then back south into the Conejo Valley, including Thousand Oaks. We have a big fire burning right now in Malibu. That does not mean that the fire danger is any less anywhere else. This may be the first fire that we see today. Let's hope it's the only one, but the fire conditions haven't changed. It is still critical or extreme in many parts of Southern California, including this area right here. Why is this area the center of it? Because this is where the worst winds are. This is where we're seeing those winds of 30 to 70 miles per hour. Now, the red flag warning includes you in the Inland Empire. You have a critical fire danger as well. It's all of Orange County except for the beach. It's all of LA County except for the immediate metro area. And we also have that high wind warning because this morning we're looking at wind gusts as high as 50 to 70 miles per hour in western LA County, including Malibu, and then north into eastern Ventura County. So it is going to be windy. It's going to stay windy for a while. Now, you may be wondering why this is happening. Let's take a much wider perspective. Huge ridge to our west. Big storm now parked over northern Arizona and southern Utah. We're caught right in between. Now, if Southern California was completely flat, we'd be looking at 20, 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts everywhere. It's not flat. We've got mountains, we've got valleys, and that wind finds those little nooks and crannies. And some spots, it's not that windy, but those little nooks and crannies, including in Malibu right now, we're looking at some spots with winds in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that storm is the problem. It wasn't there yesterday, it is there now. It sends back a dry wind from the north and northeast, and there's the fire in Malibu as a result. And guys, before I throw it back to you, 1,800 acres, a different way to visualize that, a football field is about 1 acre. So this fire is already 1,800 football fields in size and likely larger than that because we haven't gotten an update for the past hour. So guys, back to you.
A big fire, Paul, thank you. We now want to go to Mark Liu at the desk with new information this morning.
Yeah, Paul's talking about the winds. It's not only fanning the flames of this fire here, but it's also causing power outages, public safety power outages. The power has been purposely turned off in some of these communities. If you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you Southern California Edison. They want to make sure that there is not any further problems with down power lines. So you got almost 40,000 customers in 6 counties that have their power out right now, and potentially 212,000 more could lose their power if the winds continue. And I'm going to show you on a map. Let's focus though on the area of the fire. All of these black striped areas are people that have basically no power right now because it was turned off on purpose by Southern California Edison. It's virtually the entire community of Malibu. Over here is where the fire is in this area, and there are certainly some power outages over there as well. The orange areas, these are people that could possibly lose their power if the winds continue. But looking, as you can see, through the rest of LA County and even into the Inland Empire, virtually every single county in Southern California, Orange County and Temecula, they all have public safety power outages right now because the winds continue all across our region, and they do not need another fire caused by any sort of arcing or down power lines. Now, it's unclear what caused the Franklin fire right now. That has not been determined, but I want to tell you there is some good news about the Franklin fire. If we can go out to live pictures from SkyCal, we had heard on the radio that there was a request for 2 air tankers, and there is one of them. That is the Canadian Super Scoopers. They are now on station. There are 2 of them. I was looking at them on the radar. They have arrived. They are making an orbit around the fire. It's QUE-243 and QUE-245. Those are their call signs, and they are going to be on station for the rest of the morning and into the afternoon doing water drops. These are very powerful tools, and the air assets are making way for them. They have priority to drop their water on these hot spots. So this is going to be good news for fire crews on the ground as they're getting some much needed air support that's going to be able to put some water on those that 2-mile-long fire line that we've been looking at all morning here on the eastern flank of the Franklin fire.
Yeah, all hands on deck on this fire. Hundreds of fire crews from various agencies around Southern California on the ground and in the air fighting this fire right now. About 2,000 homes in the path of this fire. 6,000 out of 11,000 residents in Malibu being evacuated right now. Pepperdine students sheltering in place in the library, and fire crews still contending with these very, very high winds and road closures and access issues on this very rugged terrain. Obviously, from here, there's very, very low visibility because of the smoke, but it does give you an idea of the mountainous terrain, of all of that dry brush, of the windy roads, and the lack of access into and out of this entire area.
Well, this picture also giving you, as SkyCal there was pushing into the Malibu Pier, just what was at stake this morning as firefighters quickly tried to
get some of these areas protected and make sure that structures didn't burn. We are hearing that there have been a number of structures that are either damaged or destroyed. As the sun's coming up, we're just starting to see those both on the ground and from the air. Here you see another water drop coming from this helicopter. Mark just talking about those planes. It's always so impressive to watch these crews work to try to get this under control. This will really be having a huge impact. Let's go ahead and get to Rick Montanez, who is out, and he's been covering, watching some of the hand crews as they're trying to get things under control. Rick.
Yeah, I want to say the conditions right now have changed drastically, because earlier you saw we had the goggles, the mask on. Now we're getting some fresh air, still smoke in the air, but not as bad as it was. Look at those crews, though. I mean, you see the flames here still burning all across this hillside here, just above some homes on one end and then just below other homes on the other end. And these crews are down there on the ground. They are watching this. There are other crews that we saw from above that were hosing down this hillside, trying to keep it from getting to those homes. The thing is, right now, we're not feeling very strong gusty winds like we were earlier, so there's no real worry of those flames, being carried quickly over to a house in this particular spot at this particular moment. Of course, as we've seen overnight, that can change in an instant, where the winds can pick up and start blowing really quickly, and that could be dangerous. But for now, this is what we're seeing here as these fire crews are on the ground. There are several fire engines that are here on the driveway here. It looks like it's either a road or a shared driveway that connects these homes, and some homeowners that have pulled up here as well. But the big important thing is they say to follow those evacuation orders and stay out of the way so these firefighters can work. Of course, this looks wide enough for some of those vehicles to get through, but going through some of these roads here up, especially in the hills, they are very small roads, so difficult to manage through there, especially with these large fire engines that are moving through trying to get to these properties. And really, it's just a matter of getting these firefighters here. These fire crews are getting to these homes, trying to protect as many homes as they possibly can. And looks like they're doing some pretty good work on this particular spot. So fortunate for them, they have no real strong gusty winds at this moment to contend with. But that's something certainly they've been dealing with all night long.
Rick, thank you so much. And we know you've been going from place to place, doing an incredible job covering this. We did just get an update, 2,200 acres burned overnight in about the past 8 or 9 hours or so. We do have photos from the Malibu Times, that's the local newspaper there, from overnight. This is near Civic Center Way and PCH. If we have those photos, we can put those up to kind of give us another idea of the scope of the fire. It was pretty dramatic images at night as well as right now. Right now it's kind of obfuscated by smoke, but at night you could see those flames just illuminate that entire area that was burning there.
Yeah, we had thought that the acreage was going to grow, and now it has to 2,200 acres. The Woolsey fire, in comparison, just to give you an idea, was 96,000 acres of land at that point in time. So when we heard from residents saying that they had felt like they had been through this before, they've been prepared for these types of things. Malibu City Hall had talked to us earlier today, saying that they deal, with 7 to 8 red flag warnings a year. They are prepared for these types of situations. However, the timing of this fire really was pretty treacherous for people to try to evacuate, with it being around 11 o'clock at night when this started, and really picking up intensity between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. this morning, and growing in acreage. It went from just 10 acres at just before 11 p.m. to now, as we said, 2,200 acres. And you see all of that vegetation burning still.
And when you talk about the community of Malibu and the types of properties there, I mean, a lot of celebrities have homes there. We have Cher, Beyonce, Jay-Z, some of these homes in the tens of millions of dollars. And, a lot of these, in the past, Kim Kardashian has a property there. In the past, some of these celebrities have come under fire, no pun intended, for hiring their own private fire crews to protect their own homes and to contain their own multi-million-dollar mansions. We'll see if that was the case again this time. They kind of contracted out these private crews to protect their own properties. And then when we talk about the actual community, it's a really small city center. There's one a little bit north around Point Dume, and then the main center of the community is that Civic Center Drive around City Hall, around where the Ralph's is, and that shopping plaza. You know, sometimes people come in on the weekends. Tourists are attracted to the beachside communities. It's beautiful. The restaurants are breathtaking. The views are beautiful. The beaches are really nice there. And so, but it is a small community, only about 11,000 people.
Well, the other thing you have to think about as I'm watching these pictures and just thinking back to other fires that have happened in Malibu is it's one of those things that the Woolsey fire happened in 2018. We've now had several years in a row of a lot of rain in the wintertime, which has now grown the vegetation. Generally, when you have a large fire like the Woolsey fire, you sometimes get a little bit of reprieve the following year or two because you've got that burned land that's already been swallowed up by fire, so there's nowhere for it to really start. The last couple of years, I know from friends who live out in the area of just being somewhat concerned that there has been so much vegetation. Then you get the conditions this year of things just drying out. The humidity very, very low, going to continue to be low today. You've got the winds. You see that water drop on the left-hand side. It's good that we keep seeing those happen this morning. But, you know, it's one of those things that I think the last couple of years we were lucky when it came to having rain, but that now it has grown so much of this vegetation back. It is just prime to be eaten up by fire, which is what we've been watching this morning, especially as those Santa Ana winds kicked off.
And then looking ahead into the winter months, when and if it does start raining, then there's the landslide concern and mudslide danger, which Malibu is very prone to that as well. Taking a wider look now, you can see PCH, you can see the water there on the top left side of your screen, and then you see where all the flames are burning through these ridges here. You see the emergency vehicles on the ground, how poor the visibility is right now as we kind of zoom out and take a wider look at this area and this coverage. And you see all of these engines there throughout the screen and kind of juxtaposed with this beautiful ocean, so much water, and yet the land right next to it is on fire. And these flames jumping over PCH in several areas, one of them around the pier earlier on. Again, we don't know the cause of this fire. This could have been ignited by a cigarette butt. It could have been something very, very small that, you know, with those winds.
As a small fire,
Yeah,
it's really, it is amazing to look and see the ocean. I think so many people, you know, they feel protected because fire, once it hits the ocean, isn't going to do anything, right? But it does have so much land to get there, and that's what we saw with previous fires too, is that there's almost a mentality, I think, right up on the shoreline that things will be fine. But that's where the concern came this morning when we started hearing that the fire had jumped the PCH in places as well. We do know there are a number of evacuation shelters for people, especially if you have animals and those types of things. There's a Woodland Hills location that is accepting at Pierce College. The Palisades Recreation Center on El Moril Drive is also accepting pets and carriers or crates, so some of the smaller animals. LAUSD just announcing they will have classes today. All classes will be in session at LAUSD. Of course, Malibu schools closed. Also, Santa Monica has closed all 4 of its schools today, just out of an abundance of caution and making sure people aren't driving along PCH, you know, to and from and getting in the way of firefighters there.
Yeah, so that is the Malibu Santa Monica Unified School District. All of the schools in Malibu closed today. Of course, Pepperdine students were in the middle of finals. Those have been canceled clearly. And we were mentioning earlier that it was maybe somewhat lucky that they were up all night studying for their finals when this fire broke out because they were awake and alert. I was talking with a friend who lives in Malibu who had no idea what was going on at around 6 in the morning because they lost power, they lost Wi-Fi. He wasn't getting alerts on his phone, so he got out quickly. He was a little bit south of this and didn't really know until he stepped outside and could see it. But I imagine that was the case for a lot of people who woke up to this not knowing because they weren't getting their alerts on their phones and maybe weren't able to watch TV. We're going to go to Paul now. And these winds, really, that's the story, is the wind, Paul.
It's the wind. It's also, excuse me, the relative humidity. As our camera flies around, showing you the yeoman's work being done by firefighters, the brave men and women in the air and on the ground trying to fight this 2,200-acre fire. I want to talk about a timeline of those winds and of the relative humidity because they are not parallel lines. The relative humidity is going to stay low through tomorrow. That's why even when the wind dies down, the fire danger will not completely be gone. The red flag warning doesn't expire until tomorrow evening, so we got a long way to go. But the peak of the winds, the worst of the winds, maybe you heard it outside of your house overnight. It kind of surged in here yesterday evening. We went from nothing to like 30 or 40 miles per hour in a matter of a couple minutes in eastern Ventura and western LA County. The worst of the winds, the strongest of the winds are right now through 11 o'clock this morning. It's not like at 11:01 the wind goes away. It'll slowly relax and stay elevated through the afternoon and the evening. But the peak of the wind will be 7 o'clock this morning until 11 o'clock this morning. Then the winds will gradually die down. We can now say with full confidence that this Santa Ana wind event is as strong as the one we had in November. Of course, we had a fire up toward Moore Park in Camarillo from that one. That also happens to be where the worst of the winds are today. So the wind there is as strong as it was in November. Check out these wind gusts. Close to 60 miles per hour in Simi Valley, 55 miles per hour in Moore Park, 54 in Camarillo. I'm talking about that because that is also the wind gusts in the Malibu Hills right now, where we don't have reporting stations. At the beach, we're seeing a wind gust of about 22 miles per hour. And it's interesting to note that just because you have the strongest winds, it doesn't mean the fire's burning there. The strongest winds are not in Malibu, but the fire is, and the winds are certainly strong enough, gusting in local spots to about 40 miles per hour, that it's carrying most of the fire from the east to the west and over the Santa Monica Mountains. Temperatures right now are 58 to 64 degrees. Relative humidity, that's a problem. It is bone dry air, 5 to 10 miles per hour. I want to show you the wind profile. Camarillo is the closest spot that we have to Malibu, and you can see right now a 53 mile per hour wind prediction for the next hour or so. Stays elevated through 11 o'clock. I talked about the worst of the winds being done after 11. Well, it's still windy, 35 miles per hour, still a windy day, just not 50 miles per hour, but still windy through about 5 o'clock, getting back to more normal levels beginning at about 8 o'clock tonight. Fire weather outlook. We want this map to be completely clean because that would mean we don't have a fire danger. We do today. Level 1, the orange, much of Orange County, parts of LA County. Level 2, all of the Inland Empire. Level 3, the highest fire danger that we have on a chart is what we have today in Santa Clarita, in Calabasas, in eastern Ventura County. Very high fire danger continues all throughout Southern California today. Guys, back to you.
Paul, thank you. We want to get to Emma Peterson. She is a Pepperdine student joining us on the phone. Emma, thank you so much for being with us. How are you all doing right now? Are you in the library?
Yeah, I am. I'd say we're split between the library and the cafeteria. Most of us are in the library since there's a lot more room.
Yeah, so are you local, or are you tell us what year you are and where you're from?
Yeah, so I'm just from out in the Seattle area, and I'm a freshman this year.
Have you ever experienced fire like this before, or this type of situation?
Not like this, definitely.
Can you tell us how you found out about the fire and how your night and morning has been? Walk us through it.
Yeah, so about 11:30 at night, last night, our power shut off, and an emergency alert was issued stating there was a local wildfire and that the power was out preemptively just in case. And it was about an hour after that we got a message to start packing a go bag in case we had to evacuate. I was in my room. I was very tired from a long day. Finding out, I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know. I had never been in this situation before. I didn't know what to do. So I started asking my suite mates. I was wondering, should I really pack a bag? Should I really start getting ready to go? Everyone was getting all their stuff together, so I did too. It wasn't long after that before they started coming down and getting us out of our rooms.
We had heard from some other students earlier that a lot of you were up and studying for finals and that type of thing. Did that help in some ways?
I think it was a relief to find out shortly after that the finals for the next day were going to be, well, essentially canceled. It wasn't until hours later that we find out, oh, it's going to be rescheduled. And then now we're wondering, because a lot of us were planning to leave Thursday, Friday, we're wondering, are those plans going to have to be adjusted?
Yeah, with this type of situation, there can be a lot of movement that you're not really expecting. Were you in the library? We had seen some images earlier where hotspots got very close to the library and the library window.
Yeah, so the window facing out towards the water was the fire was starting to come up pretty close to it, and so some of the RAs and people volunteering and working, they were having us stand away from the window for a while because it was starting to heat up. So I didn't get to experience it personally, but they were kind of blocking off the area for a little bit.
So what is your plan now? Are you still sheltering in place? You said you're between the library and where? The cafeteria? So are you indoors or are you outdoors somewhere?
Oh, I'm indoors. I'm in the library right now. I was talking about the student body, about the two places where they're housing us.
Okay, so describe the scene. We're looking at some pictures right now. I think this is from the graphic. This is from Elizabeth Smith, who runs the graphic. She's an advisor in the journalism program. She posted this picture, so we're seeing the vantage point of the students in the library with the flames coming so close to the building. Tell us about the scene right now. There are hundreds of you packed in the library during finals week. A lot of people, it looks like, in pajamas who might have been sleeping.
Yeah, so looking around, almost everybody is asleep somewhere on the floor. Only a couple people are walking around just somehow up and ready to go.
Okay, so everyone's sleeping there. And do you have any kind of information about when you might go back to the dorms? Are people making plans to just go home since it is finals week right now and just try to get back to their families? Or where do you go from here as the student body?
Okay, so the shelter in place hasn't really... the shelter in place has been lifted, but they're advising us to stay here. Some people have chosen to go back. They're not forcing people to stay, but they've advised that we stay here in the library, which is what I'm choosing to do because I don't want to deal with the smoke inhalation. Honestly, if there's any place to study, it's the library. The first few hours of being here was so loud, but now it's pretty quiet.
Can you, we know that Pepperdine has some fire services in place there. You've got the little lake where the firefighters can get water and use that. Do you feel pretty safe at the school?
Honestly, I do. I think they were very organized in getting everybody to the library. They're good with communication. I'm close friends with RAs of both my dorm and other dorms, so it was nice getting a lot of that information. We got alerts through our phones, both phone calls and texts, plus a bunch of people working with fire vests, walking around the library, answering questions. I think Pepperdine is somewhere where you feel safe because, even the locals in the area are coming up to Pepperdine. I got to talk with some families that live in the area where they just knew instantly they needed to come up here.
Oh, so people in Malibu and the broader community are sheltering in place at Pepperdine as well?
Yes, I actually got to play some games with one of the families just to keep up the spirit. It was honestly really nice.
So what is the mood like? I mean, you described that moment when people were packing go bags and you thought I should just do that too because that's what everyone is doing, and confusion, obviously. Has there been panic throughout the night? Were people upset and scared?
I would say there was panic for the first couple hours, especially since the library windows have they're so big and there's so much room that it has such a great view for seeing out into the fire, that all the smoke, all the flames, the fire trucks, the firefighters, you could see everything. And I think that only added to the stress. There are people of all ages. There are pets. There are actually a lot of dogs that people brought in, which did help these things. But yeah, there was definitely panic for a few hours there. But then it slowly turned into wanting to sleep or wanting to play a game, and over time just got quieter and quieter.
And you all, the dorm situation, you mentioned your suite. It's about 4 students, right, in the dorms, in each, or 4 rooms in each suite, 2 students to a room. But it was organized enough, and everyone kind of made their way through, and you knew what to do.
Oh yeah, I didn't feel crowded at all. There's plenty of space to move about, to breathe. It didn't feel cramped getting into the library. It actually still feels like there's a lot of space in here, even with so many people because it is two-tiered.
Can you talk about the smoke situation? It seems that now that seems to be what's really impacting the area.
Yeah, so the very first thing that they did when we got to our location was hand out N95 masks. Everyone was wearing one. Because even on the walk over in the early stages of the fire, the smoke was very heavy. It felt like I was sitting right in front of a campfire.
Well, Emma, we really appreciate your time. I know it's a scary and confusing time for you all. We appreciate the information so much. You all stay safe there, and thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too,
Emma. Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate it. We have some new video just coming in of the flames from overnight. You can see just on the hillside there that just explosion of orange, and helicopters trying to do immediate water drops in the overnight hours to try to get this thing under control. You see all the embers there. That's always the biggest concern, especially in these Santa Ana wind events, that these embers are going to be picked up and, you know, just scattered and thrown potentially onto structures. And that can start things on fire. If you remember last month in the Moore Park fire in Ventura County, that's what continued to happen, is that it just kept moving and moving and gobbling up really structures all over. You see the hand crews here, firefighters trying to put out some of those flames as they creep closer to the highway there. We know PCH, the fire jumped it at one point in time, so they've had to really try to get a handle on this thing from both the ground and the air.
And these images are just incredible. You see how brave these firefighters are to drive through this with these winds. And also this nighttime video really showing us the embers you're talking about that you can't always see during the day in the daylight with all the heavy smoke, but they're illuminating the night sky. You can see them glowing there. And you can also get an idea of the wind and how devastating the wind was in terms of spreading this fire and in terms of the speed of the spread of the fire.
We have another Pepperdine University graphic journalist, Henry Adams, on the phone with us now. Oh, we have you on Zoom. Hi and welcome, Henry. Thank you for being here this morning.
Yeah, hi, how's it going?
Well, probably better than you. Can you describe for me what?
You know, it's been a crazy night.
Yeah, describe it for me.
I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I haven't slept at all since the fire broke out, so I've just been following everything. Luckily, I'm off campus, so I've been safe from the fire, and we've just gotten word just a couple minutes ago that Pepperdine's just lifted their shelter-in-place orders for students, so everyone who's on campus there is now free to return to their dorms, luckily. But yeah, I've been hearing from friends that have been stuck in the library, stuck in the caf all night. It's just been very exhausting. A lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, just like seeing the fires is obviously a very scary sight to see in person.
Yeah. Are you in Malibu? You're off campus. Are you in an apartment in Malibu or are you out of town somewhere?
Yeah, luckily I'm about a half hour north of Malibu in Oak Park now, so.
Okay. Yeah. And this must be quite the experience as a student journalist for you. You're learning on the job right now, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
What are you hearing from your friends and teachers and things about how the night went? Can you describe it for us?
A lot of people just, I think at this point, and I'm glad now that they've just lifted the shelter in place, but a lot of people just really wanted to go to bed because they're stuck in the library, not really somewhere you can get a lot of sleep, especially with all this going on. How can you sleep anyways? But other than that, I mean, a lot of students are definitely at least relieved that finals were canceled. That was definitely the right move on Pepperdine's part, doing that, because, I mean, how can we take exams right now, like on a day like this? So, there's that at least. So
yeah, that seems to be the sentiment when we speak to students there. But obviously, this is a really serious situation. People are losing their homes. I don't know if you've seen any of those images where these homes have burned down. And talk about living in Malibu. Obviously, you're off campus now, but as a student at Pepperdine, you're in the middle of a very unique area in terms of being a college town.
Yeah, definitely. And, being in a place like Malibu that's historically had a lot of wildfires, especially, in recent memory back in 2018 during Woolsey Fire, this is just always something that I feel like we're all anticipating. And now it's actually happened. So it's I guess, it's always just a reminder that this kind of stuff does still happen. So Very scary, very scary. And it's the kind of place where you don't really have anywhere to go except for PCH, and you can't really, for a little while, you can really do much about that, driving off campus. So.
Well, can you talk about, the school does go through a lot of preparation. Do they talk about these types of things? Or, we heard from another student who said they asked her to get a go bag together just last night. Is this a topic of conversation that the student body talks about?
I mean, yeah, definitely. We definitely are somewhat prepared, just given that it's happened in the past. I mean, the last time they had to do a shelter in place was 2018, so none of the current undergraduate students have had to go through something like this. But it's always kind of in the back of our minds of like, okay, fire could happen, might have to go. Just last month there was one. It was only about 50 acres burned before the fire department was able to snuff it out. And Bluffs Park, just across from Malibu campus of Pepperdine, was a fire that everyone could see on campus, and that was immediately, everyone was scared that Pepperdine was gonna have a whole thing like we're having today. So that's very unfortunate, but
the threat is ever present, right? You know that living in Malibu. Have you ever personally experienced anything like this before? Are you from Southern California?
I'm not personally from Southern California, no, but my older sister was a Pepperdine undergrad during the Woolsey fire back in 2018. So, I'm from Pennsylvania, so we were over on the East Coast, corresponding with her, making sure, she evacuated before they did the shelter-in-place orders back then, 6 years ago. So this is something that I've always kind of come to expect, but yeah, yeah.
Well, if I'm your parents, I don't know how I feel about the situation. I do want to go ahead and just dive in. You guys got an email about the shelter-in-place protocol being lifted. However, Pepperdine is saying they'd like the community is strongly encouraged to remain on campus and stay off Malibu roads as first responders continue to respond to the fire as well. Power does remain out, too, for much of the campus area. Are you hearing about that as well? Are people concerned about that aspect?
Yeah, definitely concerned about, just people's phones dying. I mean, for one. And again, with finals being canceled, it's good because people's laptops don't necessarily have enough charge to continue working on what they would need to do to prepare for that. I mean, much less go to class at all, I guess, during these times. But definitely a cause for concern there.
So I know you've been doing your journalism thing. You've been posting pictures all night. You've been talking to the students who are on campus sheltering in place. What kind of questions are you asking as someone who is so intimately involved with the campus, who knows the area, and who commutes in every day on PCH, I assume?
I've just been checking in on people and making sure they're all good. Checking in on seeing where they're at. I've had a lot of friends that managed to evacuate before the shelter-in-place orders were put in place. So that was good for them, so they could maybe get a little bit of rest tonight if they weren't, anxiously watching the news all night like I've been. Just making sure everybody's safe, and it seems Pepperdine's doing a very good job with that. So.
Well, that's good to hear. Henry Adams, thank you so much for being with us this morning. We really appreciate it, and good luck with all your studies.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Artina Patel has been out all morning keeping an eye on the flames. Earlier, she found a home that was damaged by flames in Sweetwater Mesa. Take a look at that.
We are on Sweetwater Mesa, and this is one of the first examples of damage that we are seeing. Take a look behind me. Firefighters say when they got here, this entire garage was engulfed in flames, and the fire was starting to move through the attic to the main part of the home. But they say they were able to save the main part of the home. Unfortunately, there is a lot of damage, but they say considering what they were going up against in the early morning hours when this fire was spreading, this homeowner is very lucky. There are a couple other homes along this street where it looks like there's some minimal damage, but considering how fast these flames were moving and how gusty those winds are, the firefighters say the homeowners in this area are very lucky. Now, this area is just across from where the Malibu Pier is. So if you know that area of Malibu, this is the area that we're in. There are a lot of canyons here where that fire was going through, burned a lot of vegetation. But again, in the early morning hours, we're seeing right now minimal damage to homes. There are still firefighters up and down this neighborhood watching on hot spots, still putting out some of those and trying to protect properties. So they're certainly not out of the water yet, out of the woods yet, but they say that right now there are no winds that they really have to worry about. So they're doing what they can to protect properties, to get a handle of this fire as they can, because they know that the situation could change as the day goes on. That's the latest in Malibu right now. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Tina, thank you. And this is the time that people dread, is going back and seeing their damaged or burned property. Mark, we want to check in with you now. You've obviously been watching all of this, keeping an eye on all the departments involved and the different agencies now on scene.
Yeah, that's right. Multiple fire agencies, LA County Fire, LA City Fire sending some resources, Ventura County sending a lot of resources, Orange County. But most importantly, the first British Aero Tanker 146 from Fox Field is now on station. Just a few seconds ago, we saw that aircraft drop over 3,000 gallons of fire retardant on a north-south direction. They're fighting the eastern flank of the fire near Carbon Canyon. What Sky Cal is showing us right here, this is one of these small properties in Carbon Canyon. Looks like there may be some sort of a container there that was on fire. But this eastern flank here, oh, this is actually Carbon Mesa Road. This is that very large property that's up there on Carbon Beach Terrace, excuse me, and they were focusing a lot of structure protection right in this area and the neighborhood right to the right of it, which is Carbon Mesa Road. Now, this is the eastern flank of the fire. It's burning into Carbon Canyon. They are concerned this is pretty much where most of the fire activity is. In addition to that British Aerospace 146 tanker, there are two Canada Air CL-415 Super Scoopers. They came from Van Nuys Airport. They've been on station for our fire season here. 1,600 gallons of water per drop. They're making their aerial surveillance and then will also engage in this firefight here. But right there, you can see that large strip of purple red territory right there. That's where that first fire retardant drop landed, and they're going to try and stop the eastern progress of this fire because that's where it primarily is burning, further to the east. The great news is it looks like they've been able to stop the southern progress down there on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see SkyCal how it approached the beach. What we're looking at here is essentially this flank right here. Let me draw it. These retardant drops were right around here. And then down here, there's a lot of hand crews and fire crews in this area doing structure protection down there, making sure that this fire does not burn the homes and businesses just to the north of Pacific Coast Highway. They were very concerned about that just a little earlier. They said as a landmark, the restaurant Nobu had fire about 500 yards from it, but it looks like they've been able to stop it. And of course, a little bit further to the west, there's still a lot of structure protection going on around here. That's where our Rick Montanez was. He's in this area watching the firefight in the communities of Malibu Knolls and to the north of the Malibu City Hall. Pepperdine University looks like it's mostly going to be okay. And then, of course, there is still a flank of the fire to the north that is burning up towards Payuma Road. There is voluntary evacuations to the north because they are concerned about the very mountainous terrain, a lot of rugged territory up there, lots of vegetation to burn. But the good news is it does look like the winds are dying down just a little bit. We can see those flames pretty low right now, and the sun is coming up. It's getting firefighters a tactical advantage to be able to see what they're fighting, and those firefighting aircraft are now using spotter aircraft to get even closer to this fire and hopefully get some good water drops and retardant drops. Hopefully they'll stop the eastern flank of this fire cold very soon.
That is the hope, Mark. You know, we continue to watch these pictures, these live pictures, and what I'm noticing is while we see from the sky so much smoke, what you see once they zoom in there is that there is still plenty of flames and activity on the ground. There's lots of vegetation. The winds, as they have died down, are still very, very strong. Paul Deanna was talking about them being in the 50-mile-per-hour range at some points in time. So there is still a definite threat in the Malibu area. The fire has grown to 2,200 acres. It exploded overnight. However, the good news is, as you see, kind of above at the top of your screen, there is lots of aircraft in the air that is dropping water, and we've seen fire crews on the ground. So they are fighting this both from the ground and the air this morning to try to get as good a handle as they possibly can on it as well. So we see that Superintendent Janice Hahn has posted thanking every first responder who worked through the night to save families and property threatened by the Franklin fires. I am praying for the Pepperdine students who are currently sheltering in place. We do know that's the supervisor. Anyway, they were sheltering in place overnight, but we know that has now been lifted, the shelter in place order has been lifted after assessing campus conditions at daybreak. The Emergency Operations Center lifted that, but they do ask that students stay on campus at this point in time, just to make sure that they aren't on the roadways as fire crews continue to try to get to certain places where we see these hot spots and whatnot.
And Rick Montanez has been in Malibu on the ground reporting, dodging these flames pretty narrowly at times, and he is there now. So Rick, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. We're having some difficulty with our signal because of just the terrain in the area. But we want to point out, we were showing you those firefighters on the ground who are watching this hillside here, and they've made significant progress. It's looking really good, aside from a few flames and hot spots. But that is what they're going to have to dig into and really keep an eye on right now to make sure that there are no flare-ups right here. So this that you're looking at, these homes at the bottom are off of Malibu Road here, which parallels PCH, which is where we are standing right now. And then to the west of us is Malibu Canyon Road. That is the road right near Pepperdine University, to give you an idea of exactly where we are. And so we are just to the east of that of campus. And so these homes here, firefighters have been watching. There have been huge flare-ups where we've seen basically small infernos with these flames shooting into the sky, these trees, the dry brush, all burning very quickly. But now you see a lot of these firefighters up there. From here, it looks like they are, from our perspective, it looks like they are small because it is such a tall cliff here, right along the coastline here. So, the firefighters are doing the best that they can. Now that the sun is up, it's probably a little bit easier for them to be able to see this terrain. The winds at the moment are much calmer, so that is good for them as well. But I was thinking back to covering the Woolsey fire a couple years ago, and I remember interviewing a man who had come back to his home after the sun had come up. So it was daytime, but then the flames shifted because the wind shifted. And he at the time had shared dash cam video with me from his car, which showed the road was completely covered in smoke and there were flames all around. It was a treacherous drive for him to get out of there. That underscores the danger still, even with the sun up. And right now we're not seeing a lot of flames in front of us, but it is still a dangerous situation here. And of course, it is still an evacuation zone. So that's something that people should take seriously as these fire crews are still working. We're expecting the strong winds still to remain here. But definitely, we are keeping an eye on things from this location. And again, we're having some connectivity issues with our earpiece, so I can't hear a question from you. So I'm going to send it back to you, but we'll let you know how things are shaping up out here.
Rick, thank you. And of course, this has been what we've been hearing from some other people too, spotty cell service. A lot of them don't have electricity. They don't have Wi-Fi. Amanda Sorrentino has been keeping an eye on traffic and those closures. And Amanda, one of the challenges with this fire and this area is that the access, there aren't a lot of roads into and out of this area.
Absolutely. It's made things pretty tricky for this area. So we have some maps to show you. So the Franklin fire has closed down PCH between Canaan-Doom and Topanga Canyon. That road is closed all the way through there. So if you are coming up from Santa Monica, the Pacific Palisades, right here, you're going to get turned right back around. So you might as well just go right back up to the 101. If you're coming down from North Malibu, it's kind of covered on the map right now, but you're going to be sent up to the 101. So what you need to do is just get up to the 101. Don't even plan on taking PCH right now. That's going to be your best way around that. Also, the Franklin fire has also closed down Malibu Canyon that turns into Las Virgenes between PCH and Mulholland. The road is closed there as well, so you can see that right here. So, the best way around it is just to stay out of the area, take the 101, because we also have the fire danger closure of the Topanga Canyon Road between PCH and Mulholland. The road is closed there. This was actually closed preemptively before this fire even started because the red flag warning, just in case something like this happens. So your best routes, if you need to go west, your alternate is going to be Canaan-Decker, so that's going to be taking you through that way, and just try to get up to the 101 to get through that way. And then to go east, you're going to want to hit the 405. So a few closures around there. I mean, the best thing I can tell you right now is just try to stay off PCH at all and stay out of that area. Obviously, fire crews trying to do the best they can to get to those homes and those properties to save the land over there. But definitely a lot of backup right there leading into that area.
All right, Amanda, thank you for that update. We do want to talk about a little bit of history here in Southern California along the coastline. The coastal community is no stranger to large fires. Most recently was the mountain fire that started in Moore Park. That was just about a month ago. I believe it was November the 6th. It eventually grew to more than 19,000 acres.
Fire crews were battling hotspots there until just a few weeks ago, as a matter of fact. That's how intense these can become. The official cause is still under investigation.
And then prior to that, of course, we've been referencing the Woolsey fire a lot. That is what stands out in people's minds. That was back in 2018 in this very same area. It actually spread to Pepperdine University. This one started in Ventura County at Santa Susana Field Lab and then spread into LA County. By the time the Woolsey fire was put out, it had burned through more than 96,000 acres and destroyed more than 1,500 structures. CAL FIRE says those flames were ignited by electrical equipment owned and operated by SoCal Edison. First responders say the Woolsey fire highlighted the need to improve emergency messaging systems. So far, at least with the Pepperdine students, we have heard that went into effect very well and was smooth. We're still waiting to hear, of course, from residents in the surrounding areas. LA County, though, now does use targeting messaging and a system that sends out alerts to people in specific high-risk areas.
While fire is a natural part of an ecosystem, human-caused climate change has made things worse, according to the California Air Resources Board. Since 1950, areas burned by wildfires have increased as our spring and summers get warmed and the snow melts earlier. NOAA scientists say that 10 of our state's largest wildfires happened in the last 2 decades, 5 of them in 2020 alone.
Yeah, and we have new video overnight of the flames as well. I'm not sure if we can bring that up. Okay, we're going to go to Paul instead. And Paul, the winds, the lack of humidity, and the terrain all posing big challenges.
Yeah, it's a 1-2, excuse me, it's a 1-2-3 punch right now when it comes to the wind, the overall dry conditions. We haven't had a big rainfall yet, and also the low relative humidity that we're dealing with. I'm going to cough one more time. Now we're looking at the peak wind gusts that we've seen from this particular event. I just put this map together. Notice that the Malibu Hills are at the bottom of the list. Wind does not cause fire. Wind can help spread a fire rapidly, but you have to have a fire start. 98% of them are started by us, started by people, and there was no lightning out there. There's no storm. So this was caused by something, and then the wind and the weather conditions spread it. In the San Gabriel Mountains, the peak wind gusts 82 miles per hour. In the Chino Hills, 65 miles per hour. Ontario, at the airport in Ontario overnight, 55 miles per hour. San Gabriel Valley, San Fernando Valley also saw some strong winds. Porter Ranch, 53 miles per hour. And Malibu Hills, 52 miles per hour. These are now the current wind gusts. I had mentioned that the peak of the winds would be between 7 o'clock and 11 o'clock this morning. That's right now. We're in that window of opportunity. And in the same areas that we saw the strongest winds in November, which would be from Camarillo and Oxnard, north and east through Santa Paula, Moore Park, then Simi Valley, farther north and east into the Santa Clarita Valley. That's the bullseye once again. Notice here, the smallest number is down in Malibu, where at the beach, the winds are only gusting to 22 miles per hour. In the Malibu Hills and Malibu Vista, it's about 31, with the strongest gusts not seen on this map up to about 40 miles per hour. Now, that's not the strongest wind, but a 40-mile-per-hour wind is a strong wind. And as you see in the information just over my right shoulder, that wind is carrying these flames and carrying these embers at a pretty significant clip. So as for what we can expect over the next day or so, because the fire danger is not just in Malibu. The fire danger hasn't changed at all for you in the Inland Empire, for you in Inland Orange County, for you in the San Fernando Valley, for you in Eastern Ventura County. This fire doesn't stop the fire danger anywhere else. So we have to watch out for new fires starting and spreading quickly because of the weather that's out there. It just so happens that one started late last night in Malibu. The peak of the winds right now until 11 o'clock this morning. Then the winds will slowly decrease but still be elevated this afternoon and this evening. So wind remains a problem through this evening. Now, that's not when the fire danger ends. The fire danger ends on Wednesday. Why? Because even when it's just breezy outside, 10, 15, 20 miles per hour, we still have the offshore wind direction. That keeps the relative humidity super low, and everything is just really, really dry. And it may not, you may be thinking, oh, humidity, rain, it hasn't rained in a while. It goes beyond that. When the relative humidity of the current air mass that's over us is this dry, 5 to 10%, typically it's like 50 or 60%. When it's down to 5 to 10%, stuff burns super quickly. It just ignites super quickly. And we've seen that once again in Malibu with 2,200 acres burned already. So a red flag warning. I know we're going to be talking a lot about Malibu this morning. I don't want you to think that there's no fire danger in the Inland Empire. There is all day long into tomorrow. Inland Orange County, Inland LA County, eastern Ventura County. High wind warning lasts through this afternoon, but the peak of the winds will be this morning. We will continue to see 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So this is a weather story that, even though the Malibu fire is ongoing, the weather story of the extreme or critical fire danger is actually just beginning, and it's not ending until tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening. A quick look at your forecast for today. Metro area up to 72. Sunny and breezy around Los Angeles. Offshore wind events don't really hit the urban core that strong. Valleys, you get it the worst. You'll have a high of 73 with a high wind warning. Inland Empire, windy and sunny with a high of 70. And in the high desert, the mountains highs will be around 50 degrees. So guys, we're talking Malibu, 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 rightfully so. There's a big fire burning. I don't want to minimize the potential for rapid fire spread in other parts of Southern California, because the fire danger actually isn't even at its peak just yet. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, and we saw that just about a month ago, November 6th. We saw 2 fires breaking out, one in that Moore Park area and one in Malibu. And luckily, the one in Malibu was contained at that point pretty quickly. But we saw an example of what it's like for California firefighters from Ventura County, Los Angeles County, Orange County, and other support brought in from various agencies as well. And what it's like when they're spread thin like that, especially in mountainous areas that are not that easy to battle these fires.
Well, and I think, we just talked about how that Moore Park fire, they just got the hot spots under control just a couple weeks ago, and now they're dealing with this. We definitely don't want to see any more fires later today. Mark, let's go ahead and get a check with you. What's happening at the desk?
Well, you were just mentioning the cooperation between multiple fire departments, LA County, Ventura County, Orange County. They actually work with also Southern California Edison to fund and operate something called the Quick Reaction Force, which is a grouping of aircraft that respond very quickly and cooperatively to brush fires like that. And Copter 76, one of their spotter aircraft, has been posting video of what it looks like in the cockpit from their night vision camera. This was just about 6 a.m. from Copter 76. What we're looking at here is infrared vision of all of the hot spots of the Franklin fire so far. Now, this was sort of on the western end looking to the east, and all of those bright areas, that's basically heat signatures. Now, that may not be active flame. The brighter spots are active flame, but the even dimmer spots are still just hot earth and hot vegetation there that's been burned through its ashes. And now this is regular standard video of the fire lines at just about 6:30 this morning. So about an hour and a half ago, this is what the fire lines look like. From Copter 76, you can see as they're basically working as a spotter aircraft for those water dropping helicopters, the commander in there getting a good overview of the fire. You can see how close the fire burned up to some of these homes here on the eastern end of the fire. This was the one near Carbon Mesa and getting into Carbon Canyon, and you can see there those flames right up to those buildings, but they did structure protection there with hand crews on the ground. That's, of course, where the real work of this fire is fought. Very hard work in those dark conditions there, but now as the sun is coming up, firefighters are going to get the upper hand, as it's just easier to work in the daylight hours. And the firefighting aircraft can be more aggressive as well because they don't have to worry about the smoke and fire at night. Now, as I said, there is a large air tanker, 4-engine jet air tanker that is on station, dropping about 3,000 gallons of retardant each drop. The super scoopers are there, and there's still LA County fire helicopters, Sikorsky and the 2 Chinooks. They're dropping water as well on this fire, trying to get a handle on this eastern flank as it continues to move. You can see that white smoke there, the flame lakes still burning through that heavy vegetation and on that mountainous terrain. There are some areas, Jamie and Rudabit, they just can't access with hand crews. So a lot of that work has to be done by those firefighting aircraft, and they are fueling up at various reservoirs in the area and going to Camarillo Airport. There's also an LA County Fire Station 8 on Ranlo Pacifico. They're able to fuel up and get water there, and an LA County helipad off of Saddle Peak Road. So 2 good spots for those helitankers to fuel up and get right back into the fight. So they're just going to keep doing that until they can get this fire under control on the eastern flank.
Yeah, it's really remarkable.
Really amazing. And the amazing video to see from that nighttime perspective. It really shows you how big these are. They're also using Alumni Park at Pepperdine University. That's the hilly area that you can see when you drive by Malibu, and filling up the tankers there as well to assist in those water drops. So that has proven to be a really vital resource in this firefight.
You just see how thick the vegetation is. We are coming up on 8 o'clock right now, and we are waiting for a press conference. We're following the situation with the Franklin fire burning in Malibu this morning. This is about 3 miles north of PCH. So far, this fire, the Franklin fire, has burned 2,200 acres with evacuations in place for Sarah Retreat, east of Malibu Canyon Road, south of Pioma Road, Tuna Creek and Carbon Beach to Prioco Canyon.
Pepperdine University has lifted its shelter-in-place protocol at this hour. We had been talking to students earlier who were sheltering in place in the library. It suspended all of its normal operations on campus. It canceled classes. The students there were in the middle of finals for the day. Those have been canceled as well. There are road closures on PCH at Las Flores Canyon to Coral Canyon, Las Virgenes from Mulholland to PCH, and Malibu Canyon from Piuma to PCH. So that is a huge stretch of Malibu. That's most of Malibu and the roads there that run through. We do have important information for people who have been evacuated now. Residents can go to the Palisades Recreation Center. That's at 851 Alma Real Drive. They can evacuate there. A large animal shelter also available at Pierce College. That's in Woodland Hills. And for small animals, the Agora Animal Center in Agora Hills. I know that's a huge concern for people when they're fleeing with just minutes or seconds to spare.
I remember during the Woolsey fire when so many people had to they were panicked and raced to Zuma Beach and were stationed at the beach for several days. So it's good to see that these shelters open very quickly for people to be able to get to them. We're also learning from the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District that all 4 Malibu schools are closed today. You see them on your screen right now. They include Malibu Elementary, Malibu Middle, Malibu High, and Webster Elementary School. Let's go ahead now and take a live picture back looking at the firefight happening as you see all of that smoke just billowing into the air. You know, as we were talking about earlier with the vegetation, it is just prime for some of this mountainside to be burned. You see how close some of the flames were able to get to these houses. The one thing I did notice in these pictures is that homeowners are often asked to make a clearing around their home as a line of defense. And as you see with many of these homes, it does seem that they did that. Which is, you know, a good thing and seems to have protected some of these from starting on fire.
Yeah, sometimes people ignore that call of 200 feet of brush clearance in these high-risk areas. You see a little reservoir right there and one of the aircraft that's fighting the fires. But it is so important because of what you're seeing on your screen right now. And you can see the homes that did do that. It made a huge difference for a lot of them. But unfortunately, not all of them have been spared. We did see video and pictures of at least some homes that have burned. And these are, you know, a lot of them in the tens of millions of dollars, some of the highest priced real estate in the country and the world in Malibu.
Yeah, as you were talking about, you know, it's home to Cher, Jay-Z. You're talking tens of millions of dollars in terms of the properties there. I do remember during the Woolsey fire, there was also discussion about how so many of these celebrities had hired their own private firefighting services and those types of things. So you wonder what changes have been made out in the area as well. But you just saw so many fire crews jump at getting this fire contained in any way possible that they can, both from the ground and as you see from the air. I could sit and watch these water drops all day long in these situations. It's so remarkable if you think about the pilots having so much water on board and then having to quickly maneuver after they dump so much weight from the plane. It's pretty incredibly the work that they're able to do.
And how close they get to the flames as well. I mean, it's a dangerous job and they really are heroes in so many ways. And you saw the fire crews on the ground, the hand crews, how close they were to the flames. And often, in many cases, the flames coming in on at least 2 sides surrounding them. So they really are heroes there, working all throughout the night with multiple agencies assisting to try to put out these flames. At least 2,000 structures affected, according to LA Fire Department, I guess in the path of these flames, which did jump the highway in several instances. And this is a massive fight as the windy conditions and the dry conditions continue.
I just want to ask our producer, Lauren, are these both live pictures happening simultaneously? They are. Okay, they're both. We've got 2 choppers up in the air taking pictures right now. So you can see on the right-hand side of your screen flames and definite potential for that to erupt into something more. And then on the left-hand side of your screen, in some cases, post-water drop, seeing just some of those smoky conditions.
Yeah, we are expecting a press conference any minute now. Of course, they have their hands full there on the ground. But in the meantime, we're going to check in with Paul. And we've been talking about these conditions. And Paul, you've been stressing that it's not just Malibu we should be concerned with right now.
This is where the fire is. You're exactly right, guys. This is where the fire's burning right now. But the conditions that could spread a fire rapidly, like what we're seeing play out in Malibu, those conditions are prevalent in Camarillo, in Thousand Oaks, in Chatsworth, in Santa Clarita, in Lancaster, in San Bernardino, in Riverside. So we just don't want any new fires to start because the weather conditions are there that it could spread super rapidly. So why do we get Santa Ana wind events that do these crazy things like we've seen now in consecutive months, whereas other parts of the country don't? Well, part of it is the fact that we're mountainous and we have lots of mountains and valleys. But two is because very few spots can get caught between such huge weather elements. A huge ridge just to our west, and then a big developing storm just to our east over Utah and Arizona. When we're caught between those two, and everything has to come together perfectly. If one of these two was 100 miles farther from us than they are, we would have no Santa Ana winds or just a breezy day. But this low is sitting right over northern Arizona, and the counterclockwise flow around it sends back a north, or in this case, a northeast wind. That does several things. The wind gets amplified by the terrain over Southern California. The pressure difference between the two jacks up the winds as well. But since it's coming from some of the driest places in the United States, from the desert, it dries out the air. So not only is it just windy, but the relative humidity plummets to levels drier than Phoenix. Our air right now over us is drier than what the desert gets in the summertime. That's how dry the air is right now. And as for what we can expect moving forward, we're going to be on the air for a while covering this, likely throughout the morning. The peak of the winds, the strongest winds, are happening between 7 o'clock and 11 o'clock this morning. I'm not just talking about Malibu. I'm talking about you in Chino that have seen 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, you in Porter Ranch, and you in Camarillo and Moore Park, where you had the fire last month. Your winds right now are 50 miles per hour or stronger, actually stronger than Malibu's. 7 to 11 o'clock this morning, the worst of the winds. Winds begin to relax this afternoon and this evening, but they stay elevated until the sun goes down later on today. Relative humidity, that's going to stay low through tomorrow. Because even though the winds relax, our wind direction, the source of our air, will continue to come from the desert. So relative humidity stays low until tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. We want to get to that press conference happening now with fire officials to hear an update on what is happening with this fire. Let's check in.
For the County of Los Angeles Fire Department, Fire Chief Anthony C. Maroney.
So good morning. I'm Anthony Maroney, the Fire Chief of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department, here to provide a Franklin incident brush fire update. Last night at 10:50 p.m., LA County fire units were responded to a report of a brush fire at Malibu Canyon Road and the tunnel. Units reported 5 acres of heavy brush burning and being spread by strong Santa Ana winds. The fire is currently estimated at over 2,200 acres, and we have 700 firefighting personnel assigned. Because of the great work of the firefighters that were on scene, we have only a minimal number of homes destroyed. However, I do not have the exact number. Thankfully, we have no reports of serious injuries or fatalities, and this fire is not contained, and we remain under an immediate threat because of the red flag conditions. The current red flag alert is projected to continue through Wednesday evening at 8 p.m. for strong winds and low humidities. And the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, but it is under active investigation by the Los Angeles County Fire and Sheriff's arson investigators. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our partners, both fire and law enforcement, for their assistance this morning. We certainly couldn't do it without them. And one request from Waterworks District 29 and the Department of Public Works is to ask residents that are not in the immediate fire area to please turn off their sprinklers. We are currently monitoring our water pressure. We do have personnel on scene. That water should be used for firefighting and not to sprinkle or irrigate your lawns. And it's going to be of little use from having a brush fire start near your home. Next up, I'd like to ask our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna, to come up and give the law enforcement update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning to all of you, and thank you for covering this very important event. The Sheriff's Department has been coordinating with our local, state, and fire partners and the County Office of Emergency Management to monitor the Franklin fire, which started in Malibu Canyon Road, north of Malibu Crest Road, and south of Francisco Ranch Road. We currently have well over 150 personnel, including our Malibu Search and Rescue, that are assisting with this fire incident. We currently have 18 operations that include evacuations, road closures, and security patrols. 9 of those missions are completed, and 9 of them are still ongoing. For current closures, there are several road closures in the affected area. There is a soft closure on Las Virgenes Road at Lost Hills Road. Hard closures at Las Virgenes and Mulholland Highway and on Pacific Highway between Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Canyon Doom Road. Regarding evacuations, a little after midnight, we started multiple evacuation orders and warnings in between Trancas Canyon and the west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard and everything south of Mulholland Highway to Pacific Coast Highway. There are approximately 18,000 people and 8,100 structures in the affected area. Of the 8,100 structures, 2,043 structures are under evacuation orders and 6,046 are under evacuation warnings. And I just want to throw something out to our residents that's critical. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate when a deputy or another official comes to your door, or you get a notification that there is a warning or specifically an order you need to evacuate. It saves lives, and it actually impacts the lives of our first responders because if they have to come in to save a life, they're putting their own lives at risk, which we're willing to do, but please, the residents are doing an amazing job thus far, and I just want to say thank you to all of them. With evacuations continuing, Pepperdine University has a shelter-in-place order for approximately 800 students. Fires can be extremely unpredictable, and we highly encourage residents in the fire areas to be prepared to heed our evacuation warnings, gather all important items, documents, medications, and in case you need to leave your residence immediately. Very important. The safety of our community members is our #1 priority, and we will continue to assist all impacted residents as they are waking up this morning, and whether they're in need of any kind of assistance, even directions, we're here to help you. In regards to shelters that we're using, we have several shelters that have been established for the residents that are displaced. Pacific Palisades Recreation Center at 851 All Real Drive in Pacific Palisades. For small animals, the Agora Animal Shelter on 29525 Agora Road in Agora Hills. For large animals, Pierce College at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. The fire chief talked about damage. Unfortunately, we did have one black and white patrol car from our Santa Clarita Sheriff's Station that was damaged in the fire. Thank God the deputy was not injured. We are very appreciative of the collaborative efforts. If you look around me, this is a team effort, whether it's all the different agencies on the fire side, the different agencies on the police side. I can't thank the California Highway Patrol enough for a lot of the road closures that are taking place. But again, as I close here, I do urge our residents to stay informed. Stay informed by watching or following credible news sources, like most of you. Visit our Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department social media or lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to introduce Kevin McGowan, our Director of Office of Emergency Services for Los Angeles County.
Thank you, Sheriff. Our heart goes out to all those that have been impacted by this wildland fire. I also want to say thank you to the residents, as the Sheriff said, but also to all of our field responders and our Emergency Operations Center responders. The organization went into its full activation at the onset of the forecast, well before the fire actually started. We saw the significance from the National Weather Service, another great partner during this incident, describing this as a particularly dangerous situation that warranted a really sizable preparedness campaign across the entire county. That continues still at this moment. We still have a lot of risk and threat throughout the county beyond just what's occurring at the Franklin fire. We activated our Emergency Operations Center yesterday at 7 a.m. and it's been activated 24/7 since. It assisted with the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department, along with our partners at the City of Malibu, with all of our alert and warning emergency notifications. I really want to express my gratitude and thanks to the residents for complying with all those emergency notifications. It takes a team effort for us to do effective evacuations, especially when it's nighttime. Lastly, just to echo what the Sheriff said, real-time information can be found by visiting our website, lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I have the pleasure of introducing the mayor for Malibu, Marianne Riggins.
Thank you, everyone. Marianne Riggins, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Malibu. I want to thank the Los Angeles County Fire Department, our Sheriff's Department, CHP, County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, and all the agencies that are responding to this incident. Currently, our Malibu City Hall is in the evacuation zone, so our Emergency Operations Center is running out of Calabasas City Hall currently. We do have staff that are monitoring the situation and reporting things out. We want to encourage the residents, please follow all evacuation orders. That is the most important thing. And I also want to thank our local fire brigades for responding to our fire here. Residents should have their Genesis app available to help with emergency evacuation notification. And I want to thank you, everybody. And please introduce County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. First, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the first responders who have been working tirelessly through this night and into the morning to protect lives, to protect property, and most importantly, to protect all of our communities. The bravery, skill, and dedication of our firefighters, our law enforcement officers, and emergency personnel, all of it is nothing short of heroic. And we're profoundly grateful for their service. To our residents, your safety is our top priority. Please follow all evacuation orders and instructions from emergency personnel. If you are told to shelter in place, please also shelter in place. These measures are put in place to protect lives, and your cooperation is critical. For real-time updates and emergency alerts, I encourage everyone to visit alertla.org. That's alert, A-L-E-R-T, LA.org, and sign up to stay informed. I want to thank our local, city, and state partners who have stepped up during this critical time. This collaborative effort underscores the strength of our shared commitment to the safety and well-being of our residents. I extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department,
the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners who are working to keep everyone safe. Your coordinated efforts have been essential in managing this crisis and ensuring a swift, effective response. I want to recognize and thank our board chair, Catherine Barger, for her leadership and responsiveness in responding to our request and declaring a local state of emergency. This critical step will allow us to unlock additional resources and expedite recovery efforts for those affected by the Franklin fire. We also thank our governor, Gavin Newsom, for securing additional FEMA assistance and will continue to stay in close coordination with our state partners to ensure that all impacted areas receive the help that they need. The County of Los Angeles shares a close partnership with our city of Malibu as well as our Topanga community nearby. Especially in these challenging times, we stand ready to provide the support and resources necessary to help the community through this emergency. To those affected by the Franklin fire, please know that we are here for you. We stand with you, and we will stay with you. Thank you again for everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is most appreciated. Thank you very much.
With that, we'd like to open it up to anyone who may have questions for the group.
The air assault overnight. What's changed today as opposed to years past when we couldn't use aircraft to fight a fire like this one?
Well, you know, over time, the LA County Fire Department and our partner agencies, either at CAL FIRE and also the Los Angeles City Fire Department, we've procured more helicopters with night, and our pilots have night vision goggles, so we are now able to bring the fight to the night. We've been doing that for many years, and we also have our quick reaction force that's funded through Southern California Edison. It's the big CH-47 Chinook helicopter. We had 3 of those helicopters on station tonight, and then as the sun rose, you'll see that our CL-415 Super Scoopers that we leased from the province of Quebec are out there dropping, and we're going to have a coordinated ground and air assault. We'd really like to button this fire up and get some containment by this afternoon. I believe that the winds are going to be continuing, so that's going to still create challenges for the fire department and for the LA County Sheriff's Department with evacuations, but rest assured, we are going to have a coordinated air and ground assault on this fire for as long as it takes. Yeah, it is, Pete. Like you said, it's very steep terrain. As you come up PCH, you can see where the fire is backing down and being pushed by the wind. We do have enough resources, ground resources on order. We do have our dozers. We have our engine companies. We have our Type 3 engine companies, our hand crews. We do have enough resources on order, but I would imagine that over time we're going to grow from maybe 700 firefighters on scene like we have right now to possibly 1,000 or more firefighters. Because of the difficulties in this particular area, time is of the essence for us to grab a hold of the fire and start getting containment.
Are you fighting the clock at this point, though? Because the winds take up the late afternoon, you don't have those containment lines being retarded and cut on the ground. You're going to have problems because you've still got way too much fuel out there.
Yeah, so we could have experienced perimeter growth. We are expecting winds at about 2 o'clock. So we're going to continue the firefight right up through the day and then back into the night. The LA County Fire Department will be here until this fire is 100% controlled.
Sheriff Luna, you might want to step in here. Given that estimation, what are you thinking about on the idea of repopulation of any of these areas at all? Or is that even on the table?
It's always on the table, but working in unified command with all of our fire partners, we're looking at maps, we're looking at weather conditions. We will not allow the residents to go back until we are assured that they're going to be safe. And then I also want to send out this message for any residents who are evacuated. Our deputies are going to be here, very visible, and don't worry about your homes. somebody breaking in and taking something. I know that's a lot to ask for, but we have professionals on our department, and we're not going to allow that to happen. And just a message for anyone who's thinking about coming to this neighborhood to do something like that, you're going to get arrested, you're going to get caught, you're going to get arrested, you're going to get prosecuted. Don't do it.
Chief, you mentioned that it was under investigation on arson. Is that standard operating procedure to have that branch of your investigative team in there?
Yeah, that's correct. I gave you the real-time information that I have. We do not know the cause of this fire at 10:50 p.m. last night, but the LA County Fire Department and the LA County Sheriff's Department are going to join forces with our arson investigators because it's going to be critical that we learn why this fire started. And we'll make sure that the news media finds out as soon as we find out.
I'll go for the obvious, Chief. If there's any signs in the area heading down power lines, might have conceivably sparked this fire.
Not that I've been told, Pete. Yeah.
Yeah, great question. It's the utmost importance, right? Preparedness is key as we walk into these dynamic situations. LA County learned a lot in the Woolsey Fire after action process. And one of the big takeaways was lean forward into these red flag warnings, these particularly dangerous situations. We just had one back in early November. We had the same posture back in that duration event too. This includes upstaffing, significant coordination across all of our county departments and our city partners, and it is critical in us executing our mission, these complex incidents.
Yeah, so LA County Fire and the other Southern California fire departments that were under the red flag did have additional crews staffed yesterday and through the night. The Governor's Office of Emergency Services did approve pre-positioning that was compensated for the LA County Fire Department. So we did have additional ground and air resources available to us last night at 10:50, but also our partner agencies that I thanked at the last part of my discussion, the partner agencies as well. We had a very rapid response of mutual aid resources into the Santa Monica Mountains and the Malibu area to assist us with this fire because of those strong winds. Not in the beginning last night. I know that for a portion of time, maybe between 3 and 4 o'clock, our aerial assets did shut down for a while because of the wind speeds, but they are able to operate even with heavy winds, especially the CH-47 and the CL-415s that you see. We will, if it becomes too dangerous for them to drop, we will cut it off, but the minute that those wind speeds subside, we will launch our aircraft once again. But we're going to be here for the duration, and it's going to be a coordinated ground and air assault.
All right, you're listening to Chief Anthony Maroney there speaking about some of the firefighting operations that have been taking place throughout the night in Malibu as they try to get the Franklin fire under control. He said the fire started, as we knew, just before 11 o'clock at 10:50 p.m. It has now grown to 2,200 acres, is what he continued to talk about. They have 700 firefighters currently on the ground assigned to fight this fire, but that could extend up to 1,000 firefighters over the next couple days as they try to get in their work. As we talked to Rick earlier, you know, it's not just about putting out the hot spot, it's about digging into the ground and being able to make sure that something doesn't start again. But the interesting piece, I think, is also the law enforcement piece, that they're going to go back and work together to figure out how this fire started, along with arson investigators.
Right. The arson investigators are on scene. We got a lot of new information from this press conference. It's been burning now for, a little over 9 hours. No fatalities or serious injuries. That is a big headline. Very fortunate for that. They are still talking about an area, an immediate threat area with red flag warnings through tomorrow at 8 p.m. That's high winds, low humidity, and they're asking residents in nearby areas not to turn on their sprinklers. That's really not going to help aid in preventing the spread of a fire, and the firefighters really need that water right now to conserve those resources to use in this firefight. The County Office of Emergency Management has about 150 personnel working this fire. Malibu search and rescue teams. They have about 18 operations, evacuations, road closures, security protocols. They also warn people not to get any ideas in terms of looting or theft going up to those evacuated areas, those multi-million-dollar mansions. They say you will be caught, you will be prosecuted and arrested if you try to do that. 18,000 people in the path with 8,000 plus structures currently in danger right now. And they also urged people to evacuate, because when you don't evacuate, not only do you put your own life in danger, you put the first responders' lives in danger as well.
Yeah, and there have not been any confirmed fatalities or injuries. However, one patrol car was damaged during this, but luckily, as Sheriff Robert Luna said, the deputy was not injured, so that is the good news there as well. So also interesting to note that the Malibu City Hall is still in the evacuation zone of this fire. They are adhering to that, so their operations are currently happening out of Calabasas to be able to coordinate and get all of these ducks in a row in terms of what's happening with the city there as well. So let's go ahead and get a check with Mark Liu now, who's got some new information. It's been amazing to watch these pictures this morning.
Yeah, really great drop right there from that CL-415 Canada Air Super, two of them based out of Van Nuys Airport, now on station at the Franklin fire. Now, during that entire news conference, I've been keeping my eye on the radar, watching those aerial drops, and also with SkyCal. We've noticed a change in priority from the eastern flank of the fire, where they were fighting this Carbon Canyon, to now the northern flank of the fire near Piuma Road. Now, this is the view from SkyCal live pictures on the northern side. You can see enormously large billowing white smoke coming here from these ridge lines. This is the northern flank now. There's really not a lot of buildings out here. There's a lot of very steep mountainsides, rugged terrain, but you can see that fire line on the other side of that mountain is producing a tremendous amount of smoke. Now, this is, as I said, near Piuma Road. This was a concern about 3 hours ago. I remember hearing a battalion commander say, while there are no structures out on this side, there's really no way to access this flank of the fire. So it has been burning really sort of unchecked in this vegetation out there. They were much more concerned about the southern end, where Malibu City Hall was, where they had to evacuate it, and the eastern end, where all of those neighborhoods by, say, Malibu Knolls, Sweetwater Mesa, and the Malibu Pier were. They seem to have gotten that flank of the fire a little bit more under control. It's still burning over there, but it's more hot spots and the flame lengths aren't so big. Now we are looking at the northern side, and if you come out to my screen, I can actually show you what we're talking about here. This, of course, is the entirety of the Franklin fire. The yellow area, that's the voluntary evacuations. The red area here, mandatory evacuations. And then, of course, the footprint of the fire, this orange area right in the center of your screen. We've been looking at on the eastern side here. That looks like it's okay. Now what we're seeing with SkyCal is this northern end, and I want to show you here. We can zoom in. There are a few homes right around here on Piuma Road. They have got a fire truck on each one of those doing structure protection. But if you notice here, this is all just sort of vegetation, rough mountainous terrain in this area, not a lot out there, and that's what's burning right now. Malibu Canyon comes down around this way, and the fire actually started, as the LA County Fire Chief had said, right down there. It's Malibu Canyon and the tunnel. This is where they believe the fire started at about 11 last night. Still no cause on that one, but they have arson investigators from LA County Fire and the LA Sheriff's Department there. So it looks like the northern flank is where we're going to see some more fire activity. As I said, we got British Aerospace 146 tanker, 3,000 gallons of retardant dropping. They're loading up at Camarillo Airport, or they could also go to back to Fox Field. Not sure which one they're going to, but we got Super Scoopers and, of course, those Sikorskis and those big Chinooks that drop a whole bunch of water. They actually fill up at a helispot over to the east. They're able to just draw water from these big tanks over there. But we're going to keep watching this and let you know how it goes on the northern flank. I'm going to actually listen to some radio traffic I hear right now from the battalion commander, and I'll get right back to you.
Oh, I love when you listen to radio traffic, Mark. That's always a good thing. Mark, thank you. All right, taking a live look now. This is still the evacuation zone. You saw there on your screen in the yellow. This is what is happening right now in terms of the fire coverage. There's no reports of injuries or fatalities with this fire at this point, which is good news. We're reporting that on your screen right now. Paul, we're getting a check of our next weather forecast with you.
Yeah, let's stay with this image right here. I want to talk about this imagery right here and how this contrasts with what we saw 1 month ago in and around Camarillo and Moore Park. Notice how the smoke is able to go vertically. It's going up. If you remember last month, the winds were so strong, they were like 70 or 75 miles per hour. The smoke and the embers within the smoke, it was hugging the ground because the winds were so strong. I'm not minimizing the fact that there are some winds here of 20 to 40 miles per hour, but it just goes to show that it's not 60 or 70 miles per hour. This fire is able to vent upward, much more so than the fire that we had in Camarillo last month. That's because the winds in this location, they're strong, they're gusty, but they're not nearly as strong as what we saw 1 month ago. Now, that said, a lot of stuff is burning there. The wind will still be an issue, and the Malibu Hills did make my peak wind gust list, although it's at the bottom of the list. It's number 5, 52 miles per hour in the Malibu Hills. I just checked. There is a sustained wind there of about 25 with gusts to about 45 miles per hour right now. Let's go up the list. Porter Ranch, 53 miles per hour. Ontario at the airport, 55 miles per hour, and still very windy in the Inland Empire right now. In the Chino Hills, 65 miles per hour. And the San Gabriel Mountains, highest elevation, typically our windiest spot, 82 miles per hour. As for what's going on right now, the same spot that saw the fire last month with our last significant Santa Ana wind event, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Camarillo, winds are still right now between 50 and 60 miles per hour. It is extremely windy in eastern Ventura County and western Los Angeles County. It's windy, but not as windy in Malibu. I didn't put these on here. There's actually a map that will pull the latest fire data. These are the fire spots that are burning right now. Not as detailed as Mark's map, but it's what we use on our weather maps. And you can see at the beach itself, winds at 22 miles per hour. Get up into the hills, they're 30 or 40 miles per hour. But there's a big difference between 31 miles per hour and 70 miles per hour, like we saw with the fire 1 month ago. Because when it's 70 miles per hour, the embers just hug the ground, find the next tree to ignite, and now the fire spread almost at a speed of 30 or 40 miles per hour. We're not seeing it that destructive in Malibu because the winds are not as strong. That said, we're expecting gusts today to about 40 miles per hour, and the relative humidity is super, super low. It's 8:37 in the morning. I looked at the weather data and came up with a 4-hour range of when I think the peak of the winds is going to be. Started at 7 o'clock, made the graphic before then. Started at 7 o'clock and will last until 11 o'clock. We're almost halfway through that time. After 11 o'clock, the winds will slowly decrease, but stay strong into the afternoon and the evening. But the fire danger, you heard the folks at the press conference say it's not till tomorrow night. Well, the wind is actually gone for the most part tonight. It's the relative humidity. It's the source of our air. That desert dry air will be with us through tomorrow, keeping relative humidity 5 to 10%. That is super low, and will keep the fire danger super high through the day tomorrow. Here's a graph showing you the wind speeds in and around Camarillo. It's a northeast wind at 47 miles per hour right now. Still pretty windy at lunchtime. 39 miles per hour. Still breezy in the afternoon. 25 to 30 miles per hour can spread a fire. And then we're looking at winds getting back to normal by 9 o'clock tonight and then throughout the day tomorrow. And as much as the focus should be on Malibu right now, because that is an active fire that's burning, now anything on this map, even an elevated fire risk is a problem. You get to the number 2, which is this red color, that's critical. You get to the pink or purple color, you choose the name of the color, it looks purple to me. It's the extreme. The highest fire danger that there is on the chart is what we have in parts of Southern California right now. But the Inland Empire, High fire danger throughout the day today. It's not burning right now, but if a fire starts, it could spread super rapidly. But the most extreme fire danger is Calabasas west on the 101 through Thousand Oaks and Newbury Park. Hop over to the 118 through Simi Valley and points north into the Ventura County Mountains, Santa Clarita Valley, and then on the 14 into the Antelope Valley. That's the hot spot because you have super strong winds once again today. So we have a fire burning in Malibu, but guys, as I throw it back to you, the fire danger is no less anywhere else. Just because a fire is burning in Malibu, we have to watch out for the possibility of rapid fire spread in other places today because the weather conditions aren't going to change for a while. Guys, back to you.
Well, that is the concern too when it comes to resources, right? Just so tough out there because if anything else sparks anywhere else, you've got everything tied up in the Malibu area right now in terms of, as we see, from the air and from the ground.
Yeah, emergency resources crucial. At least they are prepared for that. They do have all hands on deck. We want to get a check now with Amanda. And so few roads into and out of Malibu and this entire area, and most of them are closed at this hour.
Yeah, a lot of roads have been closed. PCH has been closed all morning because of the Franklin fire. So if we can take a look at our maps for you so we can give you a look at that, because those roads are closed throughout the area. I will just tell you what they are then. So we have PCH between Canaan Doom and Topanga Canyon Road is closed right now. And also the road is closed at Malibu Canyon and Las Virgenes between PCH and Mulholland. That is all closed as well. So if you want to get around that, you're just going to have to take the 101. We're going to give you travel times for that in just a second, but there's also another closure at Topanga Canyon between PCH and Mulholland. That was closed preemptively because of the red flag warning that we had in place. So if you're going to be taking the 101, it's going to be taking you over an hour to get through that. We're seeing a slowdown in that area on the southbound 101 from Valley Circle to the 405, seeing that impacted because of the traffic being rerouted. And it's going to take you an hour and about 20 minutes to get from the southbound 405 from the 118 to Sunset Boulevard. So we're definitely seeing our roads slow down around those areas, but try to stay away from Malibu. If you need to get through that area, PCH is just not open for you. You're going to be rerouted if you try to go up PCH, and you're going to have to go right back down the same way and then get onto the 405 or the 101. Back to you guys.
All right, Amanda, that's a pretty tough looking situation out there as well. You really do want to stay off the roadways so that firefighters have the opportunity to do the work that they so desperately need to do. There are 700 firefighters currently fighting this fire, as you see in the air right now as well. Many aircraft just trying to dump as much water as they possibly can on anything they see potentially still on fire that could burn, because there is just so much vegetation in the area. There have been a minimal number of homes destroyed, which is good news, but any loss of a home is potentially bad. Mark, you have some information?
Yeah, well, I just want to actually show you a really cool piece of video that's happening right now. I feel a little bit like a National Geographic wildlife photographer because we're catching this cool piece of video. I want to show it to you right now. This is part of the firefighting effort. If you come out to my screen, you are going to see a live picture of two Chinooks gathering up water at the exact same time. This is at Hellspot 69. This is an LA County Fire helipad off of Saddle Peak Road. And what you're watching is both a Ventura County Chinook and an LA County Fire Chinook putting their snorkels into something called a pumpkin. That's those large tanks that you see there. They're orange. They carry about 8,000 gallons apiece, and they're self-filling. So once those snorkels go down, they lift up all of the water into the helicopter and they take off, and then those pumpkins refill on their own. Now, LA County Fire says since midnight, more than 250,000 gallons of water have been siphoned out of these pumpkins by water-dropping helicopters specifically to fight the Franklin fire, and they automatically fill up. And right now you're seeing both of those Chinooks do that. They can fill up in about 3 minutes or less. And there you see the first one, Chopper 47, is about to take off and go back to the Franklin fire to fight it. This is only about 2 minutes away to the east from the Franklin fire. So this is how these choppers are able to constantly cycle in and then drop this water and go right back. So both the Chinooks can do it and the smaller Firehawks can do it as well. And then, of course, the larger jets, they're going back to Fox Field to land or to Van Nuys Airport in order to get water there. But it's a really interesting way that the firefighting teams here can actually get water back on the fire a lot quicker than normal.
Mark, I'm so glad you brought that to us. That was so cool to see.
I just can't believe we saw both of them at the same
At
time.
the same
You kind of
time.
feel like a wildlife photographer catching something. You know, it's this is what, and they have been doing this over and over again, and that is just a really great tool that the firefighting teams out there have. These self-filling tanks, they call them pumpkins. There are 4 of them there at Helispot 69, and I can tell you those are going to be in use all day today.
It is a well-oiled machine. I mean, that is one thing about Southern California agencies. They are prepared for this. They work together seamlessly, and they have a lot of experience in this area.
I know, but you don't usually get to see it
Yeah,
happen.
it was very cool. Mark, thank you. Do we have someone on the phone with us now from the Malibu Times? Okay, not quite yet. We are working to get her on the phone, but we are continuing to look at this video that Mark just showed us. Here is the map of the Franklin fire right now. Interesting to note that we don't know how this started, but arson investigators are on scene. This began at just after midnight.
Just before 11.
Just before 11 at the Malibu Canyon Road tunnel there in Las Virgenes Road, Malibu Canyon Road. And it is now under investigation with, they said, about 700 fire personnel on scene right now, but they are expecting that to grow to about 1,000.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable what did happen overnight. That 10:50 is the exact time that the Chief Anthony Maroney said the call came in that a fire had started and near that tunnel, and then it quickly spread. It went from 5 acres, he pointed out, to quickly about 300 acres, now 2,200 acres, as you just pointed out. And it's one of those things. Now we see more aircraft trying to dump flame retardant and water on these situations that are happening. As Mark said, it's going to be a well-oiled machine all day long. This has now been going on for several hours. It did really pick up. It was interesting to hear the chief talk about how between 3 and 4 they did have to stop some of these air operations, which is interesting because I was here on the desk at about 3:05 a.m. And that's when it seemed that the fire was just exploding, that it had really ramped up. It went from about 800 acres to about 1,800 acres just very, very quickly in such a short period of time. So it's one of those things that they did have to stop the aircraft. You realize just how impactful it is to have that aircraft in the air being able to dump water and fire retardant on these flames. 2,200 acres, you're going to have a lot of smoke in the air for much of the day. Visibility is still going to be problematic. The good news is Pepperdine University, their shelter-in-place order no longer in effect, but you do have a number of schools that decided to cancel classes for the day, including all 4 schools in the Malibu area, so people weren't driving through using PCH.
Yeah, and a lot of road closures, very low visibility. We saw our reporters on the ground there. You could barely see anything behind them once the sun came up because it is so smoky. The visibility is so poor. And, they also talked about at that press conference that the sheriff's department and the emergency management will all be on scene as well as fire crews, but they really want to protect these homes from any kind of nefarious actors that might be taking advantage of this situation, warning people that they will be arrested and prosecuted if they try any kind of theft or they try trespassing on any of these properties. Here looking at SkyCal video again, you can see this pocket of flames picking up. You see black smoke. Usually black smoke indicates a structure could be burning there. And of course it is kind of hard to see from this vantage point with all this brush, and it looks like it's down in a canyon area, but you see how close these flames, at least the ones that are visible, are to this, looks like a home.
Yeah, in the press conference, they were talking about how there had been minimal loss of structures. But now you see, as Paul's been talking about, we're still going to have these red flag warnings throughout much of the day today. Okay, we're getting a better look now. It looks like maybe a tree is potentially on fire in the yard there. But you do see a lot of brush around this home, which is concerning with how close those flames are. A lot of the other homes we've seen have had a lot of clearing around the house itself. It just takes one ember to be picked up by the wind and have it start on fire very, very quickly. Are we getting a better look at what's happening here?
Yeah, and we also have the mayor of Malibu, Doug Stewart, on the phone with us right now. Mayor, can you hear us? Oh, hello, Mayor. Thank you so much.
I can hear you fine.
Thank you so much for joining us. We see you're at this area. It looks like where the press conference was. Is that right?
That's correct. We're down here giving a briefing to all the news media as well as ourselves to make sure we know what everybody's doing.
Okay, so how has your morning been in terms of the flow of information and trying to figure out the operations? I know City Hall had to be evacuated. It is in one of the danger zones. It's now operating out of Calabasas. Can you walk us through what you've been doing this morning?
Yes, almost as soon as the fire started, the city was activated. We'd been in prior prep for events just like this. We'd had the Broad Fire a few weeks ago, and our EOC was activated for that. We were activating the Emergency Operations Center, and the fire quickly came straight toward the City Hall area. And I wasn't there, but we were in close contact with all of our staff, and they had to move to first one place, then another, and now they're out of Calabasas. But it was a long night. I know our city staff has been working long hours, just like all the law enforcement and fire people. And, we're trying to get a handle on this. And thankfully, no one's been hurt that we're aware of, no loss of life. And it's been a long night. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that and really good news about the people being safe, at least. We did see some structures burning. Do we know anything about that? We heard in the briefing that it was a minimal loss of property and structures, but do we know anything about the homes that have burned?
No, we don't really have much information on that. It's going to take a damage assessment of people actually going through. And as you can imagine, the priority is get the fire out, protect people, and take care of that. And we'll come back and count losses later. But right now, it's all about trying to protect people's lives and personal property second.
It is pretty remarkable to me. It seems like the timing of this fire was just couldn't have been worse in some ways. You know, it's shortly before 11 o'clock at night. Most people have gone to bed, or they're getting themselves to bed. Can you just talk about, in terms of timing, just how bad this really could have been?
Oh, when you talk about the worst case scenario that we discuss here in Malibu, a fire at 3 o'clock in the morning is our worst case scenario. And this is almost that time, just a few minutes before 11. It could not have been worse unless it had been just a few hours late. But everything worked as we hoped it would. All of our notification systems. We had the benefit of all the TV stations being on live all night. It was a great resource to have the helicopter shots. I know I was getting emails and phone calls all night long from people trying to find out what the situation was. But it was a good test of our notification systems. We can always do it better, but it was a long night, a lot of worry. And I have to tell you, firefighters came on scene right away. We had great coverage. You look at the videos from last night, you see a lot of red lights and blue lights. You knew our firefighters were on the scene and our law enforcement. It could not have been a better response, in my opinion.
Yeah, they've done a remarkable job, and we've been watching their progress throughout the night and this morning. Can you talk a little bit about the Woolsey fire in 2018 and what lessons you learned from that? I know, for example, PCH was backed up as there was a mass evacuation order during that fire, and that caused some issues. This one seems to have gone much more smoothly.
You're absolutely right. There's a big difference between Woolsey and here. There were 3 after-action reports that I was aware of and reviewed from that fire, and you saw us implement everything we possibly could out of those recommendations. I think the first one was lean into the fire. Make sure you've got equipment pre-positioned, and everything goes out all at once. You can always call them back if they're not needed, but the status of the fire was immediate, and staffing was right there. They had equipment pre-positioned, so it wasn't like we had to wait for fire trucks to get here. And also, we benefited from the fact, unlike the Woolsey fire, there was only one fire to deal with last night, and that was us.
Right, yeah, that's true. There were other fires that had broken out during that period of time. We've been talking a little bit about one of the things the Sheriff's Department Emergency Management talked about is that there is the potential that you have bad actors who come in after something like this and potentially break into some of these homes or try to break in. What do you want people to know moving forward?
Well, I think the sheriff said it best, that the sheriff's department is here in force. I know just in coming over here to the briefing center, there were numerous sheriff's cars around, but we also have a number of volunteers here in the city. This is a city that tries to take care of itself as well as its environment, as well as our visitors. So we have Arson Watch, that's part of the sheriff's department. We've got CERT teams. We've got volunteers on patrol. And with our new fire brigades, community fire brigades, we've got a number of citizens that are out there as volunteers helping where they can. And then threats about looting or bad actors, these are eyes and ears for everybody as well. And many of these people are authorized to carry sheriff's department radios and fire department radios. So if something happens or they see something, they can bring the proper law enforcement in place, a true force multiplier for the sheriff's department enforcement.
When we've been talking about the terrain a lot. Obviously, that's part of what makes Malibu so beautiful, but it is kind of a challenge in terms of transportation and getting to and from the areas that firefighters need to reach and personnel needs to reach. Talk a little bit about the layout of Malibu. Obviously, you have Civic Center Drive and you have the shopping plaza there, but then it's basically a strand of PCH with just a few canyon roads in and out of the area.
Well, you're right. One of the things about Malibu, and our city is 21 miles long and roughly about a mile deep. We're 20 square miles with only about 10,000 permanent residents. So it's a very small community in a large area. But that said, we've got PCH as a major artery along the coast, and we've got some feeder vertical roads such as Canaan, Malibu Canyon, Decker, and Topanga, which are ways to feed into us. But it's not, and so there's an expressway, thank goodness, in Malibu, and it takes time for resources to get here. And if they're blocked off in one way, it's a long road all the way around to the backside of Malibu, the north side, and then in a different direction. So logistically, we're challenged, and that's the reason why the fire department's pre-positioning and the sheriff's department, I think they had 7 or 8 of their stations sending people over last night to staff and protect the city.
All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for being with us. I know it's been a very long night for you, and the work will continue today. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, we want to get to another Malibu resident, Samantha Bravo. She's with the Malibu Times. She's the assistant editor there, and you took some just incredible images overnight. We were really stunned by some of the images you were able to capture. Thanks for being with us this morning. Can you go ahead and just talk about what you saw?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Yeah, so I was just coming home because I live in Malibu, and I was in the valley when I guess the fire broke out around 10, and I was trying to head home on Malibu Canyon. And the firefighter just said, oh, where are you going? I said, I'm going home. And he said, well, there's a fire right now, so you can't come through this way. So, my next thought was Canaan, because obviously Topanga Canyon is the next or the first road to always be closed if there's any kind of brush fire in Malibu. So I went all the way around to Canaan, and, within a few minutes driving, I did see the fire and, the red smoke and all of that. So obviously I'm glad I have my camera with me because I just covered a meeting a few hours before. So, I didn't even get to go home. I just started covering the fire, and I went up Malibu Canyon and I parked, and, I tried to get as close as they let me, and I took some photos. And then after that, I drove down to Malibu Road, and there was a huge brush fire and trees just being burned down. And we obviously had the broad fire a few weeks ago, and I was there as well taking photos. So it was just kind of very hard to see that again. And so after that, I just drove up near, because